Chapter 1151. This time, as a person from another world, he achieved such an outstanding result in Japan, which of course directly shocked the entire Japan. If Yang Ming's result was not so special, and he was not the first place in this elimination match, everyone would not be so excited. Of course, there will be no shortage of reports on Yang Ming. After all, he is such a young player, and perhaps the youngest in the entire world. However, the unimaginable full score directly ignited this explosive point even more. It is no wonder that the entire Japanese culinary world is crazy about Yang Ming. I underestimated you before. Maybe you will become the most powerful chef in history. Nakiri Senseiman smiled. He was happy for Yang Ming, not only because of Yang Ming's strength, but also because of Yang Ming's growth. It can be said that Nakiri Senseiman saw it step by step. This brought Nakiri Senseiman a different emotion, as if he was watching his own growth. Work hard, if you enter the finals of Japan, you will shock the world's culinary world. Nakiri Senseiman smiled. In the Tatsuki Resort. In a luxurious office. Dojima Ginka looked at the newspaper in his hand. This was about the news of the Diamond Cooking Tokyo Finals. Yang Ming's appearance was very obvious on the newspaper, and next to it was written a conspicuous full score of 100 points, the first person in history. The first person in history. Dojima-jin smiled, Yang Ming, you deserve this name. Now, I am looking forward to you standing out from the diamond cooking competition and then entering our World Chef's Melee. Dojima-jin's eyes flashed. He seemed to be able to see Yang Ming will go further and further in this diamond cooking competition. Until Yang Ming stood in front of him. I am so happy. Dojima-jin's laughter echoed in the office, and his blood was boiling as never before. Shino's Tokyo branch. Chef Shinomiya, do you know that Chef Yang Ming actually got a full score, but he is more powerful than you? Lu Shi said to Shinomiya Kojiro. I know. Shinomiya Kojiro said lightly, I'll go to the bathroom. Gao Wei, why is Chef Shinomiya not excited, so calm? Lu Shi said a little puzzled. It's not calm, at this moment, Chef Shinomiya's fighting spirit is probably burning. Gao Wei said beside him. Yet. Abel nodded in approval. In the bathroom. Shinomiya Kojiro opened the water scoop, gently splashed water on his face, and felt the cold water flowing over his face. Shinomiya Kojiro looked up at the glass mirror, which reflected Shinomiya's face, as if he could see a blazing fire burning in his eyes. Yang Ming, wait for our competition in the World Showdown. A few days later, at night. Senior Hayagako, goodbye. Yang Ming pulled the suitcase and said to Hinateko Inui. His field internship at the Mist House has ended, and now he only needs the last field internship place. Well, Yang Ming-jun, you have to be careful, there is still. Hinateko Inui smiled, let's continue to work hard in the competition together. Of course, Senior Hayagako must not be eliminated so soon. Yang Ming smiled. No way. Hinateko Inui wrinkled her nose, I won't be eliminated so easily. Come on, Senior Hayagako. Yang Ming smiled. Looking at Yang Ming's back as he was leaving, Chien Hinata suddenly said, Yang Ming-jun, my persimmon seeds are not in your suitcase, right? Of course, you saw it this morning, and left. Yang Ming waved his hand and slowly disappeared from Chien Hinata's eyes. Yang Ming-jun. Chien Hinata's eyes showed a complicated expression. Before Yang Ming went far, he met a woman wearing sunglasses, of course, she was different from the woman at the beginning. This is the location of your next field internship, Yang Ming-jun. The woman said slightly respectfully. Although it was known that Yang Ming was very strong before, it was only limited to Tatsuki Academy. But through this diamond cooking competition covering the whole of Japan, many people know that Yang Ming's strength is someone who can compete with top star chefs. Even though he is just a teenager now, no one will underestimate Yang Ming. No matter in which field, it is always a world where strength is king. The stronger your strength, the more you can win. Whether it is money, respect, or other things. Yes. Yang Ming took a letter from the woman and nodded. Then I hope that Yang Ming-jun will complete the internship perfectly and return to Tatsuki Academy. After the woman finished speaking, she left here and got into a car in the distance and left here. The next field internship. Fang Lin looked at the woman who was going away, opened the letter, and saw the location of the next field internship in the document of the letter. Yang Ming smiled. Jinwei Restaurant. This is the last place for Yang Ming's field internship, This really makes me a little surprised. Yang Ming looked at the field internship things in his hand. Speaking of this Pearl restaurant, this is a restaurant under the name of his apprentice Kyuga Teraki, and the chef in it is still a capable person of the Chinese Cuisine Research Association in the past. Now as a field internship, Jinwei Restaurant has become the last location. After this location is completed, if you pass, you can return to Totsuki Academy. Yang Ming put away the letter in his hand and left. He went to his place to rest first. Set off for Jinwei Restaurant tomorrow. The next day, in a famous food street, there is a well-known Chinese restaurant called Jinwei Restaurant. This Jinwei Restaurant has been established until now, and it is also considered an old Chinese restaurant with a certain number of supporters. Especially the incident that Jinwei Restaurant encountered some time ago, which directly caused this Jinwei Restaurant to undergo a transformation. In Jinwei Restaurant, it is early in the morning and it is not yet officially operational. Chef Ma, I heard that there will be students from UNU coming here for on-site internship. Could it be Lord Yang Ming? A chef asked. Yes, Lord Yang Ming is so amazing. He actually achieved such brilliant results in the diamond cooking competition. The whole of Tokyo and even the whole of Japan are talking about Yang Ming. Another chef said. Lord Yang Ming, I am afraid he can compete with those top star chefs. Yet. Ma Jun heard the words of the chef next to him, shook his head, I'm not sure about this. UNU Academy didn't say it either, but UNU students must be very strong. You have seen the previous classmates. That's right, UNU students are really amazing. A chef nodded in agreement. Chapter 1152. Master Yang Ming, I'm afraid you can compete with those top star chefs. Yet. Ma Jun heard the words of the chef next to him and shook his head, I'm not sure about this. UNU Academy didn't say it either, but UNU students must be very strong. You have seen the previous classmates. That's right, UNU students are really amazing. A chef nodded in agreement. No matter which student it is, whether we know each other or not, we must also be prepared. Ma Jun said hurriedly. Yes, Chef Ma. The other chefs said. At this moment, a laugh came over, Brother Ma, you are becoming more and more like a chef. Ma Jun turned around and saw Yang Ming pulling a suitcase. Master Yang Ming. Ma Jun said in surprise. Of course it's me. Yang Ming smiled. This Ma Jun was the leader of the Chinese Cuisine Research Association in the past. The other chefs also looked at Yang Ming excitedly. After this diamond cooking competition, Yang Ming's fame has really risen exponentially. You are here now, representing. Ma Jun said excitedly. Although he had this idea in his mind, he also thought it was impossible because there were too many students from UNU. It was a blessing to have UNU students come to his restaurant. Of course, I am the student doing this internship. Yang Ming smiled. Great, Master Yang Ming. Ma Jun said excitedly, it is our honor to cook with you. Then, Chef Ma, come on. Yang Ming clenched his fist and stretched it out, and Ma Jun did the same, and the two fists gently bumped together. Everyone, work hard. Yang Ming said as he looked at the chefs. Yes, Master Yang Ming. The chefs responded very familiarly. This feeling is really familiar. The chefs have a premonition that they can cook dishes in the kitchen with Yang Ming again. Maybe this will be the last time. But it is the last time, so everyone cherishes it more. When the time in the restaurant is up, 3 guests came to the Jinwei restaurant and ordered a few dishes. In the kitchen. Then, everyone, start making lion's head, sweet and sour spare ribs, braised hairtail. Yang Ming began to arrange how to cook. Yes, sir. Yang Ming's last stop in UNU began. This is the beginning of Yang Ming's journey, and it is also the starting point for Yang Ming's continuous progress. In a kitchen in a certain area. Irina Nagiri, wearing a chef's hat, looked at the restaurant with no business and gritted her teeth. Because her opponent is a star chef. Although this star chef is not very good, no matter what Irina Nagiri does, she is not the opponent of the other party. She did not make this Western restaurant rise at all, but it became more and more decadent. If this continues, Irina Nagiri's field practice will fail. Of course, as one of the top 10, Irina may not be in trouble, but Irina's pride will not allow it. The scoundrel is so powerful. Although I can't compare with him, I won't fall here. Irina Nagiri's eyes showed a firm light. Yang Ming-jun, you are really amazing. Nakiri Alice kept cooking in the kitchen. That's right, I have to keep working hard. At this moment, many students who knew Yang Ming's diamond cooking competition results had their own ideas in their hearts. Ryo Hayama, Ryo Nakaiba, Soma Yukihira, etc., unknowingly, made a decision in their hearts. Maybe this decision is a bit overconfident, but they will keep working hard until one day. This day is the last day of the field practice at Totsuki Academy. In the early morning, in front of the famous Chinese restaurant Jinweiguan in a food street in Tokyo. Brother Ma, goodbye. Yang Ming said to Ma Jun in front of him with a backpack in his hand. The field internship at Jinwei restaurant has ended, and now he is going back to Yuanyu Academy. As for his field internship results, of course, they are perfectly qualified. It can be said that in the eyes of those assessors, Yang Ming's results this time are the best, and others can't compare at all. Even if measured by the star standard, Yang Ming's performance is one of the best. Not only did he complete various tests in a short time, but he also performed completely beyond their imagination. These are secondary, especially at this time the world diamonds in the cooking competition. Yang Ming's perfect performance in the Tokyo division directly shocked the entire Japanese cuisine industry. Even in the Totsuki Far News, there were news about this. So those students felt Yang Ming's terrifying strength even more. This is the ability of the Totsuki 10 outstanding students who have graduated for several years. How could these current students be Yang Ming's opponents, even those 10 outstanding students who graduated again? Because the strength shown by Yang Ming this time is stronger than that of the 10 outstanding students who graduated in the past. Chien Hinateko and others are also winners of the Tokyo division. They also know the score of 95 points, which shows the strictness of this competition. Let's not talk about these for now, and continue to focus on the Jinwei restaurant. Yang Ming, keep working hard. Ma Jun said to Yang Ming. During this time, Ma Jun also knew Yang Ming's ideal, or ambition, which is to become a strong man in the culinary world. Of course I will. Yang Ming smiled softly, Brother Ma, and everyone else, goodbye. Chef Yang Ming, take care. The chefs of the treasure house behind Ma Jun said reluctantly. Goodbye. Yang Ming turned around with his backpack and left here. It was time to return to Totsuki Academy. Totsuki Academy, is there anything else to look forward to? Yang Ming showed a strange smile, maybe. At the gate of Totsuki Academy, Yang Ming walked into the door and a familiar voice called him. Soma. Yang Ming turned around and saw Soma Yukihira hurriedly chasing him. Yang Ming, let's go back together. Soma Yukihira said. No problem. Yang Ming shrugged, and the two went directly to the direction of Polaris Dormitory. Yang Ming, you are so awesome in this diamond cooking competition. Soma Yukihira said slightly excitedly. Oh, Soma, you don't feel very frustrated? Yang Ming looked at Soma Yukihira with interest and said. Of course I was frustrated. The person I was chasing became so far away that I could hardly see his back. Soma Yukihira looked at his right hand, but I thought that there are always people stronger than me in this world, so I have treated you as Senior Jindojima. Chapter 1153. Oh, Soma, you don't feel very frustrated? Yang Ming looked at Soma Yukihira with interest and said. Of course I was frustrated. The person I was chasing became so far away that I could hardly see his back. Soma Yukihira looked at his right hand, but I thought that there are always people stronger than me in this world, so I have treated you as Senior Jindojima. Okay. Yang Ming shrugged. Soma Yukihira's idea was interesting. Even if I can't catch up with you in a short time, I will continue to work towards this direction. Yukihira Soma clenched his fists and said with high morale. Haha, then Soma-kun, keep working hard. Yang Ming laughed. He agreed with Yukihira Soma, but Yang Ming also knew that he would not let Yukihira Soma catch up. He would only watch Yukihira Soma from the throne of the cooking world and see how far he could go in the end. By the way, Soma, you have grown a lot these days. Yang Ming said to Yukihira Soma beside him. Of course, although I can't compare with you, my strength has improved a lot. Yukihira Soma smiled. During this 1-month field internship, Yukihira Soma integrated everything in the past and formed the ability he has now. The prototype of the killer dish is vaguely formed. The two walked and talked, and soon came to the entrance of the Polar Star Dormitory. In the courtyard of the Polar Star Dormitory, they saw the dormitory manager Omido Fumio, who had not been seen for a long time. Mrs. Fumio. Yang Ming greeted. Yang Ming, and Soma Yukihira, you are here. Omido Fumio smiled and came to Yang Ming first. Good boy, you are so strong, congratulations. Omido Fumio said, you must enter the finals of Japan. Of course, don't worry. Yang Ming smiled confidently. This is the person from Polar Star Dormitory. Omido Fumio nodded with satisfaction, and then looked at Soma Yukihira. Soma, you can check your mailbox, there are a lot of things in it. Soma Yukihira nodded and came to his mailbox in confusion. What are these? Soma Yukihira took out these envelopes and said. This is a challenge letter. These are all challenge letters. Soma Yukihira looked at the envelopes in the mailbox, which was already full of these things. Yes, these are all people who want to challenge you in a food battle. Omido Fumio nodded. Since your autumn selection is over, many high school students have wanted to challenge you, and this time you passed the field internship. It can be said that they are almost at the same starting line as the students in the second year of high school. Is that so? Soma Yukihira nodded, slightly puzzled, then looked at Yang Ming's mailbox. But why is there no challenge letter from Yang Ming? Hearing this, Omido Fumio looked at Soma Yukihira as if he was looking at an idiot. Soma, what is your strength? What is Yang Ming's strength? With Yang Ming's strength, now the 10 elites of Totsuki have no courage to compete with Yang Ming in the food battle competition. Maybe the first place of the 10 elites of Totsuki will soon be given up. Is that so? It seems to be true. Soma Yukihira scratched his head and said. Then there should be a lot of challenge letters from Ryo Hayama and others. Soma Yukihira thought of Ryo Hayama, who entered the finals with him. You should take care of yourself, said Omido Fumio. Then, not long after Soma Yukihira came back, a sophomore student came to challenge Soma Yukihira. Of course, Soma Yukihira also happily accepted this challenge, and Soma Yukihira decided to have a food battle competition today. He wanted to hone his cooking skills through the competition with the sophomores. It must be said that after the field internship, Soma Yukihira's strength has also increased a lot. As for Yang Ming, he naturally did not go to watch Soma Yukihira's food battle competition. To a certain extent, Yang Ming knew that Soma Yukihira's strength was getting closer and closer to the top 10. These sophomores will not be Soma Yukihira's opponents, they will only become the nourishment for Soma Yukihira on the road to growth. Polar Star Dormitory. Yang Ming-jun, don't you want to watch Soma-kun's competition? Ishiki Hui said to Fang Lin, who stayed in the dormitory. With Soma's current strength, those ordinary sophomores will not be Soma's opponents. Yang Ming said with a smile. You are so confident? Ishiki Hui asked in confusion. After all, he was the chef who had such confidence in chasing me before. Yang Ming smiled slightly. That's right. Ishiki Hui smiled. With Yang Ming-jun's current strength, perhaps the first place in the 10 elites of Totsuki will be yours, and I feel much more relieved. Haha, Senior Ishiki, what if I challenge you for the 7th place? Yang Ming said with a smile. Please spare me. Ishiki Hui smiled bitterly. I haven't considered this yet, and isn't the conference about to start? Yang Ming said. Conference? Ishiki Hui nodded. Yes, the conference is about to start. It is an alternative stage to compete with the 10 elites. I don't want to participate in such a conference. Don't worry, Senior Ishiki Hui, I won't crush you. Yang Ming said with a smile. I'm just afraid. Yi Shihui looked at Yang Ming, who was moving away, and shook his head. As long as Yang Ming was there, anything could happen. Unknowingly, Yang Ming's strength grew faster and faster, and now Yi Shihui could hardly grasp Yang Ming's strength. It has only been a few months since I came to Polaris Dormitory. In these few months, many students in Polaris Dormitory have undergone earth-shaking changes, but among them, Yang Ming has grown the most terrifyingly. This can compete with the senior sisters. Yi Shihui said softly. In a luxurious European-style building. A meeting is going on here, a meeting about a conference. This year's field internship, a total of 504 students participated, 210 were eliminated, and a total of 294 students remained to the end. Compared with last year, this result can be regarded as excellent. Well, because today is the era of unpolished jade. Everyone is here, right? Nakiri Senseiman looked at the leaders of Totsuki Academy and said, regarding that matter, the notice for the annual Hunting Red Leaves competition has been completed. Yes, Zo and Nakiri Senseiman took out a piece of paper, I designed the illustrations and explanations for this Red Leaves competition. I think it's well done. What do you think? Chapter 1154. Well, because today is the era of unpolished jade. Everyone is here. Nakiri Senseiman looked at the leaders of Totsuki Academy and said, regarding that matter, the notice for the annual Hunting Red Leaves competition has been completed. Yes, Zo and Nakiri Senseiman took out a piece of paper. I designed the illustrations and explanations for this Red Leaves competition. I think it's well done. What do you think? The heads of these Totsuki Academy twitched their eyebrows a little, because these illustrations are really cute, but okay, I can only lie. I personally think it would be better if the fonts were richer. If it is too friendly, then the majesty will be lost. This level of design style is already the limit. Yes, the color matching is also very soft, I think it's good. These Totsuki officials all expressed their suggestions. Well, this Hunting Red Leaf meeting is a traditional regular meeting with a long history. It is a meeting for different years. It is an important event for students to communicate. Nakiri Senseiman said, his eyes shining, and it is also the first face-to-face communication meeting between the outstanding first-year students of the high school department and all the current members of the 10 elites of Totsuki. I am looking forward to it. There is a student named Yang Ming among the first-year students, but he is very powerful. One of the officers laughed. That's right. As the 9th seat of Totsuki now, his strength has long reached an unfathomable level. At this moment, the Hunting Red Leaf competition was slowly confirmed. A few days later, Polar Star Dormitory. Ishiki Hui said to Yang Ming and others with a piece of paper, Yang Ming-jun, the Hunting Red Leaf competition is about to begin, and the promotional page for the competition has also come out. Okay. Yang Ming shrugged. Seeing this poster, he said that there are still things that need to be complained. Hunting Red Leaf competition. Soma Yukihira and Megami Tadakuro next to them said in confusion. They didn't know what this meeting was all about. Oh, you don't know? Ishiki Hui said, this meeting is to select 9 players from the current top 10 members and you first-year freshmen to participate in the official competition. But why is it Hunting Red Leaves? Soma Yukihira had several question marks on his head. The name of this competition is really a bit strange. Is that activity similar to training or field practice? I always feel that if we lose, we will be expelled from school. Megami Tadakuro said nervously. Because they are the top 10, the strongest students in Totsuki. The promotional leaflet for this event was designed by the head of the college himself. The purpose of the event is to let you deepen the communication with the senior students while appreciating the red leaves that blush your face. Ishiki Hui said hurriedly beside him. Is it really a meeting to appreciate the red leaves? Tanako Hui looked at Ishiki Hui and was slightly stunned. But, this is the first time I meet those seniors, I don't know if I can communicate well. Tanako Hui _ was still a little worried. Don't worry, Sister Tanako, you have Yang Ming-jun here. Yang Ming-jun knows many of the top 10 people, after all, he is also one of the top 10. Ishiki Hui smiled. Oh, it seems so. Tanako Hui looked at Yang Ming beside her and smiled slightly relieved. It is always the happiest thing to have Yang Ming-jun around. I'm a little excited. Yukihira Soma said excitedly, I can meet so many people who are more powerful than Ishiki Sr. I don't know what kind of people they are. I'm a little looking forward to it. We are just ordinary people. Ishiki Hui shook his head, and in terms of power, Yang Ming-jun's current strength may be called the best in Totsuki. The gap with Yang Ming is too big, so I will enter the Totsuki top 10 first. Soma Yukihira's eyes showed a determined light. Everyone in Polaris Dormitory still lived the same life as usual. Ibuzaki-shun, what are you packing? Curious Yang Ming sat in the hall of the dormitory watching TV, watching Ibuzaki-shun going in and out of the upstairs and downstairs looking for things. I plan to go home, what about you, what are you going to do during this short vacation? Short vacation? Hey, is there such a thing? How come he has never heard of it? Originally it was just a one-day short vacation, but because of the school's class adjustment, several classes have been replaced during this period, plus Saturday and Sunday, there will be a few days of short vacation. Many people plan to travel or go home to visit relatives during this period, well, you see. Yang Ming looked up and saw the suitcase in Sakaki Ryoko's hand. Ryoko, where are you going? Going home, what are you going to do, Yang Ming-jun? I just found out about the short holiday. I might stay in the dormitory. Would you like to go with me to my house? It's very interesting. The long-legged lady with purple straight hair made such an invitation, which made Yang Ming a little unable to control himself. Forget it, it's better not to bother. Yang Ming was quite tempted, but for the holiday, he should go back and ask Alice, Nikari and Irina what activities they have. At noon, on the phone. What? You are going back to Europe? Yang Ming exclaimed. Yes, Dad has something to do, so it's a good opportunity to go back during this holiday. What? You don't even play with me. Yang Ming's voice was full of grievances. That you have failed me. You can go with me. I will take you to play and eat delicious food after I'm done. Alice Nikari began to seduce Yang Ming. Yang Ming took the bait without hesitation. If I can, of course I will go. If I can. Alice Nikari accurately grasped the keywords in Yang Ming's words. I don't have a visa for Europe. Oh, then there's nothing I can do. Just look at the photos I sent you to satisfy your craving. I'm going to play with Irina. Yang Ming said indignantly. Didn't I tell you that Irina has to go with me? Yang Ming was really defeated this time. If he had known earlier, he would have followed his classmates to visit his hometown and experience the different customs and practices of various parts of Japan. However, when he bought a lot of snacks from the supermarket and was ready to stay in the dormitory for a few days to play games and comics ordered online, he ran into Yukihira Soma. Hey, Soma-kun, why are you still here? Yang Ming said, holding a pile of things. Those who were going to go home and travel took the bus in the morning, and now it's almost afternoon. Yukihira Soma was a little embarrassed. What should he say? Should he say that he was waiting for him here? Chapter 1155. Hey, Soma-kun, why are you still here? Yang Ming said, holding a pile of things. I was going to go home and travel, but I took the bus in the morning. Now it's almost afternoon. Yukihira Soma was a little embarrassed. What should he say? Should he say that he was waiting for him here? I got up a little late this morning. I just packed my things and didn't have time to leave. Yukihira Soma lied without hesitation. Got up late? He actually got up at around 6 o'clock, but Yang Ming got up so late that he basically didn't know when others got up. Sure enough, Yang Ming said, then you should take the bus early. If you take the bus now, it will be almost evening when you go back. Are you staying in the dormitory these days? Yukihira Soma asked. Yes. Do you want to go back to Xingping with me for a few days? Yukihira Soma was a little embarrassed, but finally said this. Ah? What should I do in Xingping? Yang Ming didn't think much about it, but just felt it was a bit troublesome. After this period of time, he can no longer stay at home for a month without going out like before. Now he hopes to be with friends, walk outside more and talk to others. Grandma Wengsu is not here these days. Are you going to eat these snacks to survive? I plan to go back to ventilate the store, clean it up, and open it for a few days. You can also try my cooking skills. Yukihira Soma smiled and put forward reasons. What? Grandma Wengsu is not here these days. Yang Ming finally lost his composure. Okay, wait for me, I'll pack up. Snacks can only survive, not survive. Yang Ming understood this truth a long time ago. In fact, Yang Ming can also make his own food in the kitchen of the dormitory, but as a lazy person, how can he do such a troublesome thing? Yukihira Soma looked at the boy's brisk pace and showed a relaxed smile on his face. It's just that. Yang Ming-jun, are you going out for a few days or moving? Why are you carrying so many things? Yukihira Soma had a shoulder bag on his waist, and 2 heavy backpacks in his left and right hands. Needless to say, these 2 belonged to Yang Ming. I can't help it. I have to bring spare clothes, toiletries, books I want to read these days, PSP, comics, and a few novels I plan to get signed this time. I can understand the first few things, but can't the latter be left in the dormitory? Besides, those are not a few novels, they are 3 sets of 9 books. They are all daily necessities. Yang Ming classified things like game consoles and comics as daily necessities without changing his expression. As for the novels, I plan to sign them and give them to Irina Nikari and Alice Nikari. Okay. Yukihira Soma had to admit it. After all, no matter what happened, he had caused it himself. Moreover, he actually didn't have any impatience in his heart, he just wanted to have a few words with Yang Ming on purpose. The snail carries a heavy shell and climbs up step by step. Yang Ming walks slowly in front with his hands behind his back, letting Soma Yukihira chase behind. Oh, don't sing. The cheerful tune and the lyrics that are extremely relevant to the current reality made Soma Yukihira speechless. Why, it doesn't sound good. That's not the case. Okay, I'll help you get some. Yang Ming couldn't stand it anymore. If you keep walking like this, you won't be able to reach the station at 2 o'clock. Yang Ming, you are so nice. Isn't it? The boy smiled indifferently. I think so too. Soma Yukihira and Yang Ming just caught a bus, saving a little time. I haven't been back since I enrolled. The store has been dusty for so long without ventilation and cleaning, right? Sitting in the car, Yukihira Soma's tone was relaxed, of course, not just because he could go home. It's only been a few months since I left Yukihira, but it always feels like I've been away for a long time. This time in Totsuki Academy is urgent and dangerous. The heavy weight made him improve greatly, but his nerves were also tense to the extreme. It was certainly a good thing to be able to go home and rest for a few days. Yang Ming was in the mood to relax. I think people on that street miss the food of Xingping. During the time when he ate and drank at Xingping, he witnessed with his own eyes that Xingping was full of customers from morning to night. It was just like those star-rated restaurants. But it was also true that the taste of the food in a family restaurant was almost the same as the skills of the hotel chef. The price was cheap and the portion was large. There was absolutely no reason to refuse. Yet, Yukihira Soma thought seriously, then let's open the store for a while these few days. Not long after lunch, Yang Ming implemented the principle of sleeping at noon, and took a nap in the car. The car soon arrived in the city. The key of Xingping was always kept close to him in Yukihira Soma's trouser pocket. After entering the store from the back door with Yang Ming, the two of them first cleaned the dust in the store. Before leaving, Soma Yukihira pulled the curtains tightly, so that the dust outside did not come in, so the cleaning was much better than expected. It's almost time to open the store. As soon as Soma Yukihira pushed open the shutter door in front, more than a dozen people rushed over, all of whom were old customers living near this street. Isn't this the boy Yukihira? It's been a long time since we last met. You finally came back. The uncle's hands were not light, and they patted Soma Yukihira's shoulders so hard that they hurt. Haha. I just came back to open the door and get some fresh air. Yukihira restaurant is open. This news quickly caused an uproar on this commercial street, and Soma Yukihira realized at this time the terribleness of the so-called word of mouth. Then, please wait a moment, I haven't been back for so long, and there is nothing in the refrigerator. Let me prepare the ingredients first. Soma Yukihira quickly put on an apron and entered the role of a small shop owner. It's just. Didn't we agree that I would come here to eat and drink for free? Why should I help you too? Yang Ming, who was originally a guest, also put on an apron and worked in the kitchen. When serving dishes to guests, he had to deal with the guests' mischievous eyes and strange smiles. Hey, long time no see, Yang Ming Jun. An uncle who had seen Yang Ming greeted him. Long time no see, Uncle Jushin. Chapter 1156. Hey, long time no see, Yang Ming Jun. An uncle who had seen Yang Ming greeted him. Long time no see, Uncle Jushin. An aunt gossiped, Yang Ming, I heard about you. The news that you participated in the competition has been spread before. Really? Then what do you think of my daughter? I'll ask her to come out and talk to you alone some other day. Why are you talking about this kind of thing suddenly? Yang Ming was confused. But soon, he found that this auntie had set a bad example. The other uncles and aunties had strange looks in their eyes. They pestered Yang Ming's parents one by one and introduced their own daughters. Yang Ming was confused and complained to Soma Yukihira, you should work. I'm afraid that if I stay here, I will be snatched away by the uncles and aunties and paired with their daughters. Ha ha ha. There are too many people. I can't handle it alone. I have to trouble Yang Ming Jun. Soma Yukihira's silly smile made Yang Ming helpless. Okay, really. It is said that you only know how to cherish after you lose it. Although the people living on this commercial street used to choose Yukihira without a doubt when it came to eating, whether it was a treat or something else, they never felt how important Yukihira was. It was not until Yukihira Joichiro went abroad and Yukihira Soma went to study in Totsuki that they realized the importance of this small restaurant. That is a place where ordinary people like them can also experience the joy that food can bring. So during the short business hours of Xingping this time, The old customers who knew the news came here without any trouble, just to enjoy the familiar taste. Well, it's okay to introduce your daughter to Yang Ming. Welcome. After waves of customers came and went out satisfied, the number of customers gradually decreased, making Yang Ming and Soma Yukihira feel much more relaxed. It's a bit strange, Soma Yukihira said to Yang Ming, who was cleaning up the plates after sending a few customers out. What's wrong? The boy raised his head, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and asked. I always feel that there are a few pedestrians on the road. It should be very lively at this time. Indeed. Today is Friday, and it's time to get off school and get off work, and tomorrow is the weekend, and many people would take advantage of this time to buy something and go home for the weekend. On a normal Friday afternoon, there are a lot of people here. Although there are many customers in the Xingping store, many of them live nearby and come here to show their support. Ah! As if to deliberately attract their attention, a heavy sigh sounded beside Yukihira Soma's ears. Ah, business street owners, what's wrong with you? Yukihira Soma only then noticed that the people at the table next to him were the owners of several stores on this business street, but it was strange. At this time, they were not in a hurry to sell things, so how could they have time to sit here and eat? Ah, so annoying. The speaker was Tomita Tomoya, the owner of the convenience store on the commercial street. Brother Yukihira, you don't know what happened on this commercial street recently. Yukihira Soma was silent. He really didn't know anything. What happened? A month ago, the commercial facilities in the station were renovated and opened, the so-called station shop. Yang Ming also stopped what he was doing and came over. Station shop? It should be the kind of store set up in the station for customers on their way to school or get off work, right? Generally, they are some clothing stores or bookstores, mainly for the convenience of customers on the road, and it will not have any big impact on a commercial street of this scale. But the facts are obviously different from what Yang Ming thought. We didn't pay much attention to them when they opened before, but we didn't expect that they would have such a big impact on our business. Hey! The most popular one is the fried chicken shop, which is the shop that won the gold medal in the All Japan Fried Chicken competition for 3 consecutive years. And the crowds of shoppers all flowed to the station shop to buy fried chicken. As a result, the commercial store gradually lost business, right? Yukihira Soma reasoned. Yes. Boss Tomita nodded heavily, and the more he talked, the more sad he became. It seems that the pressure these days is really too great. The turnover of my bento shop is also decreasing day by day. If it continues like this, it won't be long before it will be closed. A small boss next to him also said, they have invested a huge amount this time, forget it. This is the so-called trend of the times. This commercial street will face such a day sooner or later. Many customers around also listened quietly to the complaints here. Indeed, since the station shop opened, they rarely went to this commercial street. Then, I'll think of something. Yukihira Soma groaned for a moment and said this. Puff Yang Ming, who had been listening quietly beside him, almost burst out laughing. Yukihira Soma. How confident are you? You want to overthrow a commercial district? That kind of thing is too much, Soma. Manager Tomita was a little panicked when he saw Yukihira Soma's high spirits. Whether it's funding or attractiveness, we are far behind the other party. God knows that he was just a little depressed these days and complained casually, why did the kid from the Yukihira family take it seriously? Didn't you say that the main product of the opponent is fried chicken nuggets? Then we will use new fried chicken nuggets that can compete with them to revitalize the commercial street. A small boss next to him shook his head, how can it be so simple? The opponent is a gold medal store that has won the Japanese fried chicken nuggets competition for 3 consecutive years. It must have taken a lot of effort to make it. How can we compete with them in a short time? Someone echoed, not only that, they are so popular now. Even if we steal their skills and make fried chicken nuggets similar to theirs, we are not their opponents, unless we are more attractive than them. These people actually thought that Xiao Xing would steal their skills? They have a rich imagination. However, Soma Yukihira did not defend himself, but his face was a little red. I think he was angry. Yang Ming touched his chin. Soma Yukihira seemed to have a lot of feelings for this commercial street. Manager Tomita seemed to want to say something else, but Soma Yukihira interrupted him and said, it's better than doing nothing, right? Chapter 1157. However, Soma Yukihira did not defend himself, but his face was a little red, probably because he was angry. Yang Ming touched his chin, and Soma Yukihira seemed to have a lot of feelings for this commercial street. Manager Tomita seemed to want to say something else, but Soma Yukihira interrupted him and said, "It's better than doing nothing, right?" Indeed. Like these small bosses in the commercial street, with the enemy in front of them, they did nothing but drink and sulk here. On the contrary, Soma Yukihira, who had just returned, was stopped by these people when he was about to compete with the opponent. Yang Ming really wanted to ask them, "Are these guys still men? Customers are very greedy." After a moment of silence, Soma Yukihira suddenly said, "As long as we can bring out good things, they will definitely find it." Although the address of the store in the station is well chosen, there are many restrictions on the stores there, while the commercial street does not have so many troubles. Regarding the fried chicken nuggets, Yang Ming and I will find a way. If there is a need when I need your help, please don't refuse. Listening to Soma Yukihira's words, it seems that it has nothing to do with them. The small bosses in the commercial street are happy now. As long as they are not involved, everything is fine. No problem. If you have anything, find your Uncle Kaga. It's just a matter of one sentence. Yang Ming looked at Soma Yukihira, who was talking as if he was looking at an alien. This guy must be possessed by an alien, right? The words just now came from this guy who always speaks without thinking. Then, Soma-kun, let's go to that store to take a look after the customers have finished eating. Yang Ming said. Well, that's true. Know yourself and know your enemy. Soma Yukihira also agreed, but he was still thinking about a problem. Since he was almost eliminated from the last residential training because he was not familiar with the buffet process, he has been more sensitive to things other than cooking, and he will think more about everything. Like this time, making fried chicken nuggets is not a complicated thing. In the store, they often make fried chicken rice and other things, but the things sold in the store should be different from the retail fried chicken nuggets. Ask more about things you don't understand. This is the biggest lesson Soma Yukihira has learned. Fried chicken nuggets involve cooked food, and may require some knowledge that only cooked food can use. He has always only been able to make some home-cooked dishes. Just like his weak knowledge of buffets, he doesn't know much about this aspect. And among the people Soma Yukihira knows, people who have knowledge in this area. Fried chicken nuggets, chicken, meat. Yes. He can find Rume. Yang Ming-jun. Please look after the store for a while, I'll make a phone call. Soma Yukihira turned and shouted to Yang Ming. What? Before Yang Ming could reply, he saw Soma Yukihira running out with his phone. What are you talking about? Is this his store or my own store? Believe it or not, I'm running away with my pots and pans. Boss, come and settle the bill. A customer shouted next to him. Okay, I'm coming. Although he kept complaining in his heart, Yang Ming's actions did not fall behind at all. Are the boss and the boss in the same school? Have you developed feelings beyond friendship? Did you know a man was going after him? A customer joked. I'm just his classmate. Yang Ming defended himself while collecting the money, but the slight rise in his tone revealed his bad mood at the moment. Soma-kun. Why did you come back just now? You really dare to leave me here alone? Who is this? Yang Ming's roar stopped abruptly. The girl standing behind Soma Yukihira was dressed very fashionably, with short golden hair that highlighted her unique charm, and her skin showing a healthy wheat color. Of course, the most eye-catching thing was her plump, round, and curvy figure. What did Japanese girls eat to grow up? Yang Ming couldn't help but hold his forehead. Irina was the same, and Alice was the same. How come they all developed so well? Is it because of the evil capitalist society? Let me introduce you, this is my classmate, Yang Ming. Soma Yukihira turned around and said, this is my friend, Mito Yume, you can just call her Rume. Soma Yukihira. Didn't I tell you not to promote this name everywhere? Be careful or I'll kill you. Mito Yume's face flushed, and her expression was a little excited. If someone else called her this name randomly, she would definitely turn her face and not recognize her, but since Soma Yukihira called her this, she was just saying it. And she was a little panicked at the moment. When Soma Yukihira asked her for help before, he didn't say that there were other people here. She had imagined the scene of the two of them discussing cooking together. As if seeing Yang Ming's doubts, Soma Yukihira explained, I don't know much about cooked food, and Rome is an expert in this area. It's right to ask her to do it. Mito Yume. Yang Ming slapped his right fist, and she remembered. Isn't this the one who fought with Soma-kun in food battle and lost miserably, but ended up falling in love with him out of hatred? Okay, since our camps are all here. Then this fried chicken battle. Let's go and scout the enemy immediately. Wait a minute. Yang Ming said softly, the things in the store haven't been cleaned up yet, let's clean them up together first. Ah. Okay. Soma Yukihira followed him in. Yang Ming still had to do the things in the store. He felt a little embarrassed after realizing it. Mito-san, if it's not too much trouble, can you help me? Yang Ming's smile at this time was like a big brother next door. No problem. Please help me. Although it was just a simple sentence, Yang Ming had already defined the identities of the two people and acted like the owner of this place. And this place is called Yukihira. After cleaning up the miscellaneous things in the store with Yang Ming and Mito Yume, and apologetically informing some customers that it was closed, Soma Yukihira closed the store door again, and the three of them went to the station together. It was only evening now, and the setting sun passed through the thin clouds. The three figures intertwined behind him. Yukihira Soma felt that Yang Ming today, how to say it, a little abnormal, cheerful, and generous, like the gentle breeze in April. The indifferent character before was completely restrained, and he exuded an indescribable aura. Usually Yang Ming taught him all kinds of lessons and complained about him, but now he was a little uncomfortable with this change. Ha! Have I become a masochist? Yukihira Soma complained about himself. Is it because of the presence of outsiders? Yukihira Soma attributed this situation to Mito Yume. Chapter 1158. Usually Yang Ming taught him all kinds of lessons and complained about him, but now he was a little uncomfortable with this change. Ha! Have I become a masochist? Yukihira Soma complained about himself. Is it because of the presence of outsiders? Yukihira Soma attributed this situation to Mito Yume. Many people are like this. When you first meet someone, you think they are very sensible and obedient. When you get to know them a little better, you will find that this guy is also a funny guy. I have to say that Yukihira Soma's guess is not much different. It is indeed related to Mito Izumi, but there are no deeper reasons. Mito Izumi, who is standing next to him, looks very friendly on the surface. She used to help Yukihira Soma clean the table and pack the ingredients diligently. Now walking on the road, I wonder in my heart, what is the relationship between this man and Yukihira Soma? Mito Izumi had heard of Yang Ming from Nakiri Arena before, and knew that she was a friend of Nakiri Arena and Nakiri Alice, but she didn't look closely. Yang Ming is not the kind of boy who makes people stunning at first sight, but if you stay together for a while, those very dark and bright eyes can really make people fall in love with him. Asking herself, Mito Yume thought that if she were a girl, she might chase Yang Ming. Is he Arena's boyfriend? Hey? What's wrong? Mito-san, is there something dirty on my face? Yang Ming asked curiously after being looked at by Mito Yume for a long time. Nothing. Mito Yume also realized that her behavior was a bit impolite. The station arrived soon. The distance between the commercial street where they were before and the station was about one street plus a turn. After all, if they were too far away, how could they compete with each other? Wow, this place has really become quite beautiful. Yukihira Soma exclaimed. Yang Ming had been here before and stayed in a hotel nearby. At that time, this place had just been built not long ago. Except for a station and several hotels and supermarkets surrounding the station, it was a bare area. Now, it is decorated quite modernly, with marble floor tiles, white tiles, posters and advertisements everywhere, and exhibits at the door of the store. Compared with the crowds coming and going in the station, it is really amazing to see the changes here in just 3 months. Is it there? After turning around, although there is more than one store selling fried chicken, Yang Ming quickly determined the target this time. Fried Chicken Nuggets Specialty Store. Mozuya. Facing the magnificent store door, Soma Yukihira looked at the sign and read it word by word. It should be here, right? The store next to it is weak compared to this one. A delicatessen selling fried chicken, there are so many customers that they have to line up to enter. Needless to say, it must be the gold medal fried chicken store in the station store mentioned by President Tomita. Come on. Welcome. The salesperson of Mozuya tried hard to attract customers at the door, but Soma Yukihira thought it was completely unnecessary. How could anyone get into this crowded store? Soma Yukihira. Is the store you mentioned Mozuya? Mito Yume was also stunned when she saw the sign. Soma Yukihira told her that he had to find a way to compete with a fried chicken store, and she thought it was a small store. This Mozuya is not just any small store. Hey? Did you know? Soma Yukihira looked at Mito Yume's reaction and felt that he had found the right person. It's a super famous fried chicken shop in Kansai. Mito Yume explained, and the person at the door of the store is not a salesperson. Who is that? Mito Yume pointed at the woman who smiled at the customer and said, that person is Naka Mozuno Toraya, the general manager of Mozuno Toraya, which has set up the main store in Kyoto and expanded its branches to the entire Kansai area. That person is the general manager. Yukihira Soma wondered, but why did the general manager come here? Well, from reading novels and watching TV dramas, we know that the general manager of a chain store is actually equivalent to a president-level figure. Don't they all drink tea and talk about business in the office? He is actually here, as a salesperson. He is also soliciting customers in person. Hearing this question, Mito Yume was speechless for a moment, but Yang Ming said slowly, this should be the first branch of Mozuno Toraya in Tokyo. If you want to be in a place where food and fashion gather, you must be a general manager. They should take it very seriously to establish a base in Tokyo. Another meaning of taking it very seriously is that the opponent is very difficult to deal with. Then, let's line up and take a look. After hearing so much and witnessing the grand occasion of Mozuya with his own eyes, Yukihira Soma's heart began to beat. Let's buy a few more fried food. Yang Ming suddenly said. Hey? Why? I like that packaging box. Yang Ming pointed to the packaging box in the hand of a housewife. Surrounded by the cherry blossom pattern, a cute little chicken stood in the middle with its head tilted, looking very cute. Well, okay. Before, Soma Yukihira only planned to buy one to take back, but now, let's buy one of each flavor. The fragrant smell in the fried chicken shop is really irresistible. The grand layout, enthusiastic shopping guides and a strange herd mentality make this place the focus of the store in the station and even the gold medal store. It is not without reason. The three of them lined up at different counters for a while and bought fried chicken with curry, sweet and spicy, original, and other flavors, preparing to try them after returning. It was still early when they returned to Yukihira, but Soma Yukihira had already started to study fried chicken. At night, he always has more inspiration than usual. The fried chicken bought from Mozuya was placed on the table of Yukihira, and the three of them sat around. Then let's try it. Soma Yukihira said casually, carefully unsealing the boxes in his hands. After all, Yang Ming had agreed to take these boxes. In his opinion, this kind of fried chicken shop should be so prosperous because of the extremely well-decorated storefront and the location at the station. As for the taste, it should be not much different from the fried chicken he had eaten before. After all, he is now a person from Totsuki, and he has tasted all kinds of delicacies, just like the previous residential study, the last super luxurious reward banquet presented by Totsuki graduates, which was really eye-opening. But, the facts prove that there is no false person under the reputation. Chapter 1159. After all, he is now a person from Totsuki, and he has tasted all kinds of delicacies, just like the previous residential study, the last super luxurious reward banquet presented by Totsuki graduates, which was really eye-opening. But, the facts prove that there is no false person under the reputation. When the fried chicken nuggets enter the mouth, the smooth chicken and the delicious fat burst out from the crispy batter. Spreading in the mouth, the light aroma of bread crumbs wrapped the outside, and the chicken inside was tender and juicy. The juicy chicken did not lose its tender fragrance during the frying process. The thin batter locked the fragrance and the juice of the chicken. It did not burst out until the batter and the teeth broke, just like an army ambushed in the bushes, and immediately rushed down as soon as the order was issued. It's amazing. Yukihira Soma had eaten such delicious food outside of school for a long time. This fried chicken is delicious. This sweet and spicy one is also delicious. Yang Ming picked up a piece with a toothpick. Would you like to try it? Okay. Yukihira Soma was about to take it with his hand, but found that Yang Ming had already brought the chicken on the toothpick to his mouth. Open your mouth. Ah. Yukihira Soma opened his mouth obediently and let the fried chicken fall into his mouth. Is it his illusion? This piece of chicken seems to be particularly delicious. The different spicy, salty, and sweet tastes are also the fun of eating fried chicken. But Mito Yume clearly tasted a little bitterness in the fried chicken in front of her. How is this fried chicken made? Do you have any ideas? Yukihira Soma asked Mito Yume. The girl in a short-sleeved shirt and hot pants did not respond for a long time. Meet me. Yukihira Soma looked at Mito Yume, who had been eating fried chicken in a depressed mood since just now. Oh, this. Mito Yume said as if she had just come to her senses. The tenderness and taste of this chicken should be the local chicken of Omi. As the eldest daughter of the family business of the Rillian Group, Mito Yume knows about the more famous meats in Japan. Omi is most famous for its Wagyu and local chicken. Yang Ming nodded. Even a foreigner like him knew the city of Omi. It is located on the southeast shore of Lake Biwa in central Honshu, close to Kyoto. Perhaps it is because of the nourishment of Lake Biwa, the largest Wagyu in Japan, that Omi Wagyu, one of the 3 major Wagyu in Japan, is produced. That's right. Said Soma Yukihira, Omi is very close to Kyoto. If Mozuya, headquartered in Kyoto, gets its ingredients from there, it is indeed very convenient. Very happy that her opinion was accepted by others, Mito Yume continued, that's the way it is in terms of ingredients, but what's wrong? Asked Soma Yukihira. This fried chicken is very flavorful. It should have been fully soaked in marinade before frying, but I haven't figured out the other ingredients except applesauce and onions. Mito Yume looked a little confused, but in her opinion, apart from Marina Nakiri, who has the divine tongue, who else can know the ingredients of a certain food after tasting it for the first time? Don't worry about that, I can taste some. Mito Yume looked up and saw Yang Ming's gentle smile. In addition to apples and onions, there should be ginger, garlic, black pepper, soy sauce, and cooking wine. If I'm not mistaken, there is also a little sesame oil and hot and sour sauce. Yukihira Soma and Mito Yume looked at Yang Ming speechlessly. How can this be a taste? Did you steal someone's recipe? Okay. Then let's get ready to start. Yukihira Soma has always been a man of action. Although the ingredients and seasonings in the store are very scarce, and they were bought from the next door when they were temporarily opened for a while, with the support of various stores on the commercial street, Yukihira Soma's preparations were easily completed. Imitation is the first step to surpassing. Soma Yukihira plans to try the recipe he guessed. First cut the chicken into appropriate sizes, then rub it with marinade, applesauce and onions, and add some ginger paste. The taste should be quite layered. The 3 of them worked together and it was easy for them to cook such a simple dish as fried chicken. Soon, the chicken nuggets coated with cornstarch jumped into the oil pan and came out of the pan freshly a moment later. Come on. Try it. Soma Yukihira took the fried chicken nuggets out of the oil pan, drained the oil and put them on a plate. It's delicious. Not bad, not bad. Both the man and the woman praised it. Yukihira Soma ate a piece of it himself a little embarrassedly. His expression changed several times, and finally he sighed, no, the impact on the taste buds is still less than that of Mozuya. Although the layering is a little different, the general direction is correct. The ingredients of the marinade used by Mozuya should be these, but the ratio is not very clear. Yang Ming said. As expected of the champion of the Japanese fried chicken contest. Really hard to deal with. Yukihira Soma used chopsticks to stir the fried chicken on the plate. The marinade they used is very high quality, blending all the flavors together, but the taste is distinct. I don't know how long it took to finally complete it. To compete with such a powerful sauce, just a few days are not enough. Yang Ming had the urge to hold his forehead. It took them several years to come up with the recipe. You finally know that a few days can't rush it. Why should we use fried chicken to compete with them? Mito Yume suddenly said, in fact, the difference in fried chicken lies in the quality of the meat. The ordinary chicken we bought in the store can't compete with the other side's Omi local chicken. In this case, the same meat can also be divided into beef, pork. There are many other choices. That's right. Yang Ming also reacted, the main task is to revitalize the commercial street instead of making top-notch fried chicken, right? As long as the goal is achieved, isn't it okay? Well, I was led astray by Xiao Xing before, and I always thought that I must make a fried chicken nugget that can surpass Mozuya. Now I think that as long as I make a delicious snack that is easy to sell in places like commercial streets, it will be fine. In Yang Ming's opinion, it is unimaginable that the street snacks in Japan have remained at the level of taiyaki, crepes, and oden for so many years. Taiwan's night markets have evolved into dozens of versions, okay. Chapter 1160. Well, I was led astray by Xiao Xing before, and I always thought that I must make a fried chicken nugget that can surpass Moziya. Now I think that as long as I make a delicious snack that is easy to sell in places like commercial streets, it will be fine. In Yang Ming's opinion, it is unimaginable that the street snacks in Japan have remained at the level of taiyaki, crepes, and oden for so many years. Taiwan's night markets have evolved into dozens of versions, okay. However, Soma Yukihira still seems to have doubts. Using more delicious fried chicken to compete with them will better attract customers, right? If you use different dishes, it will be difficult to rebuild the reputation. It must be said that Soma Yukihira's considerations are indeed becoming more and more mature. Indeed, if there are more beautiful fried chicken nuggets on the commercial street now, it is almost a spire built on the other party's huge reputation. Choosing fried chicken nuggets is to choose to stand on the shoulders of giants. Fried chicken nuggets that are more delicious than Moziya. This can be used as a slogan in itself. How about using A5 beef? Mito Yume said. A5 beef. Soma Yukihira's eyes lit up. He has tasted Mito Yume's beef dishes. The kind of beef that melts in the mouth will also be a hot topic if it appears here. But isn't that expensive? Soma Yukihira asked. Since we are classmates, I can ask Mito Group to wholesale the best ingredients to you at cost price. Mito Yume looked at Yang Ming proudly, she could finally help. How much is it? Yukihira Soma started. She calculated that according to the amount of a serving, ordinary beef costs about 1,000 yen for 100 grams. So, for A5 grade beef, the price of the snack should be set higher. 1,800 yen for 100 grams is probably acceptable, right? Japanese beef is not expensive. They can buy a lot of beef from Australia and America. The average price converted into RMB is only 30 yuan per kg, which is about the same as in China. Of course, Japanese beef is more expensive, about 50 yuan per kg. As for the world's top beef, Kobe beef, Songpo beef, Yonezawa beef, etc. are all high-cost beef, which ordinary people can't afford. Let me think about it. 3,500 yuan for 100 grams. It's so cheap. Yang Ming on the side was stunned. A5 grade beef only costs 3,500 yuan. What kind of price is this? Can she buy a few caddies to take back? Is that so? Mito Yume smiled embarrassedly. In fact, this price was even lower than the cost price. If Soma Yukihira needed it, she could lose her own money to make up for the difference. After all, she was willing to do it. Little did she know that their conversation had deeply hit Soma Yukihira. I'd better not use it. Hey? Don't be polite to me just because the price is too cheap. Really not use it? Haha, I'll find another way. Soma Yukihira smiled awkwardly. What should he say? Say that he can't afford it. That's too embarrassing. Yang Ming, do you have any ideas? Soma Yukihira asked, seeing that Yang Ming was about to speak. Why don't we take advantage of the characteristics of the commercial street? Yang Ming said after thinking for a while. The characteristics of the commercial street. Hearing this term, Soma Yukihira, who was originally confused, seemed to have a mist in front of his eyes waiting to be blown away. What is the best way to eat fried chicken nuggets? Yang Ming tilted his head and looked at Soma Yukihira. Of course, we fry it and eat it right after we fry it. Yukihira Soma suddenly realized, that's right. We can make a difference in this aspect. What do you mean? Mito Yume couldn't help asking. She didn't understand the two people's riddles from the beginning. Soma Yukihira felt that the problem had been solved, and he was in a good mood. He explained with a smile, Moziya is located inside the station. Although it has a good location, it also has a disadvantage that cannot be ignored, that is, their fried chicken cannot be eaten immediately after frying. Can't be eaten immediately after frying. Yes. In order to make it easier for people taking the train to go home, they will put the fried chicken nuggets in a sealed box so that the smell will not leak, right? Soma Yukihira pointed to the box with fluttering cherry blossom petals. Customers simply cannot eat fried chicken nuggets in a neat store. Their fried chicken nuggets are not designed to be eaten immediately after purchase, but are designed to be eaten at home. Soma Yukihira's eyes sparkled. We can find a breakthrough here. What they can't do, we can do. This is the key to solving the problem. Not only that, there are many schools in the commercial street, From elementary school to university. In the evening, these students on their way home will always want to buy something to eat. Yang Ming said excitedly, we should make use of our geographical advantage. That's it. The keyword is fried chicken nuggets that can be eaten while walking. In this way, we will have a chance of winning in a short time. Yukihira Soma's lively mood also led the other two. Then let's get started. Since the customers are mainly students, then try to use a recipe that slightly suits their taste. The fried chicken nuggets recipe of Mozuya contains several years of chefs who are passionate about fried chicken. The final perfect proportion of marinade accumulated from countless experiments is not something they can imitate casually. Therefore, they have to use a compromise to avoid this. This is what they are doing now. For the revival of the commercial street. Yukihira Soma's second attempt began without delay. Fruit puree and onion make the fried chicken nuggets more flavorful, but for students, the effect may not be as good as using curry powder to season. Well, let's do it this way. The flavor of chicken is the most important step in all the processes of fried chicken nuggets. Soma Yukihira also thought about this step for a long time. He sprinkled some cheese powder on the chicken nuggets that he had cut before, and let the cheese powder melt on the surface of the chicken nuggets. How does it taste? After frying, the golden fried chicken nuggets looked particularly tempting. Soma Yukihira resisted the desire to eat a piece first and brought the plate to the two girls. Well, it's delicious. Mito Yume said so, but Soma Yukihira could clearly hear the insincerity in her words. Yang Ming said very directly, your fried chicken nuggets are far from Mozuya's. It makes people feel completely unsatisfied. Soma Yukihira didn't think anything of it. It was just a casual work of his, but according to Yang Ming, there should be a lot of room for adjustment. Chapter 1161. It's delicious. Mito Yume. Although he said so, Soma Yukihira could clearly hear the insincerity in his words. Yang Ming said directly, your fried chicken is far from the Mozuya fried chicken. It doesn't make people feel satisfied at all. Soma Yukihira didn't think anything of it, it was just his casual work, but according to Yang Ming, there should be a lot of room for adjustment. If you eat while walking, the size of the chicken should be smaller, and there can be more flavors to meet the needs of different groups of people, honey marinade, New Orleans marinade, etc. It must be said that with Soma Yukihira's unremitting efforts, he is about to successfully develop the explosive chicken popcorn. After trying it a few more times, the taste has steadily improved, but in Yang Ming's opinion, it is only a surface improvement, and it still has no impact on people's taste buds. Mito Yume suggested, Mozuya uses chicken breast meat, which is low in calories and fat. Since you want to achieve the kind of solid and delicious taste that is just fried, it is better to use more juicy and elastic chicken thigh meat. Okay. Let's try it again with chicken thigh meat. Yukihira Soma gladly accepted Mito Yume's opinion. Although he is also very confident in cooking, the advice given by Rume, who is proficient in meat cooking, must be correct. He tried to make another one with chicken thigh meat. The meat master is indeed worthy of his reputation. The fried chicken nuggets made with chicken thigh meat are more juicy than before. Isn't it just a change of chicken thigh meat? Is it necessary to be so happy? Yang Ming looked at the two people talking happily and felt a little uncomfortable. So he also came over and suggested, let's improve the recipe of the marinade. Since chicken thighs are used, soy sauce and chili powder can be used for the marinade. Mito Yume, who was enjoying the praise of Yukihira Soma, was suddenly interrupted. Seeing Yukihira Soma start to talk to Yang Ming, she said, it's also a good idea to use corn flour to make the dough. Corn flour dough will have a smoother taste. Mito Yume was not to be outdone and immediately continued. Corn flour dough? It really goes well with this. Yukihira Soma's eyes lit up. Then, pay more attention to the packaging. Isn't there a boss on the commercial street who makes this? I'll go ask for you later. Yang Ming proposed another idea that Yukihira Soma couldn't refuse. Yukihira-kun, I think you can change the type of chicken. Since others use Omi's local chicken, can we also use some better chicken? For example, Akita Prefecture's Hina chicken, which is much more cost-effective than A5 grade beef. Mito Yume raised the issue of meat quality again. If necessary, I can call back and ask now. And Yang Ming pulled Soma Yukihira on the left. Here too. Mito Yume patted Soma Yukihira's right shoulder. At this time, even someone as slow as Soma Yukihira felt that something was wrong. That There is no chili powder and cornmeal in the store, I'll go out and buy some first. Yang Ming and Mito Yume looked at Soma Yukihira's back as he fled in panic, and looked at each other. After repeated attempts, Soma Yukihira finally finalized the final product. Is this almost done? Yet. A man and a woman were eating and couldn't speak at all. But since these two gourmets who have tasted all kinds of food can't bear to speak, his dish has been a great success. I'll call manager Tomita over. After all, they all have to go back to school. They can only start the counterattack of the commercial street against the shops in the station. The follow-up depends on manager Tomita and his team. After a phone call, manager Tomita quickly rushed to the kitchen of Yukihira, with a little sweat on his forehead. It can be seen that he is very positive about this matter. However, even if Soma Yukihira is the one to do the competition between fried chicken nuggets, he does not have much confidence. The gold medal of the All Japan Fried Chicken competition for 3 consecutive years is no joke. It's just... What is this? I thought I would see the fried golden chicken nuggets, but what Soma Yukihira brought over was a pancake roll wrapped with something. Sumaika Avenue Fried Chicken Roll. Welcome to taste. Looking at the chicken roll, manager Tomita was a little stunned. Did he come up with something new because the taste of the fried chicken was not as good as the other parties? But wrapping chicken and lettuce in a dough can beat the best fried chicken in Japan? He didn't believe it. We'll talk about the rest later. Manager Tomita, try it first. Yukihira Soma's smile was full of confidence that could not be concealed. Manager Tomita nodded and picked up the fried chicken roll. It was so hot just out of the oven that he could only bite it in small pieces with his mouth. The wrapped dough was fried golden and crispy on the outside and soft and white on the inside. The aroma of scallion oil and gluten came to his nose, and when he bit into the fried chicken further, his whole body trembled. The crispy skin made a crackling sound in his mouth, and the aroma poured back from his throat through his nasal cavity, as if the whole person was numb with the fragrance. Be careful when pinching the bottom, because if you use a little force, the hot cheese sandwiched in the chicken will flow out and burn your tongue. In a few seconds, a fried chicken roll disappeared in President Tomita's hand. He looked at Soma Yukihira with shining eyes. Are there any more? If you want to eat, there are still many. Tell me what you think first. Do you think the taste can compare with the fried chicken in Mozuya? President Tomita stared at the bag of fried chicken rolls in his hand, as if he wanted to absorb all the aroma in it into his stomach. If there is this fried chicken roll, what Mozuya store is not a concern at all. I have the confidence to unify the whole Tokyo. Well, let's put the unification of Tokyo aside for now, or talk about Mozuya first. No problem. After enduring for so many days, it's time for us to fight back. Manager Tomita slapped the table with great enthusiasm, quite like a daimyo in the Warring States period. These days, the shops in the station rely on Mozuya's signature fried chicken nuggets to attract people from nearby. Except for these small shop owners, people seem to have forgotten the existence of the commercial street. Although there are still some old customers, the business in the store is getting worse and worse. Tomita Tomoya took the account book and calculated that the turnover has dropped by 30%, which is not a small number. If this continues, after deducting the purchase fee and water and electricity bills, the rent will be almost unpaid. Fortunately, this fried chicken nugget coupon gave him hope for the commercial street to be reborn from the ashes. Chapter 1162. Although there are still some old customers, the business in the store is getting worse and worse. Tomita Tomoya took the account book and calculated that the turnover has dropped by 30%, which is not a small number. If this continues, after deducting the purchase fee and water and electricity bills, the rent will be almost unpaid. Fortunately, this fried chicken nugget coupon gave him hope for the commercial street to be reborn from the ashes. Early in the morning, when people passed by the entrance of the commercial street, they found that the commercial street, which was usually sparsely populated, had changed a lot. The huge posters and the neat stalls like an event celebration attracted people's attention. What was even more eye-catching was the long queue in front of the stall. Humans always have a herd mentality. When they see a queue, they unconsciously want to stand there. Many people don't know what is going on inside, but just want to join in the fun. When they lined up a little further inside, they found out that a new type of snack was on sale here. Jinhua Avenue Fried Chicken Nuggets Roll. Isn't Jinhua Avenue the name of this commercial street? But let's put aside the side talk for now. The aroma of fried chicken nuggets rolling in the frying pan has made the people next to them unable to stop. This smell. So good. I want to eat it. This pancake. How is this pancake made? There's cheese in the chicken nuggets. It's so hot. It's so hot. But it's so delicious. Mizuto Yume notified the company to deliver high-quality chicken thighs overnight, and marinated them in her special marinade with soy sauce and chili as the center. Then, she fried the chicken nuggets twice, added celery and several herbs, and wrapped them in a special luxurious hand-pulled pancake made by Yang Ming, which was as thin as paper, and then sprinkled with sweet and spicy sauce with fish sauce and black pepper. This is the real secret of the Violet Avenue fried chicken roll. The chicken is tender and delicious, wrapped in a crispy pancake, and it becomes a perfect combination when it touches the sauce, gravy, black pepper, and vegetables. Every customer here is overwhelmed with happiness when they take a bite. As time went by, the fried chicken rolls of Violet Avenue had spread all over the commercial street. Customers who had eaten them called their friends, and all the shops in the commercial street were crowded with people. All the seats were already full. Although you can eat while walking, many people have decided to buy another fried chicken roll after eating the first one. However, the pain of queuing again really makes people immersed in the double spiral of pain and happiness. And because of this large-scale event in the commercial street, the shops in the station are deserted. Many people went straight to the commercial street after getting off the train at the station, and some even asked the salesperson of Mozuya where they could buy Violet Avenue fried chicken rolls. Looking at the crowds of people, Mozuya felt mixed emotions, but the most bitter was bitterness. God knew that the commercial street would make such a scene. She had ordered a large number of chickens before to cope with the increasing sales. If we can't sell it, this batch of chicken will be stuck in our hands, and all the previous profits will be lost. If someone is happy, then someone else will be worried. And if someone is worried, of course, someone else will be happy. For example, Manager Tomita, while learning to make hand-pulled pancakes and contacting various bosses in the commercial street, his eyes were really smiling. Will the store in the station never recover from this? He laughed, and Yang Ming kept shaking his head. How is it possible? It's impossible to take over a market with just one or two products. You see, today is just a freshness, tomorrow, there won't be so many people. The boy so warned. But the truth gave Yang Ming a small slap in the face. The next day was Saturday. After the grand scene of thousands of people filling the streets yesterday, people lined up outside the shops early in the morning before the shops on the commercial street even opened. What's even more exaggerated is that some people bought the chicken instead of eating it themselves, and resold it to the people behind them. Okay, get busy. Yukihira Soma gave Yang Ming and Mito Yume a helpless look. Before the shop owners in the store learned how to make fried chicken rolls, they were still responsible for the main process. But Manager Tomita had promised that the profits from the chicken rolls sold in the future would be shared with them. Looking at the huge sales in front of him, Yang Ming felt that he seemed to have done something remarkable this time. It was supposed to be a very busy day, but seeing the popularity of the commercial street gradually reverse and rise, everyone felt happy. Not only the owners of the shops in the commercial street, but also the nostalgic old customers are happy about this situation. Soma Yukihira is no exception. When he was busy frying chicken nuggets, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He took it out and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. Yang Ming, please take care of this here. I'll go to answer the phone. Okay. Yang Ming waved his hand and motioned Soma Yukihira to go into the store to answer the call. After pressing the answer button, a deep voice came from the phone. You are Soma Yukihira. Who are you? Soma Yukihira glanced at the phone number inexplicably. Are the sales calls now so impolite, and they directly name names? At least say Mr. Yukihira or something. The fried chicken rolls on Jinhua Avenue are really interesting. The man on the other end of the phone still had that condescending tone. Of course, but who are you? Facing a strange call, Yukihira Soma didn't have that much time to chat with him. After all, the commercial street is now the busiest with the most customers, and he was so busy just now. I made the brand plan for Mozuya to enter Tokyo. As if sensing Yukihira Soma's impatience, the man on the other side got to the point. I have heard about your process of revitalizing the commercial street. Very exciting. He added. So what? Are you going to retaliate? Revitalize the store in the station with a new plan or something? Yukihira Soma immediately raised his guard when he heard the other party say the first half of the sentence, and tried to get some words from the other party. The guys from Mozunoya are short-sighted. They thought they had established a firm foothold in the early stage, so they refused to make further development plans. We have ended our cooperation long ago. The man on the other side chuckled, if I really want to attack the commercial street, do you think you can stop me? Chapter 1163. So what? Do you want to retaliate? Revitalize the shops in the station with a new plan or something? Yukihira Soma immediately raised his guard when he heard the first half of the other party's words, and tried to get some information from the other party. The guys from Mozunoya are short-sighted. They thought they had established a firm foothold in the early stage, so they refused to make further development plans. We have ended our cooperation long ago. The man on the other side chuckled, if I really want to attack the commercial street, do you think you can stop me? What do you want to do? Yukihira Soma was really not interested in this call, and Yang Ming on the other side was already calling his name to urge him. I came here today just to find you, to join us. The voice said in a voice that he thought was seductive, if you are willing, I can let you enjoy the glory and wealth. Yukihira Soma felt that he was about to laugh out loud. Is this guy in front of him a Chiyunibu? Enjoy the glory and wealth, and the next sentence will be 3,000 beauties in the harem. Sorry, I just want to inherit the family restaurant. I don't plan to be anyone's subordinate. Yukihira Soma politely rejected the other party. The other party obviously didn't notice the situation on Yukihira Soma's side, and continued to talk to himself, really? I expected you to refuse. You and I are both unwilling to be inferior to others. Seeing your skillful technique this time, it really makes people smell the scent of the same kind. For such a dangerous kind, I think it's better for me to kill it directly. Yukihira Soma, this Red Leaf Conference is the end of your road to success. Really? I think the Red Leaf Conference is just my starting point. Yukihira Soma still looked puzzled, but since the other party threatened, he couldn't show weakness. Hat, really arrogant. The person on the other side chuckled and hung up the phone directly. What's wrong? Mito Yume next to him heard the intermittent conversation between the two people on the phone, and didn't quite understand what the two were talking about. Oh, it's the consultant of Mozu Birdhouse who called. Their operation was disrupted by us this time, and they seem a little unhappy. Yukihira Soma said indifferently. The consultant of Mozu Birdhouse. Yang Ming, who was walking from the main gate and was about to ask Yukihira Soma to go back, just heard this sentence, who is it? I don't know. Yukihira Soma thought for a while, the other party seems to think that I should know it just because he said that. Who would know who he is after just saying that? The kind of person who just casually said a name and insisted that others know it, does he think he is the president? However, as soon as he said this, Mito Yume's face changed immediately. It can't be him. Hey? Who is it? Yukihira Soma and Yang Ming turned their heads to look at Mito Yume at the same time. The first place of the 70th Totsuki 10, original, is Nakaritsuki. What? Is this guy famous? Yukihira Soma grinned, but saw Yang Ming looking thoughtful. Yet, he is very powerful. Yang Ming explained to Yukihira Soma. If I remember correctly, Nakaritsuki is a very ambitious person. After returning to Totsuki Academy, he started to handle various catering consulting work, such as drastically reforming old hotels and restaurants that were in trouble, so that their business could get back on track. He is really an amazing person who takes over the commission of high-end restaurants to develop new menus, or helps some catering companies improve their recipes to win the championship of the food competition. Well, in this way, Mozuya's gold medal in the Japanese fried chicken competition in recent years, as well as its rapid expansion in recent years, should all be due to their contribution. Is that so? Yukihira Soma thought about what the other party had just said. If it was really like what Yang Ming said, it seemed that joining them could really enjoy wealth and glory. What should I do? What's the matter with this faint sense of regret in my heart? What did he ask you to do? Yang Ming's eyes narrowed into a slit. Is he going to take action against the commercial street? It has to be said. Yang Ming and Yukihira Soma thought of the same thing. No, he just wants me to join his team. Yukihira Soma's forehead was covered with a drop of cold sweat. Did the other party attribute all the recent series of activities in the commercial street to him? In fact, it seems that what he did was not as much as that man and woman. He was just an organizer who could connect everyone together. Those so-called same kind, in other words, do they think that I am as keen on business consulting activities in the catering industry as he is? Just kidding, his brain is not as good as the other parties. But then again, he was the first seat of the 70th Totsuki 10, formerly. I really want to see how good his cooking skills are. After 2 consecutive days of new product sales, the popularity of the store in the station has been greatly reduced, and the commercial street has returned to its former bustle. But it can only do this much. Relying on the reputation and popularity accumulated over the past few months and its own geographical advantages, it is simply impossible for the store in the station to decline. However, Yang Ming looked at President Tomita, who was drinking beer in Xingping and smiling happily, and other business owners in the shopping street. From their looks, they were already very lucky to be able to regain their own piece of land, and they seemed to have no desire to expand their business further. As for conquering Tokyo, sorry, President Tomita said he didn't understand what you were talking about. Yang Ming's fantasy of playing video games and watching anime freely in the room for a few days of vacation ended in a busy manner. Before leaving, Manager Tomita and his team joined forces to prepare a reward for the 3 students from Totsuki Academy who helped a lot in this counterattack. 300,000 yen was not much, not little, but at least after it was divided equally, Soma Yukihira no longer had to worry about his daily expenses. And according to what they said, even if Soma Yukihira was studying in Totsuki Academy in the future and couldn't come to help, they would share a portion of the profits with him, which surprised Soma Yukihira and repeatedly declined. Don't you, Uncle Tomita, know what money to give and what not to give? Just take it. If there is anything else in the future, don't forget to come back to help. Obviously, after some discussion, the bosses of the commercial street will not let go of Yukihira Soma. Sacrificing a little profit in exchange for a strong backup, who wouldn't be willing to do this? In this way, the 3 of them returned to Totsuki Academy together. Of course, they took the Mito Group's car. There was a young lady next to them. Yang Ming didn't want to rush to the bus again. Chapter 1164. Sacrificing a little profit in exchange for a strong backup, who wouldn't be willing to do this? In this way, the 3 of them returned to Totsuki Academy together. Of course, they took the Mito Group's car. There was a young lady next to them. Yang Ming didn't want to rush to the bus again. Soma Yukihira wanted to object, as he thought it was not a good idea to ride in someone else's car, but after Yang Ming reminded him of the luggage he had to take back, he immediately gave in. After returning to Polaris dormitory, Yang Ming and Soma Yukihira heard a shocking piece of news as soon as they entered the door. It seemed that because Yang Ming and Soma Yukihira were not there, Granny Wengsu was not in the mood to clean. A few minutes later, Yang Ming saw the creepers outside the Polar Star dormitory from a distance. I'm back. Pushing open the door of Polar Star dormitory, he saw the friendly face of Granny Wengsu. Granny Wengsu. Isn't this Yang Ming and Soma Yukihira? Long time no see. Granny Wengsu was mopping the floor. When she saw Yang Ming come in, she immediately greeted him. You look so good. You must have gained a lot during this period. Not bad. As he was talking, Yang Ming felt that the room was empty. Where are the others? You are the first to come back. As for the others, it will probably be night before they all come back. Come here and take away your pile of letters on the table. Granny Wengsu was just tidying up the mailbox of Polar Star dormitory. After sorting out everyone's letters, she was preparing to hand them over to them in the evening. Okay. Yang Ming walked to the table and quickly found his own part. This, so many. In front of him was a pile of letters piled up like a small mountain. Yang Ming was a little confused. Did he have so many friends in Japan who would write to him? When he picked up the letter, he felt that something seemed wrong. Dear classmate Yang Ming, I hope you can open this letter yourself. This pink envelope, and this shy name. These are not love letters. It seems to be letters written by people who admire you. Oh, you are quite popular in the academy now. Is it? Yang Ming was a little shy and decided to throw these letters under the bed after reading them so that no one would see them. Whose is that pile? Yang Ming asked curiously. On the other side of the table, there was a pile of letters that was almost as high as his. That pile. Granny Wengsu, who was mopping the stains on the floor, looked up and took a look. That pile is for Soma Yukihira. Is Soma-kun so popular now? This fact really surprised Yang Ming. It's just another level of welcome. Take a closer look. Yang Ming picked up a letter, with a few big words on the back. Challenge letter. Well, those are all food battle challenges to Yukihira. Hey, Hey, what sin have you committed? Wait, Granny Wengsu, you just said that Soma-kun has returned, right? Yes. Where is he now? Someone just came to look for him for a shokyuchi, it seems he went to the shokyuchi venue. Strange, the Red Leaf tournament is about to start, who would go to shokyuchi with Soma-kun? Soma Yukihira's reputation should not be underestimated now. He performed extremely well in the autumn trials and field practice, and he should have left a deep impression on everyone. Yang Ming couldn't think of any first-year student who was so confident that he could beat a top 4 player in the autumn trials. Don't these people consider their own weight when issuing challenge letters? Where did these challenge letters come from? It can't be a junior high school student, right? By the way, the one who had a shokyuchi duel with Yukihira was a second-year student. Third-year student. Yang Ming suddenly woke up. It turned out that there were third-year students in the school. I have never heard of these guys before, how come they suddenly appeared? According to Totsuki's rules, third-year students cannot casually challenge first-year students to a shokyuchi. Only after a field practice, both sides stand on the same battlefield. Is that so? So there is a novice protection period in the shokyuchi rules of Totsuki Academy? Are sub-accounts under level 15 prohibited from park? After asking the location of the shokyuchi competition venue from Grandma Wengsu, Yang Ming threw his luggage and other things into the room and ran out. On the way to the shokyuchi venue, Yang Ming also used his mobile phone to find some information about this shokyuchi. The one who competed with Soma Yukihira in shokyuchi was Hattori Hamaki, a third-year high school student, known as Hamaki of teppanyaki. He can transform various ingredients into teppanyaki and cook them. He is a fierce general with a shokyuchi winning rate of over 80%. Although it may seem surprising that the winning rate is over 80%, after all, it is the end of the school year, and the third-year students who can stay until now are almost all beasts like this. Those guys who are not good at cooking have all been eliminated in the survival of the fittest in the Totsuki Academy. Those beasts sharpen their fangs and claws by fighting with their opponents, but it is too boring to always compete with the same opponents. Now, with the end of the field internship, a large number of fresh blood has poured into the Colosseum, making these beasts eager to move. And Soma Yukihira is undoubtedly the shark that tears open the wound, lets the bright red blood spread in the sea, and attracts beasts. When Yang Ming rushed to the scene, the food battle had already started for a while. Soma-kun put on his Yukihira robe again. Standing in the audience from a high point, the two people in the middle of the competition venue can be clearly seen. The uniforms of Totsuki Academy are quite nice, the girls' uniforms are well proportioned, and the boys' uniforms are also very stylish, but Soma-kun never likes to wear them. No matter what the occasion, he only wears the old-fashioned uniform that Yang Ming jokingly calls Yukihira's uniform after washing it a little white. But, the whole person looks different. It's not just Yang Ming who has improved. After this field internship, Yukihira Soma, who is full of momentum, has a kind of active color that seems to be jumping. The passion hidden in his eyes can make others clearly feel his transformation. It's like a sharp sword that is polished and drawn out of its sheath, attracting attention. Although most of the audience are junior high school students, there are also some second and third year high school students here and there. Hey, Yang Ming, you are here too. Just as Yang Ming was concentrating on watching the game in the field, someone next to her suddenly called her name. Senior is Heike. Teraki Kyuga. Long time no see. Chapter 1165. Hey, Yang Ming, you're here too. Just as Yang Ming was concentrating on watching the game on the field, someone suddenly called his name. Senior is Heike. Teraki Kyuga. Long time no see. It was Heike Hwei and Kyuga Teraki, two of the current top 10, who walked out slowly from the shadows. You finally finished your field internship, but you didn't go back to rest and came here to watch the food battle. Well, I heard that someone was having a real fight here, so I came to see it. Heike Hwei frowned. Why did he feel that the emphasis of Yang Ming's words was strange? But this game is basically suspenseful. He was there from the beginning, and he could predict the outcome of the game by looking at the middle part. Master, you first-year students are really amazing. Kyuga Teraki beside him interrupted half seriously and half jokingly. Not only Yukihira Soma, but also Master Yang Ming in front of him has changed a lot. From him, the love for food and cooking that is increasingly evident is attracting the attention of others as if it is shining. Master, by the way. What's the matter? Yang Ming saw that Kyuga Teraki seemed to be hesitant to speak, so he smiled and said, "Kyuga, just tell me if you have something to say." "Master, after you merged my Chinese Cuisine Research Association into the Chinese and Western Fusion Research Association, when will you come back to take charge of the overall situation? You don't want to be a hands-off boss forever, do you?" This. Although Yang Ming was a little hesitant and embarrassed, he couldn't bear to speak when he saw Kyuga Teraki's expectant eyes. "Ah! What Chinese and Western Fusion Cuisine Research Association? I don't have time now. However, Kyuga is my cheap apprentice after all. Isn't it not good to refuse directly?" "Got it. How about this? If you can persuade Soma-kun to join us, I will consider going back to take charge. In this case, just let Soma-kun refuse. Will you join as long as Yukihira-kun joins?" Kyuga Teraki looked at the red-haired boy in the audience thoughtfully, "Then I'll go and talk to him. If Yukihira Soma can join, the master can come back, and the Chinese and Western Cuisine Research Association will have two more powerful generals." Kyuga Teraki, who didn't understand what Yang Ming was thinking, still had such a naive idea in his heart. While they were chatting, the following game had already come to an end. "Now, I declare that the food battle is over. Soma Yukihira vs Hattori ranking. The score is 5:0. The winner is Soma Yukihira." When the referee's voice resounded throughout the hall, Yang Ming still felt a little incredible. This is a senior who is about to graduate from the 3rd grade. He actually defeated his opponent so one-sidedly. Of course, Yang Ming was even more surprised. After defeating Hattori Ran, Soma Yukihira stood in the center of the venue and shouted to the audience on the stage. "Are there any of you who have sent me a challenge letter?" As if seeing someone waving, Soma Yukihira continued to shout, "Then there is no need to wait a few days for the food battle. Why not start now? Also, you don't have to send me a challenge letter or anything. It's too troublesome. I am happy to accept challenges from anyone anytime and anywhere. Just come at me casually. Please give me more advice." Yang Ming covered his face, and really couldn't bear to see Soma-kun's hearty smile below. It's not enough to start the group ridicule mode at the beginning of the school year and attract a lot of firepower, right? Now it's adding fuel to the fire. Yang Ming could imagine that every day in the future, the challenge letters flying like snowflakes filled the Polaris dormitory. Mailbox. Pfft. Is Heike Hui chuckled, "Yukihira-kun is still as interesting as before. Are you sure he's not unsatisfied?" How should I tell little Yukihira?" Kyuga Teraki lay on the chair, his hands crossed behind his head. "If I invite him directly, he probably won't agree." After returning from the Shokyuchi competition venue, he has been in a state of thinking. In fact, he also noticed that Yang Ming was not very interested in returning to the Chinese and Western Cuisine Research Association, but in order to make the Masters Research Association grow and develop, he naturally ignored this point. God knows how busy he has been during this period. The master must be brought back, and he can't just give up. Little Yukihira doesn't seem to be interested in Chinese cuisine. What should I do? Kyuga Teraki's eyes wandered, and suddenly shifted to the notice flyer on the table. Have fun. Notice of the Red Leaf Hunting Tournament. What kind of people are the 10 elites? Let's have a happy and friendly exchange. The illustrations on the notice were so stupid that it felt like I was back in kindergarten. Kyuga Teraki took a look at it and threw it back with a look of disgust. Sentimon-sama's PS skills are really bad. Also, the Red Leaf Hunting Contest is such a waste of time. It's said to be a traditional regular meeting with a long history, allowing students from different grades to communicate, and allowing the outstanding first-year students of the high school department to have a face-to-face exchange meeting with all the current 10 elites of Totsuki. In fact, it's just an awkward meeting. Kyuga Teraki recalled the scene when he participated last year, when no one knew each other and had to praise each other. The awkward atmosphere at the scene was really long-lasting. If you have this time to get close to those first-year kids, you might as well stay in the research club for a while. Kyuga Teraki, who began to think about what reason to use to avoid it, suddenly remembered something. Among the first-year students invited to this Red Leaf Hunting Contest, Master and Koyokahira should be there, right? Well, last year, the top 8 of the autumn selection were invited. If it is the same this year, Yang Ming, the champion, and Soma Yukihira, the runner-up, should both be present at the venue. Why not take this opportunity to talk to them? If not, we can still keep in touch. Thinking of this, Teraki Kyuga put down the phone call he was about to make to ask for leave. When the Red Leaf Hunting Conference was held, a good day was chosen. The clear blue sky was like an endless calm blue sea. The strong white light danced in the air, like the ripples on the sea surface, and the breeze filled with the breath of autumn rolled the red leaves into the distance. But Teraki Kyuga's mood could not calm down for a long time. He grabbed the maple leaf that blew towards his face and crushed it. Hey, hey, hey! I say, are you here to play eye contact? Chapter 1166. The clear blue sky is like an endless calm blue sea. The strong white light dances in the air, like ripples on the sea surface, and the breeze filled with the breath of autumn rolls the red leaves into the distance. But Kyuga Teraki's mood could not calm down for a long time. He grabbed the maple leaf that blew towards his face and crushed it. Hey, hey, hey! I say, are you here to play eye contact? He regretted coming here now. This is really a friendly exchange meeting. 5 minutes have passed since both parties arrived and sat face to face. No one spoke, and even the chirping of insects next to them was louder than here. He was so embarrassed. This scene was even more embarrassing than the scene of praising each other last year. Let's just end it here today and disband. This conference will be held for the last time this year, and then abolished. What do you think? Everyone looked at him silently, and no one spoke. Kyuga Teraki felt vaguely like a clown. This is an event planned by the Commander-in-Chief himself. It is impossible not to participate, let alone cancel it. Finally someone spoke, but the speaker was Kinokuni Ning Ning, who had a delicate relationship with him. Also, don't make a fuss here, it's so annoying. Ha, you are so easily irritated, is it your menstrual period? Kyuga Teraki joked. But it seems that he doesn't seem to have any talent for livening up the atmosphere. No. In return, he was given a cold and terrifying look. Okay, thanks to that old man, I can apply for the budget as much as I want. Let's give Senseiman a face and play some entertainment with him. Another person spoke, Ruizi Yamatsuya, who was obsessed with money, as if there was only money in his eyes. I say, Ruishin, you guy, if you only care about money, why don't you get out of Totsuki right now? Today, right now, get out right now. How about making me happy? When facing people he doesn't like, Kyuga Teraki always says whatever he thinks. Shut up, shorty. After being severely touched on the wound, Kyuga Teraki stood up, but it seemed that he was not much taller than Eshin when he stood up. Eshin, you bastard! I'm going to kill you. Taking a deep breath, Kyuga Teraki picked up the small table on the ground and was about to smash it, but was stopped by Siag behind him. Kyuga Jr., calm down, calm down. The handsome man with a weak expression gently pulled Kyuga Teraki's shoulder and miraculously stopped him. Can everyone get along well? Oh, it seems that everyone is very energetic today. Come on, Yang Ming, Yukihira, Ibusaki, and others, let's have a drink together. After watching the excitement, Hui's Heike began to lead the atmosphere in the venue with a smile. However, although his direction was right, these top 10 students in the venue were undoubtedly more and more unwilling to listen to advice. Who wants you to care? Moreover, these first-year students are not easy to deal with. That Yukihira Soma, who had watched a good show, raised his hand and said, I want to join the top 10 right now. Which senior is willing to compete with me in food battle? Then, it was naturally cold again. Yang Ming sat in the same place, watching the crows flying in the sky, caca flying by. Then, let's taste the tea first. As if realizing his responsibility as the first seat, Yingshi tried hard to break the silence. Well, this tea tastes really good. Unfortunately, everyone's eyes were flying around, and no one paid attention to what he said. Is it really not possible? Then even if you bet on the bottom seat, it's okay for me. The unwilling Yukihira Soma asked again, ignoring the look in Arina Nakiri's eyes, who was now the 10th seat, that she wanted to cut him off. Seeing that no one was talking, Kyuga Teraki stepped forward and said, I say, little Yukihira, you have been in Totsuki for almost half a year, right? I think you should understand the importance of the 10 elites, right? Is that something that can be gambled casually? In fact, it's okay not to gamble for a seat. I just want to compete with a stronger opponent, it's okay to gamble for a seat in the 10 elites in the future. Kyuga Teraki was really helpless in the face of such an ignorant baby. You think you are buying vegetables at the vegetable market, and you didn't bring change this time. You really don't understand anything, little Yukihira. I mean to let you pay attention to the duel itself. Don't underestimate the value of the 10 elites. We are different from ordinary students. Are the 10 elites really that glorious? Senior Ishiki Hwei and Senior Kyuga Teraki are the same. They all look upon the 10 elites as being particularly great. From the moment you mentioned the glory, it shows that you don't understand anything about the 10 elites at all. Let me tell you. The 10 elites have the right to control and operate part of the power and financial resources of the academy. This is the 10 elites. It's not as simple as you think, the 10 students with the best cooking skills in the academy. The world of cooking is so vast that life seems short in front of it. Even if you spend all your time, it is difficult to master the road of cooking. However, as long as you become one of the 10 best, you can go faster on this road. You can use the ingredients that all Japanese chefs dream of at will. Cooking utensils. Equipment. Whether it is the most advanced equipment or rare recipes published centuries ago. As long as you need it, you can get it all. You can do whatever you want and go wherever you want. As long as you want to study cooking, you can be given all the rights. No one will put themselves in the position of the 10 best for such a simple reason as competing with you in cooking skills. We are different from ordinary students. Do you understand? We are different from ordinary students. This sentence has been said twice by Kyuga Teraki. What he wants to emphasize is not only the identity, but also the absolute difference in strength between the 10 best and other chefs. In other words, with Soma Yukihira's current level, does he want to be one of the top 10? He should go back and practice more. Well, although it may sound a little harsh to say the truth, we really don't take you seriously. Kyuga Teraki shook his finger at Soma Yukihira in front of him. Please recognize this fact. The people sitting on the side of the top 10 had serious or joking expressions, but none of them objected to this statement. Chapter 1167. Well, although it may sound a little harsh to say the truth, we really don't take you seriously. Kyuga Teraki shook his finger at Soma Yukihira in front of him. Please recognize this fact. The people sitting on the side of the top 10 had serious or joking expressions, but none of them objected to this statement. In the end, from the very beginning of this farce-like red leaf hunting competition, except for Kyuga Teraki and Ishiki Hwei who greeted the first-year students they knew, the other 10 elites did not look at the first-year students in front of them. Oh, the top 8 in the autumn selection are very strong in the eyes of ordinary students, but so what? Do you really think that this has reached the threshold of the top 10? But, are you really not going to give us a chance to compete? Yang Ming suddenly said. From the beginning, Yukihira Soma stood in front, representing the first-year students. Facing this group of seniors who had no manners, Yang Ming finally couldn't help but stand up. Hey, master! After seeing Yang Ming, Kyuga Teraki smiled. Even if you ask, the answer is the same. Apart from master, no one else has the capital to challenge the 10 elites. Yang Ming was silent. He had heard such words once when he just entered school. When Yukihira Soma said he wanted to challenge Ishiki Sr., Ishiki Sr. also said the same thing. Even if you put your own student status as a bet, you are not qualified to challenge the 10 elites. He turned his head to look at Ishiki Hwei and found that the other party was also looking at this side, with a slight smile on his face. I wonder if he thought of the young boy Yukihira Soma when he first entered school. But, now they are the top 4 in the autumn selection. Isn't this status enough to shake the 10 elites a little bit? Okay, give up those unrealistic plans. Kyuga Teraki said with a relaxed expression, don't cause us any trouble. But just as he finished speaking, he heard someone whispering next to him, Tisk. Some people have done such things, and they can still shamelessly teach the younger generation. What did you say? I'd girl. Kyuga Teraki didn't need to turn around, just by listening to the voice, he knew it was Ji's Higuo Ningning who said it. Ji's Higuo Ningning adjusted her glasses and chuckled, I don't know who was crying and shouting here last year to compete with the 10 best food battles. Don't you think it's very similar to this scene now? Kyuga Teraki was stunned. He didn't expect Ji's Higuo Ningning to say this in front of the first-year students. The one who cried and shouted last year to compete with the 10 best. What crying and shouting? Why did he follow her words? Last year, when he was a freshman, Teraki Kyuga also challenged the 10 elites at the Red Leaf Hunting Tournament without knowing how high the sky was and how deep the earth was. At that time, Senior Siag couldn't stand him anymore, so he reluctantly agreed. Teraki Kyuga glanced at Soma Yukihira, who suddenly became interested again. Was he also so annoying last year? Senior, can you tell me what happened? Soma Yukihira asked Kinokuni Ning Ning. Oh, there's a fool. Before Kinokuni Ning Ning finished her words, she was forcibly interrupted by Teraki Kyuga. Ahem, it's not that I can't challenge. Teraki Kyuga quickly told Kinokuni Ning Ning to shut up. If this woman exaggerated, he didn't know how his record of a 5-0 defeat to senior SIAG would be exaggerated. Forget it. For example, he rubbed his palms, exhaled, and thought about how to phrase it. If you can beat one of my dishes, I will accept your challenge. At least you have to show some level, right? Although I think that's impossible. Height. Geez, Higuo Ning Ning whispered. Why is this woman's words so annoying? Number. Didn't I emphasize that it was cooking, you idiot woman? Is what you said just now true? Senior Kyuga. Yukihira Soma said excitedly, will you really accept the challenge? What do you mean I will not accept the challenge? Didn't I say the prerequisites? Do you think you can challenge me casually? Kyuga Teraki suspected that he said so many things, and Yukihira Soma might have only heard the last sentence. Was he just doing useless work? Oh, but what does it mean to beat one of your dishes? This sentence is not very clear. Soma Yukihira asked tirelessly. He really wanted to compete with these so-called top students of Totsuki. After returning from field practice, his bellicosity seemed to be ignited. This. Kyuga Teraki was at a loss for words. He just made an analogy to emphasize that they must have at least a certain level of strength before challenging the 10 elites. He just said casually that they had to beat his dishes. He still had an impression of Soma Yukihira. After all, he was a good friend of the master. Among the first-year high school students, his strength was considered quite strong. I won't accept the challenge. Kyuga Teraki looked at Soma Yukihira and said, I'm already a member of the 10 elites. It's impossible for me to compete with a mere first-year kid at this point. I'm really sorry. Then why, Yang Ming can do it? Soma Yukihira said, because there was a living example. Can you compare with the master? Kyuga Teraki complained, the master has a record of winning against Arena and me. More importantly, the conditions of both of them are not easily accepted, so that Shokyuchi was able to achieve that Shokyuchi. Kyuga Teraki's words also make sense. Winning against Arena and him means that his strength has reached the level of the 10 elites. Well, let's start with the tasting. The white-haired beautiful boy said slowly. He is the first of the 10 elites of Totsuki. Then slowly, snacks and tea were placed on the table for Yang Ming and others to taste. That Yang Ming, that white-haired man is. Yukihira Soma said hesitantly. Oh, him, the first of the 10 elites of Totsuki. Yang Ming took a sip of tea and said. That Yang Ming, Misako Ang, I really don't want you to have a Shokyuchi competition in the autumn competition, and then there was the Nakaritsuki incident. Si Yingshi had a sad expression on his face. We spent a lot of effort to ensure that the selection can end safely, but we almost became a joke this time. We ran around to handle some cumbersome procedures and raced against the schedule. We were really sweating. Chapter 1168. That Yang Ming, Misako Ang, I really don't want you to have a Shokyuchi competition in the autumn competition, and then there was the Nakaritsuki incident. Si Yingshi had a sad expression on his face. We spent a lot of effort to ensure that the selection can end safely, but we almost became a joke this time. We ran around to handle some cumbersome procedures and raced against the schedule. We were really sweating. So I said, Senior Si, it's better for you to do some work in the venue, and leave the behind-the-scenes work to us. Is Heike Wyron said quickly. I'm not the kind of person who can stand in front of the stage and show my face. I've said that I'll entrust all these tasks to you, Is Heike. Si Yingshi waved his hand quickly. Si Yingshi in this state made Yukihira Soma and others speechless. Don't worry, Soma, Senior Si just got into the state again. Yang Ming said very casually. He had seen Si Yingshi behave like this before. It's all because I'm the first seat, and as a result, all kinds of responsibilities and burdens are constantly piled on me. To be honest, I'm under a lot of pressure. Si Yingshi said mechanically. Senior, please cheer up a little. Geez, Higuo Ning Ning said beside him. I also feel that I sigh more frequently recently. Si Yingshi complained to himself. By the way, Yingxi, why don't you compete with Yang Ming in a Shokyuchi competition? In this way, you can give up your first place to Yang Ming, and you won't have to worry about it in the future. Kobayashi Ryodan said with a smile, and the most important thing is that Yang Ming is now qualified to compete with you. It seems so. Kyuga Teraki smiled, Master is now a shining star in the Japanese culinary world. Many students of Totsuki admire you very much. Compete with Yang Ming in a Shokyuchi competition. Yingxi seemed to be still in a state of self-pity, but his state had changed a little. What's going on? Yukihira Soma was a little confused. Then let me tell you, first-year students, the 10 greatests are not just a change in name. Kyuga Teraki said, the 10 greatests have the right to control and operate part of the rights and financial resources of the academy. This is the 10 greatests. For cooking, spend as much of the budget as possible. Whether it is a rare cookbook published only 100 times a few centuries ago or a classic cookbook worth more than 2 million yen at an auction, you can easily read it. You can use the ingredients, cooking utensils, and equipment that chefs all over Japan dream of at will. No matter the most advanced or high-end equipment, you will get it as long as you need it. Do whatever you want and go wherever you want. As long as you want to study cooking, you will be given all the rights. And the higher the seat, the greater the power you can exercise. After all, this academy advocates that cooking is everything. Ishaiki Hui said slowly. The cooking world is too vast and profound, so our lives seem very short. Even if we spend our whole lives to reach the stations, we may not be able to master cooking completely, but as long as we become the top 10, our steps will be bigger and we can reach one station after another faster. Only the strong can be given limited rights and wealth. This is Totsuki, and it is our top 10 council that gives these strong people rights and financial resources. There is an absolute gap in strength between the top 10 and other chefs. This is the fact. Yingxi broke away from his self-pity and said. Hey, Yingxi, don't count Yang Mingjun in it. Xiaolin Longden smiled sweetly, if we talk about the absolute gap in strength, maybe Yang Mingjun is the same as us. I agree, my master is the best, otherwise how about Senior SI and Master have a food battle competition? Kyuga Teraki said without thinking too much. When he was just a sophomore, Kyuga Teraki challenged Siag, but he was defeated miserably in the end, so he always remembered it. Now, Siag's strength is becoming more and more unfathomable. In Kyuga Teraki's mind, the only one who can defeat Siag is Yang Ming, the master of the Chinese and Western Cuisine Research Association. Maybe. Siag did not answer directly. Yang Ming did not speak, but just drank a sip of tea. Of course, except for the master and arena, the strength of the rest of you first-year students is still too poor. Kyuga Teraki said, by the way, I'll give you a chance if your dishes can win over one of us. As he said that, the 10 heroes stood up. Then goodbye to everyone. Looking at the backs of these seniors leaving, Yeshan Liang and others had blazing fire in their eyes. They were very unwilling to be looked down upon by these 10 elites, and they must compete with these 10 elites somewhere. Yang Mingjun, you really don't want to challenge Yingxi's position? Nakiri Arena said beside him. Don't worry, there will always be a suitable time. Yang Ming laughed, and Yingxi may have such an idea in his heart, and that is not coming soon. Totsuki Academy School Festival. Nakiri Arena said. Yes, the last time of autumn, this grand event of the academy will start soon. Yang Ming smiled. Later, Yang Ming and other high school students also left here, and this simple meeting was officially completed. Chinese and Western Cuisine Research Society. What, Master, you are not with us at this school festival? Kyuga Teraki said in surprise. Why not? Yang Ming said with a smile, I will open a shop in the most expensive place, so don't worry. But it's true. With your current reputation in Tokyo, those diners will definitely compete to come to your restaurant to taste the food. Kyuga Teraki said, then Master, how many members should you bring with you? How many members? Yang Ming shook his head, I won't bring any. No way, Master. Kyuga Teraki was surprised. I plan to open a shop in the Jyotai district, so I won't need as many people as you do. Yang Ming smiled. So that's the case, but one person is still too few. Kyuga Teraki wondered. Who said I'm alone? Don't worry, there will definitely be other people to help. Yang Ming said. Then let's talk about the specific situation of opening a shop at this school festival. Chapter 1169. So that's the case, but one person is still too few. Kyuga Teraki wondered. Who said I'm alone? Don't worry, there will definitely be others to help me. Yang Ming said. Then let's talk about the specific situation of opening a shop during the school festival this time. A part of the land in the school will be set aside as the venue for the school festival, and the areas for opening shops are roughly divided into three. First is the most popular corridor area, which continues from the main entrance. The shops are built with rows of tents. It is the area with the most people passing through during the school festival. There is also the central area where the cooking building used for classes is concentrated. Because it is difficult to provide tents in this area, the shops that need special equipment for making high-end dishes are basically concentrated here. Finally, there is the high-rise area. The average customers who patronize this area are people with a high net worth and hope to taste high-end dishes. Adding shops in the hidden buildings on the high platform is like a high-end restaurant. If the chef is not well known, it is difficult to attract customers. Most of the members of the 10 elites will open shops in the high-rise area. Oh, then come on, Master, kill Senior SI, I agree with you. Kyuga Teraki said loudly. Forget it, I'm leaving first, you can arrange it slowly. Yang Ming waved and left the Chinese and Western Cuisine Research Society. After a while, Yang Ming grabbed Xiaolin Longden and Akane Kubo Momo. Yang Ming-jun, what are you going to do? Xiaolin Longden and Akane Kubo Momo felt Yang Ming's huge power and were a little overwhelmed. Oh, it's fine here. Yang Ming put them down. Do you two plan to participate in this school festival? No, I don't plan to participate, I want to eat. Xiaolin Longden shook his head. I plan to participate. Akane Kubo Momo said. Well, Longden, come and help me, and Akane Kubo Momo the same. Yang Ming smiled. Why, I want to eat. Xiaolin Longden said. I don't have anyone now, Longden, if you don't want to give your seat to me, you can try. Yang Ming smiled, and his smile seemed very strange. Yang Ming-jun, just know you are threatening me. Xiaolin Longden snorted, but did not refuse. What about me? I want to participate. Akane Kubo Momo said. Akane Kubo, you are opening a store in the Jotai district, right? Yang Ming glanced at Akane Kubo Momo. Yeah, what's wrong? Akane Kubo Momo seemed a little confused. I am also in the Jotai district, so if you don't want to have no business, you can try it. Yang Ming glanced at Akane Kubo Momo. Akane Kubo Momo was stunned, and it was still possible. Yang Ming-jun is too bad. Akane Kubo Momo complained. You two can't escape from my palm. Yang Ming laughed. Okay, now let's go to the office and study where to put it, as well as the overall layout design of the restaurant. As for the dishes, I will solve it. Okay. Kobayashi Ryodan and Akane Kubo Momo looked at each other. The two laborers had no choice but to work. Now they were Yang Ming's laborers. However, at this time, the two of them mourned for the other 10 elites in the high-rise area. If the other students of Totsuki are far behind their 10 elites, then Yang Ming is also far behind them. This gap may be reflected in this Totsuki school festival. In terms of popularity and strength, Yang Ming, who has passed the Diamond Competition Tokyo Division, is undoubtedly better. Not to mention strength, among many star chefs, he is undoubtedly overwhelming. Time passed day by day. Whether it was the first, second, or third year of high school, they were constantly running for the school festival, and they didn't want to mess up this school festival. Like Kyuga Teraki, who directly built a large Chinese cuisine building in the central area. For some reason, Yukihira Soma and Kyuga Teraki faced off, and both of them were very excited about it. Kyuga Teraki may have seen his past shadow in Yukihira Soma. Of course, Yukihira Soma simply wanted to compete with the 10 elites. Some people from Polar Star Dormitory also built a building in the central area. As for Yang Ming and Yukihira Soma, they did not participate. On the other hand, when Arena knew that Yang Ming was also cooking in the high-rise area, and brought Kobayashi Ryodan and Akane Kubo Momo with him, she couldn't help but complain. Should I do this? At this moment, Arena felt that she would be very miserable in the high-rise area. A few days later, everything is ready, and the Totsuki Academy School Festival is about to begin. The School Festival of Totsuki Tea House Culinary Academy is officially called the Eclipse Festival. It is a grand event. During the 5 days of the festival, more than 500,000 people will visit here. During the few days of the festival, many tourists will flock here, including some VIP guests from home and abroad who will stay in the Tatsuki resort in the academy. The guest accommodation fee alone can make Tatsuki a huge profit. This is a luxurious school festival. At the entrance of the venue, the opening ceremony is being held next to it, telling about the things to pay attention to in this eclipse festival. Yang Ming-jun. Nakiri Alice greeted Yang Ming. Alice. Yang Ming smiled. Hehe, this time I will perform well in this school festival. Nakiri Alice showed an excited expression. Oh. Yang Ming nodded. Yang Ming-jun, you look like you don't believe me. Nakiri Alice said. No. Yang Ming said, although the fact is, he just doesn't believe that Alice will have a good performance in this school festival. Alice, you must not lose the sales, or you will be expelled. Nakiri Arena came over and said. Arena, this is about you. Nakiri Alice laughed, I know that Yang Ming-jun is in the high platform area like you must not become the situation you are talking about now. Hearing Alice's words, Arena's face changed slightly, it is really possible. She thought of what Yang Ming did when she and Yang Ming went to practice on the spot, which directly caused dozens of restaurants in the entire food street to have no such business. Thinking of this, Arena's face changed. Don't worry, Arena, I won't do that too much. Yang Ming looked at Arena like this and knew that she was thinking about that time. That time, because the whole food court was too much, Yang Ming also crushed them to death. This time is different. After all, if they really did it so much, these 10 heroes might really become negative sales income. Chapter 1170. Don't worry, Arena, I won't do it so much. Yang Ming looked at Arena like this and knew that she was thinking about that time. That time, because the whole food court was too much, Yang Ming also crushed them to death. This time is different. After all, if they really did it so much, these 10 heroes might really become negative sales income. According to the school, according to the rules of the garden festival, students with negative sales will be expelled. That's a joke, aren't all the top 10 students in the school going to drop out? When these things passed through Arena's mind, it felt terrifying. Let alone Arena, even if Nakiri Senseiman knew that Yang Ming was going to open a store in the Jotai district, it would be almost the same. He has been paying attention to Yang Ming, so he is also very familiar with Yang Ming's field internship. That time was Yang Ming's first trial, and it was that time that showed Yang Ming's terrifying strength. Thinking of the other top 10 students being forced to drop out of school because of negative sales, this foodie devil couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. If it was before, Nakiri Senseiman would not think so. After all, Yang Ming's true strength has never been exposed. But this time, the Tokyo division of the diamond cooking competition has just ended, and the strength comparable to that of top star chefs can still do this, so Nakiri Senseiman is nervous. He also found Yang Ming, and finally learned from Yang Ming that he would not do this, which made Nakiri Senseiman relieved. Master. Kyuga Teraki came here. Kyuga. Yang Ming looked at Kyuga Teraki and smiled, looking at Kyuga Teraki's happy face. In fact, Kyuga Teraki was really happy. Most of the other 10 masters were in the Jotai district. Thinking of Yang Ming's presence in the Jotai district, Kyuga Teraki felt silent for these 10 masters. I'm afraid the results of these 10 masters this time will be really miserable. Xiao Yukihira, you are here too. Kyuga Teraki looked at Yukihira Soma beside Yang Ming, although you are a friend of the master, I will not let you go, so don't be expelled from school this time because of the deficit. Of course not. Yukihira Soma said. He had already decided what to do in this school festival, and he also had such confidence. That's good, I like Xiao Yukihira like this. Kyuga Teraki smiled. We are here, Yang Ming-jun. Xiaolin Longden and Akane Kubo Momo also came here. When a few people were chatting, the host's voice came to their ears. Next, let's sing the school song of Tatsuki Tea House Academy together. Yang Ming smiled when he heard this, and then he started to sing, and the whole audience also sang together, this school song belonging to Tatsuki. In the embrace of the country of the rising sun, the spirit is high, the fangs are gathered, and the momentum is shaken. Shouting at the top of the food, the lake is exhausted, the food sanctuary, Tatsuki Academy, exists here, looking at the moon in the distance, what we are facing now is the trial, the young people who are preparing meals, burning their fighting spirit and shouting, Go conquer, Totsuki Academy, exists here, the time is ripe. When all the teachers and students in the school sang this school song, Yukihira Soma looked around in confusion. You can actually sing, when did you learn it? Soma Yukihira said why he had never seen such a scene. Now here, you will abide by the agreement, I declare the Lunar Eclipse Festival officially open. When Nakiri Senseiman on the stage finished this sentence, the Lunar Eclipse Festival, which represents a feast of food, officially kicked off. Let's go, Rindan, Akane Kubo. Yang Ming said. Okay. The two girls said in succession, they would go to the high platform area with Yang Ming to prepare. Goodbye, everyone. Yang Ming looked at Soma Yukihira, Teraki Kyuga, and others, and of course the 10 heroes such as AGSI, smiled slightly, and then left here. The other students who participated in the Lunar Eclipse Festival also took action. Now we need to prepare the ingredients, start preparing. Because there will be diners coming in later, especially in the corridor area. Because the corridor area is generally dominated by snacks, it is necessary to cook in advance, like the high platform area is different, cooking according to the needs of the guests. More than an hour later, a large number of guests poured into the entrance of the Eclipse Festival. The 5-day Eclipse Festival was launched vigorously. Who will be the final winner? And no one knows that a black hand has slowly reached into the Totsuki Academy. For the Eclipse Festival of Totsuki Academy, diners still need to do some preparation when they come to the venue. Guests who come to the venue must first buy food coupons. These food coupons will become the evidence of the turnover income of each simulation store. There are 3 types of food coupons, pine is worth 10,000 yen, bamboo is worth 1,000 yen, and plum is worth 500 yen. The turnover will be calculated around dusk every day, and the top 3 stores with the highest income in each area will be announced based on the operating conditions of each area. Food in the corridor area is generally between 500 yen and 1,000 yen, food in the central area is generally between 1,000 yen and 5,000 yen, and food in the high platform area is generally between 5,000 yen and unlimited, and these are just one meal. Guests can also use the free bus to travel around the academy. This is the overall appearance of the Totsuki Academy Festival this time. Of course, the students who participated in the Lunar Eclipse Festival were ready to welcome guests. In the high-rise area, most of the restaurants of the 10 great masters of Totsuki are gathered here. In an ancient building, this is Yang Ming's restaurant here. In the restaurant, Yang Ming, you adopted the reservation system this time. Xiaolin Longden said, I thought you would attract all those diners. If the reservation system is adopted, only a fixed group of people can come to the restaurant, and most diners cannot come in. Of course, with Yang Ming's cooking skills and speed, there is no need to worry about this. But as Yang Ming thought before, it still can't be done too much, otherwise, if the 10 great masters of Totsuki are in deficit, it will be a headache for the academy. Akane Kubo, Longden, get ready, the guests who have made reservations will be here soon. Yang Ming said. Although today is the first day of the Lunar Eclipse Festival, the reservations have been arranged long ago. As for Yang Ming's dishes, they attract countless gourmets. After all, in terms of popularity and reputation, Yang Ming may be the most famous in Japan now. This is beyond doubt. As for the other students of Totsuki, they are still a little short. Although he did not go too far to attract all the diners, Yang Ming would also try a little harder. Chapter 1171. This is beyond doubt. As for the other students of Totsuki, they are still a little short. Although he did not go too far to attract all the diners, Yang Ming would also try a little harder. In order to achieve this, the price of dishes in the restaurant where Yang Ming's Moon Eclipse Festival is located is very expensive, but even so, every diner is flocking to it and making reservations, because chefs like Yang Ming want to eat their dishes, sometimes they can't do it even if they have money. This time they have this opportunity, so they don't hurry up. And comprehensively speaking, the food at the Eclipse Festival is still cheaper than those at top restaurants, and they can figure out this calculation. Kigoku Nada is a food lover. Not only is he used to cooking, but he also has a lot of experience with the food of each store. In addition, he also studies the competitions of various major food. After watching the diamond cooking competition, he was quite interested in Yang Ming and hoped to have a chance to try Yang Ming's dishes, but he knew that the chance was too small. That day, he browsed the Twitter of various food magazines as usual. Suddenly, a tweet from Gourmet magazine attracted his attention. Gourmet is well known in the culinary world, but for a long time, he didn't buy this magazine very often. The reason is very simple. The price of this magazine is much more expensive than ordinary magazines. At first, Kyogoku Nada didn't think the money was worth it, but after reading the last few issues, he unexpectedly discovered that this magazine always published articles that other magazines didn't have, especially the interviews with Mikuchi Ingo and Yang Ming, which were not only detailed, but also very novel in content, which was very different from the cookie-cutter articles in other magazines. In other words, Foodie has exclusive interviews that other magazines don't have. In this era of information explosion, media with exclusive interviews on hot topics can indeed attract more readers' attention. So, Kyogoku Nada became a fan of Foodie. Therefore, when Foodie sent a long tweet, it immediately attracted his attention. On November 8, the Totsuki Academy Campus Festival, the Lunar Eclipse Festival, will be grandly opened at Totsuki Academy. The 10 outstanding students of Totsuki will personally cook and serve exquisite dishes to all diners. Among them, Yang Ming, the 7th of the 10 outstanding students of Totsuki and the champion of the Diamond Cooking Competition Tokyo, will personally serve 70 exquisite dishes, waiting for everyone to come to the high platform area of Totsuki Academy. Only one dish of each dish will be made. Those who are interested can contact the business department of Gourmet. For the same dish, the one who pays the highest price will be eligible to eat. A menu of 70 dishes is also attached. Kyogoku Nada quickly clicked on the picture, and the 70 menus appeared in his field of vision one by one. Boiled cabbage, smoked cod with clams, pork stewed with white wine and prunes, French rice cakes, etc., even the French mussels made by Yang Ming in the competition, are all on the list. In addition, there are some dishes that Kyogoku Nada has seen and not seen before, all of which appear on the menu. There are not only Chinese and Western dishes, but also Japanese dishes. The most eye-catching Japanese dish is tuna sashimi. Oh my god, every dish on this menu is excellent. Yang Ming is really going to make these dishes. As soon as Kyogoku Nada had this idea, he immediately saw someone leaving a message under the tweet. The Lunar Eclipse Festival of Totsuki Academy? Is this an advertisement for Totsuki Academy? I went there last year. The price was quite reasonable and the taste was very delicious. More importantly, some dishes can only be eaten there. You can't find them anywhere else. Isn't the key point of this advertisement Yang Ming? Yes, there are a total of 70 dishes. Who knows if there is a chance to grab them? I guess one dish might cost 100,000 yen. One dish costs 100,000 yen, isn't that too expensive? But it's limited. Think about it, if it's a limited edition figurine, how much would it cost? Hey, I want to ask, what if the price is not high? Right. It's not a big deal to ask, it's likely that not many people will order it. Kyogoku Nada smiled helplessly. Want to book these dishes at a low price? Alas, it's still too naive. He continued to read the tweet again, and suddenly found a sentence at the bottom of the picture. This tweet will introduce these 70 dishes in detail during the Lunar Eclipse Festival. Please wait patiently. In addition, if anyone is good at taking pictures, please send a private message. Kyogoku Nada's eyes suddenly lit up. This might be an opportunity. Yang Ming has been busy these days. On the one hand, he has to prepare the dishes that need to be cooked, and on the other hand, he has to communicate with Gourmet to determine the final list of diners. Now, even he is doubting whether his original approach was correct, because it was really too troublesome to prepare. Yang Ming sat on the chair and flipped through the documents on the table. As a result, just after approving 2 copies, Kyuga Teraki hurried in. Master, what's going on? Kyuga Teraki threw a book in front of Yang Ming. Yang Ming glanced at the magazine and found it was Gourmet, and then moved his eyes to his own documents. It's just a magazine, what's wrong? What's wrong? Kyuga Teraki quickly flipped to the last few pages. Master, take a look, why is there an advertisement for the Lunar Eclipse Festival in this magazine? Ah? You mean this? I understand. Yang Ming finally sat up straight and looked at Kyuga Teraki in front of him. The Lunar Eclipse Festival is originally one of the most important events in our Totsuki Academy, so I think it is necessary to let ordinary people participate in it. What do you think? The problem is, this should be a considerable expense, right? Gourmet is a national magazine. Kyuga Teraki said depressedly. Yes, it's very expensive. However, I applied for a sum of money from the school with the identity of the 7th seat of the 10 elites, and I also communicated with the Commander-in-Chief. He also agreed with my suggestion very much, so he supported me with a large sum of money. I thought the money was not enough, but I found that, well, it was not bad. In addition to gourmet, I also placed advertisements in magazines such as Food Weekly. The only flaw is that General Nakiri designed the advertisement. Yang Ming nodded. Kyuga Teraki was sweating after hearing Yang Ming's words. He asked why the advertisements were full of cats and dogs. It turned out that they were the work of the general. By the way, how are your 70 dishes prepared, master? If there are customers, I will break the record and spend hundreds of thousands to have a meal. Kyuga Teraki said curiously, touching his nose. Chapter 1172. Kyuga Teraki was sweating after hearing Yang Ming's words. He asked why the advertisements were full of cats and dogs. It turned out that they were the work of the general. By the way, how are your 70 dishes prepared, master? If there are customers, I will break the record and spend hundreds of thousands to have a meal. Kyuga Teraki said curiously, touching his nose. Ah? I don't know yet. Editor-in-Chief Suga helps to handle these activities. Yang Ming scratched his head, but it was estimated that it would be soon. After all, he also had to prepare ingredients and stalls, and he must finalize the list 2 days in advance. While talking, Yang Ming's mobile phone rang and an email came. Yang Ming clicked on the email, took a general look at the content, and said softly, all 70 dishes have been sold. Hey! Kyuga Teraki immediately turned his head and carefully read the list inside, and found that the prices offered by these people were all above 500,000 yen. Oh my god, these people are all sick, right? Kyuga Teraki said in surprise, spending so much money on a dish. This is a premium, do you understand? Yang Ming answered absent-mindedly, and continued to scroll down the list until he saw a name, and helplessly covered his face. What's wrong, Yang Ming? Kyuga Teraki looked at Yang Ming curiously. Yang Ming sighed and pointed to the third-to-last spot, Senior Kobayashi, she also got a spot. Is it true? Kyuga Teraki glanced at Yang Ming's phone again, and saw Kobayashi Ryodan's name. She spent 700,000 yen to buy the French mussels. The period before the Eclipse Festival was the busiest time for the entire Totsuki Academy, and almost everyone focused their energy on the Eclipse Festival. For example, Kyuga Teraki often directed the members of the Chinese and Western cuisine seminar to build stores and prepare ingredients, and the scale was even larger than last year. In fact, this was also done deliberately by Kyuga Teraki. After seeing Yang Ming's advertisements published in magazines and newspapers, he had a judgment that the number of people today would definitely exceed that of last year. Therefore, for this Eclipse Festival, he almost mobilized all the power of the Chinese and Western Cuisine Research Society. In addition to Kyuga Teraki, Ishiki Hui was also quite busy, because some of the ingredients used were produced since the first-year students of the Polaris dormitory also have to pack their own vegetables. Senior, what is the theme of our restaurant? Sitting on the roof, hammering the wooden board non-stop, Yukihira Soma asked Ishiki Hui on the ground. Taro cooking competition. Ishiki Hui pushed the tricycle to the side of the road and took out the pickaxe from it. Taro cooking competition. Yukihira immediately became interested. It seems to be very good, but do we have enough ingredients like taro? I remember that we didn't grow much taro. That's absolutely no problem. I have already placed an order with a vegetable vendor outside the school, and the ingredients must be sufficient. While speaking, Ishiki Hui took off his clothes and only wore a loincloth. Yukihira Soma saw this scene and was sweating. It's not a good influence to wear this on campus, right? Sure enough, just as Yukihira was about to ask about this, Mommy came over and threw clothes on Ishiki Hui. Are you ashamed? Put on your clothes quickly. But the clothes will get dirty. Ishiki Hui frowned and said. Stop talking nonsense, buy new clothes when they get dirty. Do you need this little money as one of the top 10? Mommy put her hands on her waist and got a little angry. Yukihira shook her head helplessly. Mommy and Ishiki Hui had been arguing for a long time about whether to wear clothes in public. It is said that the two of them did not get along well in the first grade, and this time seemed to be no exception. However, this time Ishiki Hui seemed to follow Mommy's advice and walked to the corner with the clothes. By the way, senior sister, what is Ishiki going to do with the pickaxe? Probably to drain the water. Asami explained. Drain the water? What does that mean? Yukihira scratched his head, not quite understanding. It's just to divert the river. Mommy pointed to a place not far away. Isn't there a river over there? Is Haiki-kun plans to divert the water from the river there? Really? That's great. Yukihira Soma also became interested and grinned. We can actually hold a taro cooking event on a grassland with a river. I'm looking forward to this lunar eclipse festival. I hope it will be more successful this year than last year. Mommy exclaimed sincerely. By the way, where is Yang Ming opening a shop? Yukihira looked around and didn't see Yang Ming, so he asked curiously. I don't know, probably with Kinokuni Ning Ning, Kobayashi Ryodan, and others. Mommy said. Really? I heard that the food in the Jotai district is very high-end. I hope to have a chance to see it, right? Yukihira Soma looked up and nodded his chin in tacit understanding. There will definitely be a chance, but the prices there are ridiculously high, especially the 10 grades of Totsuki. Their food is not only expensive, but also hard to get a ticket. Mommy sighed. After working hard for half a day in the central district, I can only have a meal in the high-end district. Whenever she thought of this, Asami felt a pang of heartache. As the lunar eclipse festival approached, Totsuki Academy became more and more lively. In the central area, storefronts stood on both sides of the street, which was no different from the food street outside. In the corridor area, small stalls and carts were also displayed on the side of the street, and people were carrying food and other goods from time to time. Soon, November 8th was just around the corner. Great, everything has been arranged, and the vegetables used tomorrow are also placed in the fresh keeping box. The Lunar Eclipse Festival is about to begin, so exciting. I hope this year will also have a good start. Yoshino Yuaki gave a thumbs up to the others, and secretly stuck out her tongue. Well. Work hard tomorrow, I wonder how many people will come. Yukihira Soma also smiled. Yang Ming held a teacup and looked at the first-year students in a mess, his heart filled with joy. I have to say, it's good to be energetic. If there is a chance to participate in the Lunar Eclipse Festival next year, it would be nice to open a store with his Haiki and the others. Yang Ming, how are you preparing? Mommy asked quietly, looking at Yang Ming, who seemed to be smiling. It's ready. It took me a day to prepare the ingredients today. Fortunately, I had enough time and the supplier was also very helpful. The only bad thing is that the customers will only come in the afternoon or even in the evening, so I may have to work until 8 or 9 in the evening. Yang Ming thought about tomorrow's dishes and scratched his head. If the customers come from the morning, it is estimated that we can close at 5 or 6 o'clock. If it is that early, it must be. Senior, have the customers been decided? Yukihira asked curiously. Yes, 10 guests, about 6 million yen. Yang Ming said casually. 6 million. Chapter 1173. Senior, have the customers been decided? Yukihira asked curiously. Yes, 10 guests, about 6 million yen. Yang Ming said casually. 6, more than 6 million. Yukihira Soma stuck out his tongue in fear. This was beyond his imagination. Is it very high? Actually, it's not that bad. The rent in Jotai district is very high, and the prices of dishes are generally high. It's not just me. Apart from other things, I will definitely not be the first in Jotai district's income tomorrow. Yang Ming waved his hand. How? Is it possible? Soma Yukihira was a little confused. With such a high unit price, how could the income not be the first? My unit price is just higher, but the sales volume is very small. In comparison, other people's stores have very high sales volume. And some people, such as Irina, her dishes are not cheap. An ordinary dish is about 100,000 yen. A table is estimated to cost more than 1 million yen. Yang Ming said seriously. After listening to Yang Ming's words, Yukihira secretly stuck out his tongue. Sure enough, high-end cuisine is more profitable. Actually, it's not true. Yang Ming waved his hand. High-end cuisine sells not only ingredients, but also cooking skills, elegant environment, high-quality service, etc. Of course, they can't see high-quality service in my store. Why? Yukihira asked. They will bring their own butlers and waiters, which have been agreed in advance. I am alone. If I serve them dishes, I will not be able to handle it. Yang Ming looked as if it was a matter of course. Soma Yukihira was very upset. Yang Ming's cuisine was indeed the most expensive in the school. Because today is the first day of the Lunar Eclipse Festival, everyone is in high spirits and eager to show off their skills today. Outside, many diners have already poured into the venue from the entrance of the Lunar Eclipse Festival. It's like a lively celebration, it's very lively, some are shouting, some are doing all kinds of tricks to attract customers, and the students of UNU have done all the tricks they can use. Other stores are bustling with people, and even the diners in the high platform area far exceed those of previous years. But Yang Ming's store is empty. The guests who made reservations in advance only started at noon, so Yang Ming spent the whole morning preparing the ingredients for the afternoon. Of course, in order to prevent some diners from accidentally entering the restaurant, Yang Ming very humanely blocked the door with a telescopic railing and wrote on the sign that only orders from reserved customers are accepted. However, even so, there are still some people who want to come in, and Yang Ming can only explain and apologize. Near noon, Iwei Yuji walked into the restaurant with a young man. Yang Ming saw that it was Iwei Yuji, greeted him, and continued to lower his head to deal with his ingredients. Iwei Yuji sat silently on a seat on the side, while the young man who came in with Iwei Yuji was obviously more excited. He wanted to go to the kitchen several times, but was stopped by Iwei Yuji in a low voice. In the end, he could only find a seat to sit down. About half an hour later, Yang Ming finally came out of the kitchen and greeted Iwei Yuji. "Teacher Yang, why don't you find a helper?" Iwei Yuji asked. "Of course I can find a helper, but that's boring. The purpose of opening a store is not to make money," Yang Ming said casually. "If you don't want to make money, why do you set the price so high?" the young man asked. Yang Ming was stunned when he saw the young man. He was about 21 or 22 years old, with short black hair. He looked ordinary, and he looked like a college student who had not yet entered the society, or a otaku. "What are you talking about? As the champion of the Diamond Cooking Competition Tokyo, of course you have to set a higher price. If you set it too low, wouldn't it be lowering your own value?" Iwei Yuji glared at this man. He had clearly told him not to talk nonsense, but as soon as he saw Yang Ming, he asked such a sharp question. "Who is this?" Yang Ming looked at Iwei Yuji curiously. "I am a third-year college student. I have some photography skills, so I volunteered. My name is Kyogoku Nada, and I like your cooking very much." The young man picked up the camera hanging around his neck. "Have you eaten my food?" Yang Ming asked curiously. He didn't remember cooking for Kyogoku Nada. "No, I just saw it on TV and videos." Kyogoku Nada scratched his head awkwardly. "It's like this. Actually, you may not know that the reserve price I gave to Gourmet was 5,000 yen, and it was automatically auctioned. As for how high it can be auctioned, it is not something I can control. Just like you said, a dish may be auctioned for hundreds of thousands of yen, but have you ever thought that if it is only auctioned for a few thousand yen, I will lose money? So, I also took a big risk," Yang Ming explained. "But, in this way, many people, such as students like me, will not have the opportunity to eat exquisite dishes," Kyogoku Nada said anxiously. Yang Ming nodded and rubbed his hands twice. "You may be unhappy to hear this, but I still have to explain that the dishes I prepared this time are not for ordinary diners. Moreover, you can go out and see what the prices are in the stores of the 10 elites of Totsuki in the Jyotai district. The price of a single dish of senior SI should be between 100,000 and 150,000 yen, and the price of Arena Nagiri's dishes is also around 100,000 yen. Although my price is more expensive, I make 10 dishes a day, so I spend more time on one dish than on several of their dishes. If time is used to measure the value of a product, my dishes are actually not expensive. Of course I know there are many people who want to eat delicious food, and I will do the same, but I am not running a restaurant now. For me, the biggest role of this 7-day lunar eclipse festival is to test my cooking skills. Therefore, what I need most is gourmets or some people who often eat gourmet food. Their evaluation of the food may help me find some inspiration or shortcomings. Therefore, in this lunar eclipse festival, gourmets are my customers, and wealthy people who often eat gourmet food are also my customers. As for some ordinary people, I can only say sorry this time. If there is a chance next time, I will definitely let more people eat delicious food." Hearing Yang Ming's words, Kyogoku Nada also calmed down and bowed his head in silence. After seeing Kyogoku Nada stop talking, Yang Ming did not say anything. Taking advantage of his free time, Iwei Yuji also asked Yang Ming a question. With so many dishes, can you handle it alone? Chapter 1174. Hearing what Yang Ming said, Kyogoku Nanada also calmed down and lowered his head without saying anything. After seeing that Kyogoku Nanada stopped talking, Yang Ming did not say anything more. Taking advantage of the free time, Iwei Yuji also asked Yang Ming a question. With so many dishes, can you handle it by yourself? Kyogoku Nada was a little stunned when he heard this sentence. Cooking 10 dishes a day is a simple thing for a chef, right? But soon, he reacted. If it is a snack stall or an ordinary restaurant, 10 dishes a day is not too difficult for a chef, but it is not the case for Yang Ming. The guests who eat in the high-rise area are almost all elites, so the pursuit of food can be said to be excellence. Although it is not as physically demanding as participating in a competition, it is not easy to make 10 dishes in a row. Therefore, after hearing what Iwei Yuji said, Kyogoku Nada was also more interested in what kind of dishes Yang Ming would make. Actually, it's okay. Yang Ming touched his nose. I just classified different dishes into different categories. Classification. Kyogoku Nada asked curiously. How do you classify? In fact, the method is also very simple. It is roughly divided according to the ingredients and types of dishes. For example, if today's theme is chicken, then Western and Chinese chicken dishes will be the main focus. Tomorrow's theme is fish, so sashimi and seafood soup will be added. Next is beef, so stewed beef and fried steak will be the main dishes. After that, there will be desserts, soups, and other delicacies. Of course, because the dishes have been selected, the preparation of ingredients can also be completed in advance, so basically, 70 delicious dishes should be made. In addition to the above reasons, more reasons are related to the cooking notes. When the tasting effect is the same as Yang Ming's own ability, in many cases, as long as the problems in the cooking are raised, Yang Ming can improve them at the fastest speed, which greatly improves the quality of his dishes. Kyogoku Nada listened to Yang Ming's explanation, and his eyes were full of stars. As expected of teacher Yang Ming, he actually thought of this step, but it's a pity that he can't taste his cooking in person. Kyogoku Nada sighed inwardly. The three chatted for a while, and Yang Ming looked up at the clock hanging on the wall. The time was exactly 12 o'clock. The customers should be coming soon, right? Yang Ming stood up from his seat, put away the retractable railing, and waited for the first guest. At this time, an old man in a dark kimono came in accompanied by a middle-aged man. Excuse me, who are you? Yang Ming stopped the two people. The old man had no joy or anger on his face, and walked around Yang Ming and continued to move forward. The middle-aged man following the old man bowed to Yang Ming and handed him a subscription voucher. Yang Ming took the subscription voucher, took a look, and found that it was stamped with the seal of gourmet and the name of the ordered dish. He knew that it was the person who bid for the first dish, Florence chicken steak with wild mushroom rice. At this time, Zhong took out a handful of food vouchers issued by Totsuki Academy from his pocket, counted out 80 loose vouchers, and handed them to Yang Ming. Kyogoku Nada was so surprised when he saw the dozen loose vouchers that he couldn't speak. At the entrance of the venue, he looked at the food vouchers that could be exchanged. There are 3 types of food coupons, and the Matsu coupons are the most expensive of all, with each coupon worth 10,000 yen. Just by looking at so many Matsu coupons, you can tell that the dishes Yang Ming is going to make are expensive. Kyogoku Nada held the camera tightly, and he could already feel his hands starting to tremble. Yang Ming took the Matsu coupons and bowed slightly. Please wait a moment, both of you. I will serve the dishes as quickly as possible. I don't want to be so fast. The old man who was sitting on the table with his eyes closed opened his eyes slightly. Yang Ming looked at the old man with some surprise. Good food must be carefully crafted. I don't want your food to become like garbage because of time constraints. 800,000 yen is nothing to me, but time is very important to me. For this dish, 2 deliberately turned down 2-star rated meals. I hope my time is not wasted, you know? As you wish. Yang Ming nodded slightly and turned to enter the kitchen. Kyogoku Nada glanced at the old man who was talking. He looked about 70 years old and energetic. It is rare for someone so old to have such a strong body. This is the founder of Tokyo Zui Food Club, Mr. Fukuoka Sheng. You should pay attention to your identity and don't do anything out of line. Iwei Yuji whispered in Kyogoku Nanada's ear. Kyogoku Nanada secretly stuck out his tongue. Just now, he really wanted to ask Iway Yuji about the old man. Fortunately, Iway Yuji told him in advance, otherwise he might have asked stupidly. If he didn't control the volume when asking the truth, it might cause unnecessary trouble. While secretly rejoicing, Kyogoku Nanada moved his eyes to the kitchen again. Is there anything wrong with teacher Yang Ming? This old man is so strict. If it were me, I would probably tremble with my knife. Why are you standing there like an idiot? Iway Yuji glared at Kyogoku Nanada, hurry up and follow him. Kyogoku Nanada was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood. Yang Ming was using a semi-open kitchen, and standing at the window, he could clearly see Yang Ming's every move. Taking useful photos was Kyogoku Nanada's mission on this trip, so after being reminded by Iway Yuji, he immediately stood up and walked to the window with his camera. Iway Yuji thought about it, stood up, and walked to the window. Yang Ming in the room was cooking quickly at this moment, pouring a certain amount of milk into a bowl, stirring it with a white powder, and when a white paste appeared in the bowl, Yang Ming added clear broth from it. After doing all this, Yang Ming quickly took out the chicken legs in the oven. 2 servings. Kyogoku Nanada said in surprise. Sometimes the chef is afraid that there will be flaws in the food, so he will make one more dish just in case. Iway Yuji whispered. Kyogoku Nanada nodded repeatedly. Cooking for such an important diner, there really can't be any mistakes. However, the process of teacher Yang Ming cooking is a kind of enjoyment no matter how you look at it. Iway Yuji narrowed his eyes. After Iway Yuji's reminder, Kyogoku Nanada's attention also hit Yang Ming. The continuity between each action can be described as flowing. Although not as fast as some chefs, it looks particularly comfortable. Chapter 1175. However, the process of teacher Yang Ming cooking is a kind of enjoyment no matter how you look at it. Iway Yuji narrowed his eyes. After Iway Yuji's reminder, Kyogoku Nanada's attention also hit Yang Ming, and the continuity between each action can be described as flowing. Although not as fast as some chefs, it looks particularly comfortable. Is this Yang Ming's strength? Unconsciously, there was a person standing behind Kyogoku Nanada. He turned around and saw the middle-aged man standing behind him looking forward, staring at the busy Yang Ming. What do you think? Seeing the middle-aged man coming back, Fukukimori asked in a deep voice. I think it's not bad, but the specifics will be known after the dishes are cooked. However, the cooking speed may be faster than you expected. The middle-aged man lowered his head and explained. Humph, this kid is actually disobedient. Let's see how his dishes are later. Fudition closed his eyes, sniffed his nose, and smelled a strong fragrance. The old man immediately became energetic. It seems that it is better than I imagined. Speed and quality, can they really be achieved at the same time? Fudition did not wait too long. About 20 minutes later, Yang Ming rang the bell in the kitchen. The middle-aged man immediately walked to the kitchen door and took over the dining cart pushed by Yang Ming. Kyogoku Nanada looked at the dining cart in front of him and quickly took 2 photos with his camera. There was a small ice bucket in front of the dining cart, with a bottle of red wine placed diagonally in it. Behind the red wine were 4 plates covered with plate covers. 10-year-old O'Brien. Fudition looked at the label on the red wine and frowned slightly. I didn't expect you to provide red wine here. You spent so much money, you must feel that it is worth it. Yang Ming said with a smile. When Kyogoku Nanada heard the name of O'Brien, he immediately looked at the red wine in Fukudashi's hand with envy and desire in his eyes. O'Brien is a red wine produced from the Obion Manor, a high-quality wine from the traditional 8 famous wineries, and it is also expensive in the market. I thought that Yang Ming's dish was just a simple main course, but I didn't expect it to have such a high-end red wine. Fukudashi frowned and handed the red wine to the middle-aged man with dissatisfaction. I often drink this kind of red wine. If I just want red wine, I will definitely go to the red winery. The reason why I chose you is because of the food. This bottle of wine, The middle-aged man immediately put the red wine in the ice bucket, and then put 4 plates on the table. Why 4 dishes? Fukudashi looked at Yang Ming in confusion. These are 2 dishes, 1 large plate and 1 small plate each. The larger one is chicken steak, and the smaller one is wild mushroom rice. One of them is yours. The other dish is a gift, but you have to let these 2 reporters take pictures before you can give it to them. When you communicated with the gourmet magazine, they should have mentioned this. Fukudashi nodded and took the 2 plates closer to him. There is no difference between these 2 dishes, right? Almost the same. Well, Asakura, I'll give you that one. As he spoke, Fukuka-sheng opened the lid of the plate, and a strong aroma came to his face with the steam. Fukuka-sheng took a deep breath, and his eyes suddenly widened, as if every cell was about to revive. This smell, it's really delicious. Fukuka-sheng bit his lips tightly and almost groaned. He quickly looked at the middle-aged man and saw that the two reporters had already taken pictures of another dish. He immediately said to the middle-aged man, "Asakura, don't touch your dish yet." "Hey!" Iway Yuji and Kyogoku Nada swallowed their saliva and looked at Asakura in astonishment. "Yes, sir." Asakura tried his best to restrain himself and finally did not make any rude moves. Fukuda's Hori picked up the knife and fork in his left and right hands, cut the chicken thighs effortlessly, picked up some small pieces of chicken, dipped them in sauce, and put them into his mouth. The delicious chicken quickly spread in his mouth. The chicken, which was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, was quickly passed in his mouth along with the rich gravy and delicious sauce under the gentle bite of teeth. The fat that had seeped into the chicken also flowed out after cooking, and the fragrant taste hit Fukuda's Hori's face like a heavy punch. After shaking left and right twice, Fukuda's Hori regained consciousness. "Master, are you okay?" Asakura immediately stepped forward and supported Fukuda's Hori. "No. It's okay. Sorry, it was a bit rude." Fukuda's Hori sat up straight and took 2 deep breaths, but the redness on his face still did not dissipate. "When I tried the chicken just now, I thought it was French breast chicken. The delicate and smooth taste, coupled with the chicken meat soaked in fat in the gaps of the meat, gave me an illusion. But after a careful aftertaste, it is slightly different from the French breast chicken. Although the meat of the chicken legs is not bad, it is still a little different from the breast chicken." Fu Desheng nodded. "I'm sorry, because of the tight time, I don't have time to use breast chicken." "No, this is good." Fu Desheng waved his hands repeatedly, interrupting Yang Ming's words. "Compared to using breast chicken to make exquisite dishes, I prefer to use ordinary chicken to make dishes similar to breast chicken. Only by throwing out the influence of the ingredients can a chef's true cooking skills be seen. Your cooking skills are indeed worth the price." "Asakura, the other dish is also mine." "Yes, sir." Asakura glanced at the chicken cutlet and wild mushroom rice on the table and swallowed his saliva. Iway Yuji and Kyogoku Nada were stunned. Tokyo Purple Emblem Gourmet Club is definitely one of the best gourmet groups in Tokyo. As the founder, Fukuka-sheng has a deep understanding of cooking. The fact that he praised it so much and ordered 2 identical dishes at the same time is enough to prove the excellence of Yang Ming's cooking. After Fukuka-sheng finished eating the 2 dishes, he leaned back in his chair with satisfaction, staring at Yang Ming with his eyes straight. 800,000 yen to eat this dish. It's really not expensive. Fukuka-sheng let out a long breath, and a happy smile appeared on his face. "Thank you, you like it." Yang Ming also smiled politely. "Can you answer a question for me?" Fukuka-sheng looked at Yang Ming curiously. "You say? When are you going to open a store? I mean a real restaurant?" Fukudashi asked seriously. "The real meaning?" Yang Ming rubbed his chin and frowned slightly. Is it to open a Yang Ming store in the Shokyuchi no Soma world to truly belong to his own restaurant? Probably, maybe another year. Chapter 1176. The real meaning. Yang Ming rubbed his chin and frowned slightly. Is it to open a Yang Ming store in the Shokyuchi no Soma world to truly belong to his own restaurant? Probably, maybe another year. In fact, Yang Ming couldn't say for sure when he would open another Yang Ming store, so he could only give the safest answer, which was 1 year later. Another year. Fukudashi touched the beard on his lips, and the wrinkles on his face seemed to become deeper. After seeing Fukudashi off, Iway Yuji and Kyogoku Nada also breathed a sigh of relief. Just now when they were tasting food at Fukudashi, they were even more nervous than Yang Ming. "How is it, are you used to it?" Yang Ming asked. "Teacher Yang, will every dish be of this quality in the future?" Kyogoku Nada asked back. "Yes, these people have great influence in the cooking world. If I am a little careless, it will spread among this group of people immediately." Yang Ming narrowed his eyes and stretched his body, "So, I have to keep working hard in the future." At 1800 hours on the first day of the Lunar Eclipse Festival, the verified sales were announced. Most of the shops also chose to close after that. The Taro cooking meeting held by Polar Star Dormitory also ended early. After closing the shop, Is Heike Hui proposed to go to other shops to have a look, and Yukihira did not go with his Haikihue because he was worried about the grades of other first-year students. Arriving at the gathering place, Nakiri Arena stood in the most conspicuous places and got angry at several people. What's wrong with you? Yukihira asked curiously. Arena Nakiri pointed at Alice helplessly and said, the three of them have shops that are all in the red. Hey? Really? Yukihira was shocked. He seemed to have heard Yang Ming say that if the stall was still in the red after the Eclipse Festival, there would be a risk of being fired. Of course, the possibility of Alice Nakiri being fired is very small, and the possibility of Kurakaiba Ryo being fired because of Alice is not too great either. Among these three people, the most dangerous one is Ryo Hayama, who entered the finals. Hey, Hayama, what's wrong with you? Yukihira asked curiously with his hands on his waist. Isn't it Nakiri's fault? He kept getting the menu wrong. Ryo Hayama pointed at Alice and said. Tisk, didn't you confirm it in the end? Alice, of course, refused to sit still and wait for death, and immediately retorted. Not only did you get the menu wrong, but you also changed the recipes frequently before the Lunar Eclipse Festival, leaving us no time to practice. Yeshan Liang raised another question. Yang Mingjun made 70 recipes, and nothing happened. Alice immediately pulled out another shield. Yukihira Soma heard Alice mention Yang Ming, and turned to ask Arena, by the way, where does Yang Mingjun's stall rank in the Jotai district? Jotai district? 6th, right. Arena recalled the ranking in the Yuanbao. Hey? So low? With an income of more than 6 million yen, can it only rank 7th? Isn't the competition in the Jotai district too fierce? Yukihira was surprised. What do you mean by more than 6 million? This ranking is only recorded until 6 o'clock. Yang Mingjun's store is officially opened at 6 o'clock. You see, Yang Mingjun's ranking will be higher tomorrow. Arena explained. Yukihira touched his chin, so that's how it is. But now I'm really curious about what Yang Mingjun cooks. I advise you to forget it. Yang Mingjun should be very busy now. If you go there now, it will only increase his workload and there will be no other benefit. Arena waved her hand with a look of disdain. Yukihira pursed his lips and was about to refute, but then he thought again, what Arena said was really true. This Lunar Eclipse Festival, Yang Ming was also preparing for the Asian competition of the Diamond Cooking Competition. If he went there rashly, it might have a counterproductive effect. Thinking of this, Yukihira sighed helplessly. Now, just as Arena had guessed, Yang Ming was at his busiest time. 3 diners entered the store almost at the same time and ordered the dishes they had reserved. When Kyogoku Nada saw this scene, he was a little at a loss. He was sure that if he was in Yang Ming's position, he would have been in chaos long ago. However, Yang Ming in the kitchen was cooking in an orderly and unusually steady manner. The entourage of the 3 customers walked to the window from time to time to watch Yang Ming's cooking process. But Yang Ming didn't care at all and continued to cook quickly. About an hour and a half later, the first customer's dish was served. Like Fukukimori, 2 identical dishes were served at the same time. Kyogoku Nada immediately came over, took a full-scale photo of the dishes, and immediately went to the corner of the restaurant and handed the camera to Iway Yuji. Iway Yuji put the camera aside and quickly processed the text. Kyogoku Nada knew that Iway Yuji was also very busy now. Not only did he have to post the latest tweets on the official Twitter of Foodie, but he also had to select suitable dishes and write articles related to the Lunar Eclipse Festival. Foodie recently published a lot of articles related to Yang Ming. I thought readers would be bored, but after communicating with Kyogoku Nada, Iway Yuji discovered that Yang Ming had a group of fans without knowing it. This also prompted him to write about what he saw and heard at the Lunar Eclipse Festival. Even if it can't be published in Foodie magazine, it's pretty good to publish it on his own Facebook or Twitter. By the way, tomorrow morning, there won't be many people here, so let's go around. Totsuki Gakuen is the top cooking school in the Japanese cooking world. If we don't go around to other places, we will definitely regret it later. Iway Yuji suggested. Kyogoku Nada was browsing Twitter with a tablet. When he heard what Iway Yuji said, his eyes lit up immediately and he nodded repeatedly, well, let's go around tomorrow. Maybe there are other delicious foods worth recommending. What are you doing now? Checking out the tweets you just posted. What are the readers' comments? Iway Yuji hadn't checked Twitter for 2 or 3 hours. The comments are very high. Kyogoku Nada slid her fingers on the pad and scanned it quickly. The tweet of red wine stewed chicken just uploaded had nearly 100 comments in just 5 or 6 minutes, almost all of which were about Yang Ming's cuisine. It looks delicious. Through the screen and the photo, I can feel the aroma of the chicken wafting over. Hey, who is the person who ate this dish? It's so happy. +1, it's really hard to imagine how it feels to eat this dish. Kyogoku Nada quickly quit Twitter. He was afraid that he would not be able to help but tell these people that the price of this red wine stewed chicken was 900,000 yen. Although, in the eyes of the rich, 900,000 yen is nothing, for ordinary people, it is really unaffordable to spend so much money on a meal. Chapter 1177. After sending the last guest away, Yang Ming wiped the sweat from his forehead. All the clothes on his body were soaked with sweat, and his long hair was tightly stuck to his face. Iway Yuji typed quickly, not paying any attention to the surrounding environment, and Kyogoku Nada kept flipping through the photos in the camera, but the more he looked, the more hungry he felt, as if his stomach was hollowed out by a starving worm. Thinking that it would take more than an hour to go back, Kyogoku Nada couldn't help but sigh. What made him even more desperate was that the fat man opposite didn't mention going back at all, as if he had forgotten that they hadn't finished their meal. It would be nice if there was a bowl of noodle soup, and 2 rice balls. The image of food appeared in Kyogoku Nada's mind. He was sure that even if he was given a bowl of rice at this moment, he would finish it at a fast speed. Okay, you two, thank you for your hard work. Yang Ming walked out of the kitchen with a tray. Don't be disgusted, I can only make some easier dishes for you now. As he said that, Yang Ming brought 2 bowls of ramen to the 2 people. Kyogoku Nada, who was already hungry, took the ramen and started eating immediately. After swallowing the first bite, he almost screamed, "Teacher Yang, this ramen is so delicious. If you want to sell it, will it cost tens of thousands of yen? Are you stupid?" Yang Ming picked up his bowl of noodles. It's just a bowl of ramen, it should be 1,000 yen, right? 1,000 yen. Kyogoku Nada lost his voice. What's the fuss? Iway Yuji looked at Kyogoku Nada across from him. Kyogoku Nada quickly waved his hand, no. I just think that Teacher Yang and I think differently. Yang Ming narrowed his eyes after hearing what Kyogoku Nada said. Perhaps even Yang Ming himself did not expect that continuously cooking high-quality dishes would put such a heavy burden on the body. After returning to Polar Star Dormitory, Yang Ming did not even want to talk. After a simple shower, he fell on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Another thing that Yang Ming did not expect was that the 10 diners on the first day also published their comments on Yang Ming's dishes after returning, accompanied by pictures and texts, and tagged the official Twitter of Gourmet Magazine. Before, the 2 parties had not discussed this matter. The next morning, after Yang Ming met Iway Yuji, Kyogoku Nada expressed his feelings in front of him and highly praised his cuisine. After reading the tweets posted by customers yesterday and the comments from readers, Yang Ming fell into deep thought. Kyogoku Nada also noticed Yang Ming's expression and looked at Iway Yuji in astonishment. Iway Yuji's mind was also full of question marks. Well, you only need to upload part of the dishes I made today. Take more photos of the dishes of other people in Totsuki Academy, as well as the dishes of the other 10 masters. Their dishes may be better than mine. Yang Ming frowned and said. Isn't it a good thing to have so many viewers and supporters? If you do this, your popularity will go down, which is a huge loss. Kyogoku Nada asked puzzledly. I don't want popularity. Yang Ming shook his head and sighed, I care about my own dishes, and with so many people paying attention, I am really under a lot of pressure. But... Kyogoku Nada was about to refute Yang Ming, but was stopped by Iway Yuji. Well, then we'll come back in the evening. Thank you for your understanding. Yang Ming narrowed his eyes. When they left Yang Ming's restaurant, Kyogoku Nada looked at Iway Yuji puzzledly. Mr. Iway, why did you hold me? Didn't you notice? He is very dissatisfied with his current situation. Yeah, why? Many chefs want to be noticed. Kyogoku Nada looked puzzled. Maybe it's just like what Mr. Yang Ming said, the pressure is too great. Iway Yuji touched his chin. Besides, I think deliberately downplaying his popularity during this period may not be a bad thing for him. After all, when a person is suddenly praised too much the consequences may be beyond his control. Sometimes, the easiest way to destroy a person is to flatter him, and Yang Ming should also be worried about this. Then let's go today. Let's go around Totsuki Academy during the day? Update Twitter. By the way, and then go to teacher Yang's store in the evening. Iwei Yuji explained. Great. Although it was a pity that he couldn't see the dishes Yang Ming made during the day, Kyogoku Nada immediately became excited when he thought about eating many other special dishes. The two walked around Totsuki Academy while recording what they saw. Tweets appeared on Twitter from time to time, and every tweet would immediately attract discussion from netizens after it was published. This seems to be a taro boiling competition. It looks delicious. Did you notice that there seems to be a river passing by? I see, it seems to be quite good to participate in the taro boiling competition here. The most important thing is the chef. Look at how he squints his eyes. He looks so handsome when he smiles. The girls inside are also very beautiful. I have to go and try the food. Tomorrow. No, I'll go today. The shop opened by Jixing Liu has caused a heated discussion on the internet. Then, a tweet was posted, and Iwei Yuji's big round face appeared in everyone's field of vision. Oh my god, this face is so big. No, why is his face so red? Yes, he looks like he is in pain. No, look at his expression. Although he is grinning, his eyes are very energetic. Just as netizens were discussing it enthusiastically, Gourmet Magazine sent out another tweet. This is a shop opened by Teraki Kyuga, the 9th seat of the 10 greats of Totsuki. It specializes in Sichuan cuisine and Chinese cuisine. Whether it is mapo tofu, stir-fried water spinach, red oil dumplings, mouth-watering chicken, and other exquisite dishes, after eating them, people feel that their blood is burning. As someone who often eats Japanese cuisine, after eating these Sichuan dishes, I can only say that they are absolutely beautiful. They have changed my understanding of Sichuan cuisine. As he said this, Iwei Yuji uploaded the photos of these dishes to his website. Netizens' eyes lit up immediately when they saw this scene. This seems to be different from the mapo tofu we have eaten. Of course it is different. The mapo tofu in Japan uses very little chili. Look at this dish, the tofu is almost dyed red. More importantly, the chef is one of the 10 great masters of Totsuki. Don't say anything, I'm going first. You guys can chat slowly. Don't worry, I'll go too. From the second day on, there were suddenly more customers in Kyuga Teraki's store, which surprised Kyuga Teraki. However, considering his title of one of the 10 great masters and his superb cooking skills, Kyuga Teraki felt that even if there were so many customers, it was normal. Chapter 1178. Don't say anything, I'm going first. You guys can chat slowly. Don't worry, I'll go too. Since the second day, there have been more customers in Kyuga Teraki's store, which surprised Kyuga Teraki. However, considering his reputation as one of the top 10 and his superb cooking skills, Kyuga Teraki felt that even if there were so many customers, it was normal. The Eclipse Festival of Totsuki Academy is not only about food, but also many activities related to food. For example, the stage play with the Totsuki team as the protagonist. The Totsuki team members wearing helmets knocked down various food monsters, attracting the attention of many children. Parents were also slightly surprised to see the scene. It turned out that Totsuki Academy had such a stage play. In addition, there are other activities related to food. Even some comic lovers can see the legendary food comics, the first edition of Cai Daojun Miro in a library. This also gave many otakus who have not been out of the house for a long time a reason to leave the room. The Eclipse Festival of Totsuki Academy is proceeding in an orderly manner. In a blink of an eye, this food festival has been carried out for most of the time. At the high tower of Totsuki Academy, Nakiri Senseiman picked up a telescope and looked at the bustling streets with an excited look on his face. Haha! Let everyone participate in the food, this kind of cuisine is the most interesting. Nakiri Senseiman narrowed his eyes and kept stroking his beard, with a proud look on his face that was beyond words. Whether it is the Red Leaf Conference or the Lunar Eclipse Festival, it is to enable the students of Totsuki Academy to show their own personality, so that Totsuki Academy can be better passed on, and at the same time let these students understand that the so-called food is meaningful because of the existence and participation of diners. What makes Nakiri Senseiman even more satisfied is that because of the cooperation with many media, the number of diners at this Lunar Eclipse Festival is more than that of previous Lunar Eclipse Festivals. It's really good. Nakiri Senseiman narrowed his eyes and walked into the room with his hands behind his back. Outside Totsuki Academy, a man in black sat in a black car, watching the tourists coming in and out. Humph, the old man's style is really disgusting. Totsuki Academy is a place where these people can you come in? During this period, the reputation of Totsuki Academy in the outside world has dropped a lot. In the end, it can only rely on these school festivals to attract popularity. The man in black sneered. The person sitting in the driver's seat turned his head and looked at the man in black. Sir Nakamura, how about we take over Totsuki Academy now? Now? Nakamura-ji rubbed his chin. It's not stable now, wait for 2 days? If everything goes well in 2 days, I can take over Totsuki Academy. Sir Nakamura, I still think you are too conservative. Not counting the eldest lady, we have already got 5 places, there is no need to wait any longer. What if Irina chooses to remain silent? Don't forget, the old man is still in charge now. If there are only 5 of the top 10 who support us, then it may take 10 of the top 10 to conduct food battles to determine the ownership of Totsuki Academy. I don't like this feeling of being out of control. Nakamura-ji clenched his fists. I want 100%. The driver curled his lips. He really couldn't understand why Nakamura-ji had 2 trump cards in his hand. Even if it was a PK between the top 10, their chances of winning were more than 90%. So, he didn't understand why Nakamura-ji was so cautious. On the afternoon of the 6th day of the lunar eclipse festival, Kobayashi Ryodan, whose goal was to eat at all the stalls, came to the store opened by Polar Star Dormitory. Kobayashi, what's wrong with you? Yukihira Soma said in surprise when he saw Kobayashi Ryodan holding food bags in his left and right hands. Of course I came here to try it. Kobayashi Ryodan narrowed his eyes. Hurry up, give me a portion of boiled taro. Is Hikihue brought a bowl of boiled taro over very promptly. Kobayashi, how many stalls have you not eaten yet? How many? Kobayashi Ryodan took a bite of taro, looked up and thought, probably 2 more. One is Xiao Yangming's, and the other is C's. Well, Xiao Yishi, this taro is delicious. Yukihira Soma clapped his hands on Xiaolin Longdan's table, almost touching her face. Did you reserve a table at Yang Jun's place? Yes. But it's still quite expensive. A hot pot costs 700,000 yen. This should be the most expensive hot pot I have ever eaten. Xiaolin Longdan rubbed his cheeks, looking depressed. 700,000. Yukihira was dumbfounded, and Tadakuro Megami, who was not far away, also covered her mouth in surprise. Isn't this price too high? High? Xiaolin Longdan shrugged his shoulders. You have to know that there are only 70 places, and not everyone has the opportunity to eat. If I hadn't used the power of the second seat of the 10 elites, I guess I wouldn't have gotten this place. But I still think it's exaggerated. Soma Yukihira found it incredible. Do you know what the price of the remaining dozen dishes of Yangming is in the market? Asked Ryodan Kobayashi. Soma Yukihira shook his head. How could I know? Ryodan Kobayashi raised his index finger. Double. The remaining dozen dishes of Yangming have doubled on average. In other words, if I give up this hot pot, someone will definitely be willing to pay 1.5 million to buy it. Isn't this rising too fast? Yukihira pouted. There is nothing we can do about it. Many celebrities in the cooking world have tweeted after trying the dishes, and the price has been hyped up all of a sudden. Ryodan Kobayashi said helplessly. However, fortunately, there are still very few people willing to sell the dishes, so there are no outrageous prices. Why? Isn't the price very high? Shouldn't he make a lot of money? Yukihira asked puzzled. Of course, the person who took the photo of the dish also wants to eat it. He is fierce and has no shortage of money. Just like me. Kobayashi Ryodan wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, with a happy face. Yukihira Soma sighed. He really couldn't understand what these people were thinking. Although I don't know how these few days of practice will help Yang Ming prepare for the Diamond Cuisine Cooking Asian competition, one thing is certain, Yang Ming's cuisine has been recognized by this part of people. This will be of great benefit to his future development, provided that his mentality does not change. After listening to Kobayashi Ryodan's simple introduction, Yukihira Soma couldn't help swallowing his saliva. I really want to have a good bite. How about, wait a while, I'll treat you. Kobayashi Ryodan suggested. Is it okay? Yukihira Soma immediately became energetic. Of course, the dish I ordered is hot pot. As long as the soup is cooked well, even ordinary ingredients will be very delicious. Kobayashi Ryodan was quite confident. Haha, This is perfect. Yukihira narrowed his eyes. Chapter 1179. Is it okay? Soma Yukihira immediately perked up. Of course, the dish I ordered is hot pot. As long as the soup is cooked well, even ordinary ingredients will be very delicious. Kobayashi Rinden was quite confident. Haha, that's perfect. Yukihira narrowed his eyes. Can Sister Tadakuro come too? Kobayashi Rinden waved to Tadakuro Megami. Tadakuro Megami pointed at herself. Can I do it too? She looked at Ishiki Hwei in panic, but saw Ishiki nodded at her. After the two of them agreed, Yukihira Soma and Tanshoke asked Ishiki Hwei for half a day off, and then followed Kobayashi Rinden to the high-rise area. By the way, it must be very hard for the senior sister to eat so many dishes, right? Yukihira looked at the stalls on both sides, which were full of tempting snacks. It is probably not too easy to eat so many snacks. Indeed, alas, only a few people can understand my difficulties. Kobayashi Rinden sighed, and then took out a string of meatballs from the food bag. Tansho sister, do you want it? Me? No, no. Tanshoke waved her hands repeatedly. Until now, her head is still dizzy. It sounds like a dream to taste a hot pot worth 700,000 yuan later. Hey! Yukihira Soma, who was walking, suddenly stopped. Yukihira, what's wrong? Tanshoke asked curiously. No. I remember this is Kyuga-kun's shop. It was open in the afternoon. It's only been 2 or 3 hours now, why is it closed? Yukihira pointed to a shop on the side and asked. Kobayashi Rinden also looked at the shop and scratched his head. What on earth is Kyuga doing? Tadakuro Megami scratched her head. There was still 1 day before the Eclipse Festival was about to end. Unless there was something more important, most people would push some trivial matters until after the competition was over. Okay, that kid is smart, don't look around, the high platform area is in front. Kobayashi Rinden was also a little confused, but it was probably not an important matter, otherwise the school would definitely issue a notice. The high platform area is located near the Totsuki Resort in the campus area, so most of the guests live in the Totsuki Resort. The guests that Tadakuro Megami and Yukihira saw were almost all dressed in bright clothes, which formed a sharp contrast with their clothes. This is completely 2 different worlds. Tadakuro Megami said in surprise. Yes, it looks very gorgeous. Is Yang Mingjun really cooking here? Yukihira Soma was surprised. Yes, you guys follow me. Kobayashi Ryodan took the lead and walked towards a restaurant. The two followed Kobayashi Ryodan to a small Western-style restaurant. Unlike other restaurants with people coming and going, this restaurant had no customers. Senior sister, you are not talking about this place, right? Yukihira pointed to the restaurant and said. Yes, this is Yang Ming's simulation store. Are you disappointed? Kobayashi Ryodan asked. Yes, it seems that there are too few people. Yukihira scratched his head and said. Don't forget, there are only 10 customers here a day, how can you easily meet them? Let's go, follow me in. As he spoke, Kobayashi Ryodan entered the restaurant. Yukihira Soma and Tanamo Megami followed closely and walked in. The decoration in the restaurant is relatively simple, with only 4 tables, one of which is placed in the corner. A little fat man and a young man are sitting there checking the camera. There are no people at the other 3 tables. Yukihira Hajime was really planning to take a look at the other decorations in the restaurant, but Kobayashi Ryodan raised his hand towards the kitchen. Yang Mingjun, I'm here. Soon, Yang Ming, wearing a chef's uniform, came out of the kitchen. Hey, senior sister, you're here so early. Yang Ming said with a smile. Didn't you say I can come anytime? I have to go to C's restaurant later, so of course I have to hurry up. Kobayashi Ryodan narrowed his eyes and showed his fangs. Yang Ming sighed helplessly. In fact, he also wanted to try Si Yingshi's food. The Lunar Eclipse Festival is one of the few times where he can have Si Yingshi's food, but he was restrained by himself. By the way, I brought them here. There shouldn't be any problem, right? You are all roommates, and they are your juniors. You will definitely not kick them out. Xiaolin Longden pointed at Yukihira and Tanaka Hui and said. Yang Ming was a little amused. Xiaolin Longden really thought of all the tricks to keep these 2 people. Yukihira Soma called out Mr. Yang Ming and greeted Yang Ming with his teeth bared. while Tanaka Hui seemed more reserved. It's okay. You can find a place to sit. By the way, senior sister, I have something to remind you. What is it? Xiaolin Longden blinked, looking puzzled. In fact, the 700,000 you spent is for 2 dishes. One dish, of course, is the food you bought, and the other is for filming. Yang Ming pointed at Iwei Yuji and Kyogoku Nada in the corner, and the two greeted Xiaolin Longden. Xiaolin Longden nodded seriously, but he still didn't understand the meaning of Yang Ming's words. As for the second dish, in accordance with the principle of not wasting, it should be given to you under normal circumstances. Since you brought Yukihira-kun and Zaiwai, this hot pot that should be given to you will be given to them. Yang Ming narrowed his eyes and said. Hey! Xiaolin Longden slammed the table and stood up. Xiao! Yang Ming! How could this happen? Yang Ming helplessly spread his hands. I handled other customers the same way. But, Xiaolin senior sister, 1 portion is enough for you, right? I want to take it away. Xiaolin Longden blinked, wanting to cry but without tears. Yang Ming rolled his eyes. If it were other dishes, you could take it away, but the essence of hot pot is in the soup. You can't just take the soup back, right? Some are happy and some are sad. Yukihira Soma and Tanaka Emi immediately became energetic after hearing what Yang Ming said, and swallowed 2 mouthfuls of saliva in succession. Xiaolin Longden handed a dozen tickets to Yang Ming depressedly, and his depression was beyond words. Yang Ming didn't care how the 3 people divided the 2 hot pots. He went straight into the kitchen and came out pushing a small stall cart more than 20 minutes later. Hey, Xiao Yang Ming, how come you are so fast? You won't cut corners, will you? Xiaolin Longdan questioned, with the momentum of wanting to get back at him. You're a big devil. Yang Ming rolled his eyes in frustration. Senior sister, don't mislead the students, okay? As long as the soup and sauce are ready, the hot pot will be served quickly. To be honest, if the 2 of them take it seriously, my reputation will be ruined by you. Xiaolin Longdan chuckled twice and scratched his hair. Chapter 1180. You're a big devil. Yang Ming rolled his eyes in frustration. Senior sister, don't mislead the students, okay? As long as the soup and sauce are ready, the hot pot will be served quickly. To be honest, if the 2 of them take it seriously, my reputation will be ruined by you. Xiaolin Longdan chuckled twice and scratched his hair. By the way, you also said that the difficulty of this hot pot is the soup. The broth used in it will not be different from the competition, right? Of course it is different. Yang Ming nodded seriously. Although the organizer of the competition also provided ingredients, sometimes it is not necessarily the most suitable broth. The chicken I used here is all from Polaris Dormitory. Is it the Polaris chicken fed by Yoshino? Tanshoke asked curiously. Yes, so the taste is definitely not comparable to the hens in the general market. Yang Ming said confidently. Xiaolin Longden suddenly snapped his fingers. I understand why you put the dishes using broth on the day, like this dish and boiled cabbage, they all use the best broth, which is the soup in Chinese cuisine. Yang Ming, you actually made a day's cooking with a pot of broth. Isn't it too profitable? At this point, Xiaolin Longden pouted and looked angry. Tanshoke and Yukihira blinked and looked at Yang Ming curiously, as if asking Yang Ming the reason. In any case, a pot of soup stock is sold for a day, coupled with the high price, it does make people feel cheated. Alas! Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Senior sister, you really wronged me. Boiled cabbage is Sichuan cuisine, and this sha cha sauce beef is Cantonese cuisine. They are different cuisines. What do you mean? Xiaolin Longden blinked, not understanding. To put it simply, the soup of Sichuan cuisine is different from that of Cantonese cuisine. Although the clear soup of these 2 dishes is similar, the ingredients are still different. To put it more bluntly, if I want to make these 2 dishes at the same time, I have to make 2 different soups. Do you understand what I mean? Kobayashi Ryodan scratched his head awkwardly. I really didn't know there were so many rules for soup. I usually eat Sichuan cuisine. Senior, if you boil a pot of soup, how long does it take? Tadakuro Megami asked curiously. If it's this dish, it may take 5 or 6 hours, right? Boiled cabbage takes longer because it uses double soup. Yang Ming nodded. In other words, boiled cabbage is more expensive than this hot pot. Yukihira Soma asked in surprise. That's right. Today's boiled cabbage sold for 1.2 million yen. Yang Ming said truthfully. Tadakuro Megami stuck out her tongue in fear. Which idiot would spend so much money? Kobayashi Ryodan said dissatisfiedly. Idiot. Yang Ming laughed dryly. The idiot you are talking about is Mizuhara Kasuke. Tadakuro and Yukihira didn't know who Mizuhara Kasuke was, but Kobayashi Ryodan knew something. After hearing what Yang Ming said, Kobayashi Ryodan rolled his eyes in frustration. These rich people were really abominable. They actually fried a dish to such a high price. After Kyogoku Nada took the photo, the two charcoal pots were finally placed in front of Kobayashi Ryodan, Yukihira Soma, and Tadakuro. Open the lid of the pot, the boiling soup kept rolling, and the rich aroma kept escaping. Yukihira Soma smelled this delicious taste, and his saliva kept flowing out. I'm going to start tasting. Yukihira Soma clasped his hands together and shouted, then picked up the chopsticks, picked up a thin piece of beef, lightly rinsed it in the soup, and put it into his mouth. The delicious beef spreads quickly in the mouth after entering the mouth, and the tongue coating that comes into contact with it is fully sucking on the deliciousness of the beef slices. He gradually lost consciousness in this deliciousness, feeling like he was about to melt. Unprepared, Yukihira suddenly lost his resistance, and his eyes began to become blurred under the impact of the food. At the same time, a continuous force rolled in his body, as if it could burst his clothes and flow out of his body at any time. It was so delicious. Is this Yang Ming's strength? Compared with the previous egg white fried rice, it was simply food from two different worlds. The soup for this hot pot uses the old hen raised by Yoshino Yuaki. After a long time of boiling, the deliciousness of the hen continued to flow out, making the soup rich and delicious. At the same time, the addition of lean meat and ham makes the taste of the whole dish more intense, and every bite seems to impact the depths of the heart. Yukihira Soma bit his lip and said softly. In addition, there are perfectly cut beef slices. After a little rinsing in the pot, the fresh beef will melt the moment it touches the tongue. The delicate taste is quickly transmitted in the mouth, it is completely irresistible. Tansho Hui closed her eyes tightly, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. No wonder it is so expensive. Yang Ming, you cooked this dish in the state of competition, right? Xiaolin Longden looked at Yang Ming. Final state? Ah! In fact, it is still very different from the state of competition. At least there is no such nervous feeling. Maybe the cooking is better than before, but even if I really cook it seriously, the state is not as good as that time. However, this should be the normal cooking, right? Yang Ming waved his hand. Yang Ming-jun, I really want to see your competition with my own eyes. Yukihira said excitedly. Then you will go with me in December. Yang Ming narrowed his eyes and said softly. Really? Yukihira said hurriedly. Of course not. Kobayashi Ryodan, who kept chewing beef, poured cold water on the excited Yukihira. You may have to take the promotion exam in December to determine whether you can successfully enter the second grade. December? Isn't it almost time? Yukihira looked frustrated. How is it almost time? Isn't it still about a month away? Kobayashi Ryodan narrowed his eyes. Actually, it doesn't matter. The Asian competition of the Diamond Cooking Competition will be broadcast live around the world, so if you really want to watch it, you can still watch it. Yang Ming chuckled, but I might lose badly, right? Thinking of the possible opponents, Yang Ming still has no confidence until now. No way? With Yang Ming-jun's strength, no matter who he faces, he has a chance of winning, right? Tadakuro Hui said in surprise. Yang Ming shook his head, it's not that simple. After the three of them finished eating, they immediately walked towards the next stop, S.I. Yingshi's restaurant. Yang Ming also continued to prepare his own dishes. Chapter 1181. No way? With Yang Ming-jun's strength, he has a chance of winning no matter who he faces, right? Tansho Hui said in surprise. Yang Ming shook his head, it's not that simple. After the three of them finished eating, they immediately headed for the next stop, S.I. Yingshi's restaurant. Yang Ming also continued to prepare his own dishes. Because today's dishes are mainly based on broth, and broth is an ingredient that needs to be prepared in advance, after cooking the sauce, Yang Ming didn't spend much time making the dishes. After three more guests came, only the last guest was left, Mizuhara Kasuke. Yang Ming can finally take this time to have a good rest. Teacher Yang, your dishes have received good responses on the internet. Kyogoku Nada said happily. Yang Ming didn't care much about his fame on the internet, he just smiled and nodded. By the way, Mr. Yang, the types of dishes you cook should be similar, right? Starting from the chicken on the first day, you cooked chicken, fish, beef, desserts, spices, and today's soup. Tomorrow's dishes should use all these techniques, right? Iwei Yuji said with interest. Yes, so, we have to prepare a lot of ingredients early tomorrow morning. Stock, meat, vegetables, spices. Today's biggest hope is to have a good rest, and then, tomorrow, we will finish the Lunar Eclipse Festival in one go. Then, take a short break for a day or two, and then continue to prepare. Yang Ming let out a sigh of relief. Haha, I don't know if the magazine will send someone there by then. Iwei Yuji was a little entangled in his heart. He really wanted to go, but he didn't know what the magazine thought. The three chatted for a while, and then Mizuhara Kasuke walked into the restaurant exhausted. Long time no see, Mr. Yang. Mizuhara Kasuke smiled immediately when he saw Yang Ming. Don't call me that. It makes me feel a few years older. Yang Ming waved his hand and said jokingly. Don't joke. After all, you are the chef who won the Kyoto Championship. The title of teacher is quite suitable for you. Mizuhara Kasuke said with a smile. However, Master Yang, aren't you going to take over a food show? You are now a new generation leader. Don't. It's okay if others flatter me, but you must not be told that. Yang Ming waved his hands repeatedly. It was really unpleasant to be the target. Don't ask me about the show. I really don't have time now. Okay, whenever you are interested, come to me. I am always waiting for you. As he said that, Mizuhara Kasuke also handed the coupon to Yang Ming. Wait for more than 20 minutes. Okay, can you add another bowl of soup? I don't want the cabbage. How about it, is it good enough? Mizuhara Kasuke said with a smile. Yang Ming glanced at Mizuhara Kasuke unhappily. The essence of boiled cabbage is in the soup. By the way. Forget it, you won't believe it even if I tell you. Mizuhara Kasuke waved his hands. What are you talking about? Let me hear if I can believe you. Yang Ming smiled as he walked towards the kitchen. Just now, I saw a motorcade, about 3 or 4 cars. Parked outside the high platform area, and then, a person walked out of the car and seemed to enter Miss Nakiri's restaurant. Well, I haven't seen such an imposing person for a long time. Mizuhara Kasuke said, touching his chin. Then what? Yang Ming looked back at Mizuhara Kasuke who was lost in thought. Isn't it normal for someone to go to Arena's restaurant? I just think that person looks familiar, as if I've seen him somewhere. Mizuhara Kasuke argued. You've met so many people, it's okay to have 1 or 2 acquaintances. Maybe if we haven't seen each other for more than 10 years, you might have forgotten my name. Yang Ming said casually. That can't be said. That person has very obvious features and a strand of white hair. I should have remembered his name. Mizuhara Kasuke retorted. Ah? A strand of white hair? Yang Ming suddenly thought of Nakamura-ji in his mind, and he said jokingly, is he still wearing a black windbreaker? Hey? How do you know? He is wearing a black windbreaker, and he is wearing black gloves. Mizuhara Kasuke said seriously. Really? Yang Ming smiled bitterly at Mizuhara Kasuke, I was just talking nonsense. We are talking about one person. Mizuhara Kasuke glanced at Yang Ming, hurry up and make the boiled cabbage. It's been 3 or 4 minutes. Yang Ming smeared his tongue and quickly put the cabbage into the soup pot. Mr. Mizuhara, the man in black you mentioned, is not Mr. Nakamura-ji. Yang Ming said casually. That's not the case. I don't know anyone named Nakamura-ji. Although he said so, Mizuhara Kasuke kept repeating Nakamura-ji's name. The more he repeated it, the more familiar it sounded, as if he had heard it somewhere. Nakamura-ji. Nakiri Arena. Nakamura-ji. Mizuhara Kasuke muttered to himself, repeating the names of these 2 people. Yang Ming opened his mouth. Would his words drive Mizuhara Kasuke crazy? I remember it. Mizuhara Kasuke suddenly slammed the table, I remember it. Hey, Mr. Mizuhara, are you okay? Yang Ming looked at Mizuhara Kasuke in confusion, startled and unbearable. That person is not Nakamura-ji at all. No, it should be said that he used to be called Nakamura-ji. His current name is Nakiri-ji. Mizuhara Kasuke slapped his forehead and said in a lost voice. son-in-law. He is Miss Nagari's father. Mizuhara Kasuke frowned. Yang Ming blinked. Why is Irina's father here? Yang Ming scratched his head and wondered. You don't know. Mizuhara Kasuke crossed his arms, but his expression was not relaxed. It seems that because of the different teaching philosophy from the old man, he was expelled from Totsuki Academy. However, because I heard it from others, I don't think it is true. Expelled. Yang Ming wiped the sweat from his forehead. In Yang Ming's mind, any use of the word expelled is not a good thing. Different teaching philosophy? Yang Ming suddenly thought of Nagari Tsuchiya. His cooking philosophy was to use a group of extremely talented people to train a group of new chefs. But since he had already parted ways with Nagari Senseiman, why did he return to Totsuki Academy? Wasn't he afraid that Nagari Senseiman would kick him out again? Hey, Mr. Yang, be careful, the cabbage is soft. Mizuhara Kasuke shouted. Ah! Yang Ming looked down at the water pot and saw that the cabbage was boiled soft. He laughed awkwardly twice. I'm sorry, Mr. Mizuhara, I was thinking about other things just now. I'll make it for you again. Chapter 1182. Hey, Mr. Yang, be careful, the cabbage is soft. Mizuhara Kasuke shouted. Ah! Yang Ming looked down at the water pot and saw that the cabbage was boiled soft. He laughed awkwardly twice. I'm sorry, Mr. Mizuhara, I was thinking about other things just now. I'll make it for you again. Yang Ming quickly took out the cabbage and put it back in new cabbage. Teacher Yang, what can you think about? By the way, how about you tell me how you met Nagari Tsuchiya? Mizuhara Kasuke started gossiping. How did you meet? It's not that we met on purpose. It's just that he wanted me to join his plan. Before Yang Ming finished speaking, he suddenly said ouch. Hey, Teacher Yang, what's wrong with you? Mizuhara Kasuke also noticed that Yang Ming's face became unusually serious, and asked with some concern. No. Mr. Mizuhara, I'm going to Nagari Irina's restaurant. I suggest you go back today. If I have time another day, I will cook a dish for you. I'll take time to send you the money for today's meal. Yang Ming washed his hands, rushed out of the kitchen, and walked out the door. Hey, what's the matter? Mizuhara Kasuke also stood up and shouted to Yang Ming, who had already run out of the door. It's too late to explain. I'll tell you later. Yang Ming only had one thing in mind. Since Nagari Tsuki could find him, he would definitely find the other 10 masters of Totsuki. Otherwise, he would not have come to Totsuki Academy on purpose. More importantly, the structure of Totsuki Academy is completely consistent with Nagari Tsuki's plan. Those who can enter Totsuki Academy are much better at cooking than their peers, and the possibility of training them to become new chefs is much higher than other apprentices. More importantly, the other 10 masters of Totsuki, such as S.I. Yingshi, Kobayashi Ryodan, and others, all have deep research on cooking. In other words, Nagari Tsuki needs himself to join and needs them to join, which is essentially the same. But even if he gets the support of the other 10 masters, what can he do? This is what Yang Ming cares about. Will Totsuki Academy be in turmoil because of this? But no matter how you look at it, Nagari Sentimon's position is still quite stable, right? Yang Ming was puzzled, but he ran to Irina's restaurant as fast as he could. Normally, Irina's simulation store always has a constant stream of customers, but today, there are fewer people, most of them are crowded at the door. Sorry, I'll go in first. Yang Ming didn't care about other people's reactions, and squeezed through the crowd, and saw Nagari Tsuki walking towards the door. Looking inside, he found the panicked Irina Nagari and the confused Soma Yukihira. Hey, you little brat, stop right there. Kita Shuji, who used to be a judge of the autumn competition, yelled at Nagari Tsuki, but Nagari Tsuki still went his own way and continued to walk towards the door. Uncle, long time no see. Yang Ming took 2 breaths and greeted Nagari Tsuki. Nagari Tsuki stopped and glanced at Yang Ming. I thought we had a chance to cooperate, but it's a pity. Uncle, this can't be blamed on me, right? Yang Ming said with a smile. You know. Nagari Tsuki looked at Yang Ming. There is a saying in China, there is no impenetrable wall. Don't be so angry, do you want to come to my restaurant? Of course, the meal money can't be less, just give me 1 million. Yang Ming looked at Nagari Tsuki and said. Yang Ming is now confused about Nagari Tsuki's plan. Now he can roughly infer the general situation, but if he wants to be more detailed, he still needs to listen to what Nakaritsuki himself says. Nakaritsuki was about to answer when he suddenly heard the sound of a car outside, and the headlights shone in through the crack of the restaurant door. It seems that I have no chance. Nakaritsuki narrowed his eyes. Yang Ming also shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands helplessly. That's a pity, alas, I lost a lot of money. When Nakaritsuki and Yang Ming and others walked out of the restaurant, 7 black cars surrounded the restaurant. The car door opened, and Nakari Senseiman came out of the car, looking at Nakaritsuki, with a dignified look. I thought it was time to see you, but I didn't expect you to come to greet me in advance. I am really honored. At this time, after seeing Yukihira and Yang Ming, Kobayashi Ryodan also ran over, sweating and panting. Senior, what's wrong with you? So anxious? Yang Ming asked in confusion. I didn't see the car coming, let me see what happened. Kobayashi Ryodan barely stood up, but his face was still red. It's Irina's father. Yang Ming whispered. Irina's father? Kobayashi Ryodan turned his head and saw Nakaritsuki on the side. Nakaritsuki walked down the steps, staring at Nakari Senseiman. It's been a long time, father. Leave now. Sentimon's tone and eyes were gloomy. In Yang Ming's memory, he had never seen old man Nakari so angry. You are not qualified to step into this territory again. And, I also warned you that you are not allowed to call yourself a member of the Nakari family in the future. Nakari Senseiman said sternly. Don't say that. After all, it was me who tempered Irina's innate god's tongue to the extreme. And don't forget, she has my blood on her body. Nakaritsuki narrowed his eyes, and his pupils shone through the slits of his eyes, showing dissatisfaction. My biggest failure is handing Irina over to you. But the reputation of Totsuki Academy is declining, and it has a lot to do with you. In the recent years of the diamond cooking competition, Totsuki Academy has not received many invitations. If it weren't for Yang Ming's sudden rise, I'm afraid Totsuki Academy would have nothing this year. Nakaritsuki mocked. Yang Ming touched his nose embarrassedly. However, when others are arguing, pulling yourself out feels so uncomfortable. Isn't this exactly where my philosophy succeeds? Nakari Senseiman frowned. The strong are respected, this is the teaching philosophy of Totsuki Academy. Isn't Yang Ming's success a proof of this? Yes, that's why you can't accommodate those lowly students. Such a teaching philosophy is really stupid. Nakaritsuki's mouth curled up, revealing a contemptuous smile. This is determined by their own poor cooking skills. The future of Totsuki Academy belongs to those excellent chefs, such as Yang Ming, Siag, or Yukihira Soma. It does not rely on just one person. Nakari Senseiman said sternly. Yes, since you have been kicked out of Totsuki Academy, don't stay here like a rogue. Totsuki Academy does not welcome you. Kitashuji shouted at Nakaritsuki. Chapter 1183. This is determined by their own poor cooking skills. The future of Totsuki Academy belongs to those excellent chefs, such as Yang Ming, Siag, or Yukihira Soma. It does not rely on just one person. Nakari Senseiman said sternly. Yes, since you have been kicked out of Totsuki Academy, don't stay here like a rogue. Totsuki Academy does not welcome you. Kitashuji shouted at Nakaritsuki. Nakaritsuki snorted coldly, took out a letter from his bosom and handed it to Nakari Senseiman. What is this? Kitashuji said in surprise. Maybe you don't know. Let me explain to you. The 10 Great Council of Totsuki has the corresponding decision-making power within the school according to the level of seats. It is the highest ruling body of Totsuki Academy. In the past, some major operations-related matters were collectively decided by the 10 Great Council of Totsuki. The power of the 10 of them even exceeds that of the Commander-in-Chief. Ah? Bullshit, right? Yang Ming was confused. The power of the 10 Great Council of Totsuki exceeds that of the Commander-in-Chief? How could he not know? As long as more than half of the 10 Great Council members agree unanimously, it represents the will of Totsuki Academy. Nakaritsuki said coldly. Kobayashi Ryodan quietly approached Yang Ming and asked in Yang Ming's ear, Little Yang Ming, do you agree? Agree? Agree to what? That plan. Yang Ming looked at Kobayashi Ryodan in confusion, but found that she smiled but did not speak. Yang Ming frowned. There were some things that he was still confused about until now. The grudge between Nakaritsuki and Nakiri Senseiman, Nakaritsuki's plan. Especially the fact that the power of the 10 elites exceeded that of the general commander, this was the first time he heard about it. No one had told him about it before, but, anyway, this rule was really too bad. The 10 elites of Totsuki could decide on operational matters, which might be explainable. However, as long as 6 members of the 10 elites agreed, they could represent the will of Totsuki Academy. How should he understand it? If this is true, what is the general commander used for? Puppet? Mascot? As long as the 10 elites of Totsuki are willing, can't they override the general commander at any time? Maybe the 10 elites have other restrictions that Yang Ming doesn't know about, but for now, this system is really stupid. Yang Ming looked depressed. He found that until now, he knew very little about the 10 elites. At first, he thought that the 10 elites were just more powerful than the students of ordinary schools. After this incident, he realized that compared with the student unions of other schools, it was simply weak. Of course, Yang Ming didn't understand these things, and it was also related to the fact that he had been busy since he became one of the 10 elites. Every time he came back from the game, he had to face a lot of work, and then prepare for the next series, so he had no time to take care of other things. He only knew that the 10 elites of Totsuki had the power to make decisions, but he didn't expect that the 10 elites' full power was higher than the general commander. Nakiri Senseiman took the letter with a slightly trembling hand. On the surface of the letter, it was written emergency call for the 10 elites of Totsuki. Senior, what is this? Yukihira Soma asked in a low voice. Haha. I don't know much either. Yang Ming laughed dryly twice, feeling that he was excluded from the 10 elites. Nakiri Senseiman took a deep breath and opened the letter. This council has decided to appoint Nakaritsuki as the new headmaster of the academy. In addition, this proposal is jointly initiated by the following 10 elites. Nakiri Senseiman quickly glanced behind him. He wanted to know who betrayed him. Tsukasa Aishi, Kobayashi Ryadu, Sato Sume, Akane Kubo Momo, Kino Kuni Nene, and. When he saw the last person's name, Nakiri Senseiman's eyes widened, but soon, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Your plan is good, but there is one thing you have to understand, this person is not one of the 10 elites. Only 5 of the 10 elites initiated the proposal, I will not agree with it. Nakiri Senseiman turned the letter over, and Yang Ming took this opportunity to look at the names of the 10 heroes who agreed with the motion. Senior Si, Senior Kobayashi, Senior Sato, Senior Momo, Kino Kuni Ning, and, Izan Ezuya. Hey, uncle, Izan-kun is not one of the 10 greatests of Totsuki, right? Yang Ming said in surprise. That's right, brat, you are mistaken, right? Kita Shoji pointed at Nakaritsuki and said. Everyone, don't worry, listen to my explanation. An hour ago, Izan-kun was indeed not one of the 10 greatests of Totsuki, but now it's different, he is already one of the 10 greatests of Totsuki. By the way, you don't seem to know yet? Well, the Food Wars Administration hasn't handed you the performance report yet, right? It doesn't matter, I'll tell you the news in advance. Nakaritsuki narrowed his eyes and showed a confident smile at the corner of his mouth. Wait, you mean he is now one? Yang Ming's forehead was covered with cold sweat. As the name suggests, the 10 greatest of Totsuki must be 10 people. Excluding the 5 people on the call for submission, there are only Megajima Fuyasuke, Yang Ming, Arina, Ishaiki Satoshi, and Kyuga Teraki. If Izan Ezuya wants to become one of the 10 greatest, he must squeeze out one person. And this person is definitely not Yang Ming and Arina, and Izan Ezuya's strength is too far behind Megajima, and he cannot replace him, then, the person squeezed out can only be Ishaiki Satoshi or Kyuga Teraki. There is only one way for Izan to squeeze out one of the 10 greatest. Shokyuchi, Izan Ezuya launched a Shokyuchi against one of the 10 greatest this afternoon. Right, uncle? Who is the 10 greatest being challenged? Is it Ishaiki Satoshi, or Kyuga Teraki? Yang Ming frowned. He had a good relationship with these two people. He didn't want to see who was pushed down. After hearing what Yang Ming said, the people around him immediately opened their eyes wide and looked at Nakaritsuki in disbelief. Nakiri Senseiman gritted his teeth and was furious. That unlucky guy. Nakaritsuki rubbed his chin and snorted contemptuously, it's Kyuga Teraki. This incident was really beyond everyone's expectations. After Nakaritsuki said the name of Kyuga Teraki, everyone present showed a look of astonishment. Those who know the 10 great masters of Totsuki know that if the 10 great masters are used as a bet for the Shokyuchi battle, no one will agree. For this reason, Yang Ming was depressed for a long time, because the 4 people in front of him did not give him the opportunity to challenge. The reason was that Yang Ming did not have enough chips to make the people in front of him excited. The Shokyuchi battle within the 10 great masters is just a change of seats, which does not involve the quota of the 10 great masters. It is still so difficult, not to mention the Shokyuchi battle between a 10 great master and a non-10 great master. Therefore, when Nakaritsuki said that Kyuga Teraki would use the 10 great masters seat as a bet and compete with Aiyama Ezuya in the Shokyuchi battle, Yang Ming's heart was full of doubts. Conditions: there must be conditions for Kyuga Teraki to use the 10 great masters as a chip for the Shokyuchi battle, right? Yang Ming asked back, I don't believe he will obediently use the 10 best as a stake to compete with Aiyama Ezuya. Chapter 1184. The Shokyuchi among the 10 best is just a change of seats, which does not involve the quota of the 10 best, and it is still so difficult, not to mention the Shokyuchi between a 10 best and a non-10 best. So, when Nakaritsuki said that Kyuga Teraki would use the 10 best seat as a stake to compete with Aiyama Ezuya, Yang Ming's heart was full of doubts. Conditions: to make Kyuga Teraki use the 10 best as a stake to compete with Aiyama Ezuya, there must be conditions, right? Yang Ming asked back, I don't believe he will obediently use the 10 best as a stake to compete with Aiyama Ezuya. Especially, Aiyama Ezuya's cooking skills are not necessarily much weaker than Kyuga Teraki. Conditions: just a quota. Nakaritsuki sneered. What quota? Is it worth Kyuga Teraki's exchange for a place in the top 10? You must have lied to him. Kidashuji retorted. Kyuga Teraki is good at Sichuan cuisine, but Totsuki Academy is not famous for Chinese cuisine. Yang Ming, you are good at Chinese cuisine, you should agree with me, right? Nakaritsuki ignored Kidashuji and turned his eyes to Yang Ming. Yang Ming nodded and agreed with Nakaritsuki's statement. Totsuki Academy is more like a more comprehensive school. Although it is good at Western and Japanese cuisine, there is still a certain gap between Western cuisine and Lanji Academy, not to mention Chinese cuisine, which is not particularly good. Speaking of Chinese cuisine, as far as Yang Ming knows, the best Chinese cuisine academy should be Oriental Academy. Could it be? You are not saying that it is the admission qualification of Oriental Academy? Yang Ming looked at Nakaritsuki in confusion. You actually know Oriental Academy? I thought these foreign cooking schools would be very unknown among Japanese students. Now that you know, it's easier to explain. Dongfang is different from Totsuki Academy. Because there are so many Chinese chefs, the competition is more fierce than you can imagine. Even if the best students are selected, the number of people who meet the requirements every year can reach nearly 10,000. Therefore, in order to limit the number of students, Dongfang's admission method is recommendation and examination, and the examination is divided into 2 parts, so as to control the number of admissions within 500. Every year, Tuhao will give 200 recommendation places to major hotels and culinary masters, and then select 100 students from them through exams to enter Tuhao Academy. Therefore, the most convenient way to enter Tuhao Academy is to get a recommendation place. Sweat broke out on Kidashuji's forehead. He had also heard of the name of Tuhao Academy. It was one of the best schools in the world, so it was inevitable that Kyuga Teraki would be tempted. But it's not worthwhile to use a recommendation place in exchange for a food battle challenge. Yang Ming questioned. That depends on how you think about it. Maybe for Kyuga Teraki, how to improve his Sichuan cuisine may be more important. Nakari spread his hands helplessly. Yang Ming nodded. With Kyuga Teraki's personality, he might really want this recommendation place. A 50% admission rate does make it easier for people to enter Tuhao Academy. But if there is no channel, it would be very difficult to get such a recommendation place. In this way, it is normal for Kyuga Teraki to agree with this food battle. As Nakaritsuki said, how to improve his Sichuan cuisine level may be what Kyuga Teraki needs most. Especially, when his opponent is Asian Ezuya, he does not necessarily think that he will definitely lose. I have another question. You have a lot of questions. Nakaritsuki frowned, a little impatient. Who let the uncle deceive me? Yang Ming said with a smile, since you can come up with this condition, why not just recruit Kyuga Teraki? He should be looking forward to working with you, right? I want to, too. But his grandfather has a good relationship with General Senseiman, so when I contact him, I have to be very careful. I can't reveal my whereabouts before I get a definite answer. Of course, because of my contact with you, I am much more cautious. Yang Ming was sweating coldly, and this was all on him. Next question. Yang Ming continued to ask. Just now was the last one. Nakaritsuki said coldly. Yang Ming pretended not to hear. How can we be sure that your quota is real? What if you are deceiving Kyuga? Yes, what if it is a fake recommendation quota? Kaitara Natsum, who has long been dissatisfied with Nakaritsukushi, echoed. Nakaritsukushi really wanted to strangle Yang Ming's impulse now. Do Chinese people have so many problems? However, the authenticity of the bet is one of the key elements of the food battle, so he must give an answer. After all, I have been out there for such a long time, I must know some Chinese cooking celebrities, and it is not difficult to get a letter of recommendation from them. Moreover, the letter of recommendation is stamped with the official seal of Oriental Academy, which cannot be faked. Oriental Academy recognizes letters but not people, so Kyuga Teraki can naturally use it. Therefore, this food battle is established. However, the letter of recommendation is in Izan's hands. Even if you want to see it, you have to wait until Izan gives it to me before you can give it to me. Are you satisfied with this answer? Yang Ming remained silent. Nakaritsukushi must have planned for today for a long time. In this big change, the most questionable Food Wars competition, after Nakaritsuki's explanation, there was no doubt. Seeing that Yang Ming no longer questioned, Nakaritsuki looked at Nakari-senseiman with a relaxed expression. Okay, General, the result of this game has been recognized by the 6 top 10, including Kyuga Teraki. So, you can't overturn this result. Nakari-senseiman sweated. Of course, he knew who the 6 top 10 were that Nakaritsuki was talking about. The other 5 were still the same as in the summons, except that Aiyama Ezuya was replaced by Kyuga Teraki. Nakaritsuki. Since he completed this plan without knowing it, it was really. Nakari-senseiman shook his head and had to say that he lost this time. Replacing Kyuga Teraki with Aiyama Ezuya foreshadowed the collective rebellion of the strongest group in Totsuki Academy. Tomorrow morning, everything will be settled, right? I will bring a brand new world of food to everyone. Yang Ming sighed depressedly. Although he could not accept what happened tonight, he really did not feel sorry for Nakari-senseiman. Obviously, there was so much time to make up for the loopholes in the rules of Totsuki Academy, but it was kept until now. Rather than saying that he was driven off the stage by Nakari, it would be better to say that he lost to himself. However, what made Yang Ming headache was that he did not like Nakari very much. The car left quickly, leaving only a few people with confused faces. Irina returned to the restaurant weekly, pulled a chair and sat down, lying on the table, burying her face. Chapter 1185. Yang Ming sighed depressedly. Although he could not accept what happened tonight, he really did not feel sorry for Nakari-senseiman. Obviously, there was so much time to make up for the loopholes in the rules of Totsuki Academy, but it was kept until now. Rather than saying that he was driven off the stage by Nakaritsuki, it would be more accurate to say that he lost to himself. However, what gave Yang Ming a headache was that he didn't like Nakaritsuki very much. The car left quickly, leaving only a few people with confused faces. Irina returned to the restaurant weekly, pulled a chair and sat down, lying on the table, and buried her face. Hisako walked to Irina and asked softly, "Miss, are you okay?" Irina shook her head, "We are closed today, please leave." "Okay, miss." Hisako stood up immediately. In fact, there was no need for Hisako to persuade these guests to leave, they also chose to leave automatically. After what happened just now, these guests were no longer in the mood to eat. After the others left immediately, only Irina, Hisako, Yukihira, Tadakuro Megami, Yang Ming and Kobayashi Ryodan were left in the restaurant. Yang Ming was thinking about Mizuhara Kasuke in his restaurant, thinking about what excuse to use to go back. Suddenly, a ring rang in the silent restaurant. The others immediately looked up and looked for the source of the ringtone. Kobayashi Ryodan quickly raised his hand, "Don't look for it, it's mine." After Kobayashi Ryodan answered the phone, he said twice and hung up again. "Okay." Xiaolin Longden clapped his hands, "Everyone else should take a break first." "Yang Ming, Ko Nakari, you are going to have a meeting now." "Meeting?" Yang Ming sneered, "I thought I was not one of the 10 anymore." "Don't be like this, Xiao Yang Ming, I can't help it, it's really boring now." so, I am very excited when I think of new waves. Xiaolin Longden showed an excited look. I remember I asked you if you knew Nakamura-ji, and you said you didn't know him at that time. Yang Ming looked at Xiaolin Longden with dissatisfaction. Is that so? I really forgot. Xiaolin Longden smiled bitterly. She was really afraid of Yang Ming now, after all, her pigtail was caught in Yang Ming's hand. Okay, let's go to the meeting. Irina stood up from her seat. Miss, how is your health? Hisako hurriedly stepped forward and asked. No, nothing. I'm just a little tired. Hisako, go call a car. Irina waved her hand. Oh. Shinto Hisako nodded and ran out the door quickly. Yang Ming also took out his cell phone and called Iway Yuji, telling him that he couldn't go back for the time being, and asked them and Mizuhara Kasuke to leave first. Iway Yuji hung up the phone and patted Kyogoku Nada, who was sleeping on the table. Let's go, Yang Ming may not come back tonight. Kyogoku Nada rubbed his eyes, wiped the saliva that flowed onto the table, then stood up and stretched. Yang Ming is not coming back. Mizuhara Kasuke, who was playing with his cell phone, looked at Iway Yuji in surprise. Yet, the 10 elites seem to be having a meeting. I don't know when they have to wait. Iway Yuji explained. It's bad. Mizuhara Kasuke rubbed his forehead. The Totsuki 10 elites are still in a meeting. I guess something really happened at Totsuki Academy. Iway Yuji sat down again immediately after hearing what Mizuhara Kasuke said. What's wrong? Didn't you say you were leaving? Kyogoku Nada looked at Iway Yuji in confusion. That was just now. Now I've decided not to leave. I'm going to wait for Yang Ming to come back. Iway Yuji said firmly. Why? Kyogoku Nada looked puzzled. I'm a food reporter. If something big really happens in Totsuki Academy, I must report it as soon as possible. Iway Yuji clenched his fists and said confidently. But I'm so hungry now. Kyogoku Nada said weakly. Usually, Yang Ming would make a snack for him and Iway Yuji before closing the door, but it seems that there is no chance today. You are so stupid. What is this place? A restaurant? Can you still be hungry in a restaurant? Look, I'll make you a dish of boiled cabbage. Mizuhara Kasuke rolled up his sleeves. What? You can also boil cabbage? Iway Yuji asked curiously. No, maybe, I've watched it several times. Mizuhara Kasuke was a little lacking in confidence, but I have confidence, you just look at me, right? Iway Yuji and Kyogoku Nada looked at each other helplessly. The 10 people of the 10 Great Council sat around the round table. Some were confused, such as Nikari Irina, who clenched her hands and bowed her head in silence. Some looked serious, such as Kino Kuni Nene and Ishaiki Hawaii. Some were in a good mood, such as Kobayashi Ryodan, who was dragging his cheeks. In addition, there were people like Yang Ming, who was sitting on the chair in boredom. Yang Ming certainly didn't want Nakaritsuki to be the new commander-in-chief, especially after knowing that his plan would cause many people to lose their jobs. He had no interest in this plan. However, it was an inevitable trend for Nakaritsuki to take over Totsuki Academy. Even if he opposed it, he could do nothing about it. There were only 9 people in the conference room, all silent. The only one who hadn't arrived was Ishin Ezuya, who had just replaced Kyoga Teraki. Yang Ming closed his eyes, his brain was groggy, and he felt like he was about to fall asleep. Suddenly, footsteps were heard outside the door, and then the door opened. Ishin Ezuya pushed the door open and walked in. He looked at the 9 people sitting there with pride, opened the chair, and sat down. I'm sorry, I just had work to do. I'm late because I have to hand over the position. Ishin Ezuya's arms drooped on both sides of the armrests of the chair and grinned. Others turned a blind eye to Ishin's attitude. In such an occasion, there was really nothing to say. Well, since everyone is here, let's start voting on the results. Si Yingshi said. What results are we voting on? Yang Ming asked. The proposal that Mr. Nakaritsuki will replace Mr. Nakari Senseiman as the commander-in-chief of Totsuki Academy. Yang Ming, you should know it, right? Si Yingshi looked at Yang Ming. I just found out about it, after all, you didn't tell me when you proposed the proposal. Yang Ming shrugged. Si Yingshi turned his head away in annoyance. This proposal was indeed only mentioned in a small circle, and many people didn't know the existence of this proposal. This thing is not important, right? Anyway, the proposal for Mr. Nakaritsuki to serve as the Commander-in-Chief has been passed, so please vote now? Xiaolin Longdan said with narrowed eyes. Yang Ming curled his lips. This vote, the result of which was already obvious, really did not arouse his interest. Chapter 1186. Si Yingshi turned his head away unhappily. This proposal was indeed only raised in a small circle, and many people did not know the existence of this proposal. This thing is not important, right? Anyway, the proposal for Mr. Nakaritsuki to serve as the Commander-in-Chief has been passed. Now please vote. Xiaolin Longdan said with narrowed eyes. Yang Ming curled his lips. This vote, the result of which was already obvious, really did not arouse his interest. Of course I agree with this proposal. Ruishan's Haijin also chuckled. Support. Ji's Higuo Ningning raised his hand and said. I support it too. Xiaolin Longdan said. Si Yingshi, Akane Kubo Momo and Sato Sume also expressed their agreement. 6 of the 10 greats have voted in favor, and the opinions of the other 4 are no longer so important. I oppose it. Megajima Fusuk said in a muffled voice. Yang Ming was stunned when he heard this, and glanced at this student who was often silent. What about the others? Si Yingshi looked at Yang Ming, Ishaiki Hui and Nakiri Arena with cold eyes. Nakiri Arena clenched her hands and lowered her head even deeper. Among the 10 people at the scene, her mood was the most complicated. It seemed that time had returned to 10 years ago. She had no happiness and could not have thoughts. She could only taste the dishes repeatedly like a food machine and then discard the unqualified food. When Nakaritsuki appeared in front of Arena again, the shadow shrouded by terror reappeared in her mind. Arena was entangled. On one side is her father, and on the other side is her grandfather. How should she choose? Arena bit her lips tightly, and sweat flowed down her face. I abstain. A voice suddenly sounded in the room. Arena suddenly raised her head and looked at the person who was speaking, only to see Yang Ming raised his hand. Little Yang Ming, I didn't expect you to abstain. Xiaolin Longdan said in surprise. In fact, if the number of people is about the same, I would probably choose to oppose. Because, in this case, there may be a food battle between the top 10, which is what I expect, especially between senior SI. Yang Ming licked his tongue, but, there are really too many votes in favor, there are actually 6 votes, so my support or not can't change the situation. I also abstain. Arena lowered her head and whispered several times. Yang Ming sighed, such a choice is indeed too heavy for her. So, my opinion doesn't matter. I also abstain? Ishaiki Hui said seriously. This vote ended with 6 people supporting, 3 people giving up, and 1 person opposing. Yang Ming was not disappointed with this result, because the answer had already been known. Not to mention being happy, because after this vote, the seats of the top 10 will definitely change significantly. People like him, Ishaiki Hui, and Nagijima Fuyasuk are very likely to be eliminated. As a new commander-in-chief who wants to completely control Totsuki Academy, Nakaritsuki should not allow people who do not support him to serve as the top 10. Yang Ming returned to his shop and found that Mizuhara Kasuke, Iwei Yuji and Kigoku Nada had fallen asleep on the table. He sighed, entered the kitchen, and took a look at the soup pot. Most of the domestic broth had been consumed. These people are really good at tossing. Yang Ming returned to the restaurant with a wry smile on his face, knocked on the table a few times, and the 3 people lying on the table woke up immediately. What's wrong with you 3? Didn't I tell you to go home early? Yang Ming asked curiously. I'm a reporter, of course I have to get the first-hand news that affects the Japanese culinary industry. Iwei Yuji said loudly. Hey? How can the impact be so big? Yang Ming held his chin and carefully recalled the whole story. The change of the head coach of Totsuki Academy is indeed a big deal. What about you? Why are you still here? Yang Ming moved his sight to Mizuhara Kasuke again. Of course, my 1.2 million yen can't be wasted. Mizuhara Kasuke said solemnly. Didn't I tell you that I would transfer the money to you later? Yang Ming asked puzzledly. No. If I go back, won't this time be wasted? Mizuhara Kasuke retorted. But if you stay here, won't it be a waste of time? In fact, Yang Ming also knew that the reason why these people hadn't left was that they all wanted to know the reason why the 10 elites held a meeting. Ahem. I know what you mean. Yang Ming sighed, in fact, you will know what happened tomorrow during the day, and there is really no need to wait for me deliberately. As a media person, it is my duty to get first-hand information. Iway Yuji clenched his fists. Me too. As a food lover, I want to know what happened in Totsuki Academy as soon as possible. Mizuhara Kasuke also said seriously. Alas. Anyway, other people already know about it, so it should be okay to tell you, right? Yang Ming scratched his head and told what happened at Totsuki Academy just now. Totsuki Academy just went through a change of commander. Mr. Nikari Senseiman is no longer the commander-in-chief. Commander-in-chief Nikari stepped down. Although Mizuhara Kasuke guessed that something big might have happened at Totsuki Academy, he never thought that it was the replacement of the commander-in-chief. What is the specific situation? Who will replace Commander-in-Chief Nikari? Iway Yuji asked curiously. The new Commander-in-Chief is Nikari Tsuki. As for why he gave up his position, I can't tell you now. You will all know it tomorrow. Yang Ming said it very simply, but as a reporter, Iway Yuji certainly knew that the shorter a piece of information is, the more information the news contains. Iway Yuji said nothing, walked out of the restaurant, took out his mobile phone, and called Shugashino. After more than 10 seconds, the call was connected. Iway, it's almost 12 o'clock now. If you don't give me a reasonable reason, I will definitely. Editor-in-Chief Shuga, something big has happened at Totsuki Academy. Nikari Aki has replaced Mr. Nikari Senseiman and become the new Commander-in-Chief of Totsuki Academy. Iway Yuji said impatiently. Shugashino, who was about to scold Iway, was also stunned after hearing what Iway said. After taking 2 deep breaths, his mind became a little clearer. Do you know what you said means? Of course I know, after all, this is not my first year as a food reporter. Iway Yuji said hastily. Is the source of the news reliable? Shugashino asked again. Teacher Yang Ming just came back from the meeting of the 10 greats of Totsuki. He said it himself, so there should be no room for reversal in this matter. Iway Yuji explained. Chapter 1187. Of course I know. After all, this is not my first year as a food reporter. Iway Yuji said hastily. Is the source of the news reliable? Shugashino asked again. Teacher Yang Ming just came back from the meeting of the 10 greats of Totsuki. He said it himself, so there should be no room for reversal in this matter. Iway Yuji explained. The phone was silent for about 4 or 5 seconds. Just when Iway Yuji thought Shugashino fell asleep again, a roar suddenly came from the phone. Then why are you still standing there? Hurry up and tweet. You know how important time is to reporters. Yes. I'll send it right away. Frightened, Iway Yuji almost threw his phone away, and after quickly agreeing, he immediately returned to the restaurant, came to his notebook, sent the message, and then secretly wiped his sweat. Kyogoku Nada and Mizuhara Kasuke stood by the kitchen window, looking inside the kitchen. What are you doing? Iway Yuji asked curiously. Teacher Yang is cooking boiled cabbage, there may be 2 of us. Kyogoku Nada licked his lips and said. What? Really? Iway Yuji immediately stood up and quickly came to the kitchen window, and sure enough, he saw Yang Ming cooking boiled cabbage. Yang Ming lowered his head and put the cabbage into the bowl. Let's make it clear in advance that the quality of this boiled cabbage is definitely not the best. The broth has been ruined by you. So, don't complain. Mizuhara Kasuke scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Also, you can post a tweet on the official Twitter account later. Customers who have already ordered food can continue to come tomorrow. If they don't want to come to taste the food, that's fine. I'll give them the deposit. If it's said that Yang Ming had no impact on this incident, it would be a lie. But the customers have already paid the deposit, and he has to consider them. Other things can only be considered after the lunar eclipse festival is over tomorrow. Iway Yuji nodded, leave this to me. After serving the 3 people boiled cabbage, Yang Ming took out his mobile phone and called Kyuga Teraki, but found that no one answered. Finally, he could only put down his phone helplessly. What on earth is this Kyuga Teraki doing? Yang Ming frowned. On the internet, the tweet sent by Iway Yuji attracted the attention of many food lovers. The head coach of Totsuki Academy has changed, and Nikari Senseiman has been replaced by Nikari Tsuki. Has the official Twitter account of Foodie magazine been hacked? No matter what, Nikari Senseiman will not be replaced. This tweet must be fake. I talked to Nakiri Senseiman a few days ago, and he was in good spirits and had no intention of retiring. A tweet with an owl avatar said. Oh my god, it's the chef of Yaxiyangting, Mr. Mitsui Zaiwan. Chef Mitsui Zaiwan is a 3-star chef and usually cooperates with Totsuki Gakuen. Since Chef Mitsui said so, this tweet must be fake. The official Weibo now is so abominable. It actually spreads such fake news. For the sake of traffic, it doesn't even care about its face. It's so disgusting. After seeing this tweet, I want to unfollow it. No, it seems that someone from Gourmet Magazine is in Totsuki Gakuen. He has been posting photos of the Totsuki Gakuen Lunar Eclipse Festival during the day today. The account was really hacked. It's possible. It's impossible to say something as important as changing the head coach without prior notice. There was a lot of discussion online, but many people tended to believe that the account was hacked until one person posted a tweet, which ended the debate. I'm sorry, although it's hard for you to believe, this Weibo post is true. Nakiri Tsuki replaced Mr. Nakiri Senseiman as the new head of Totsuki Academy. Other netizens were about to refute, but they found that the person who tweeted was actually the founder of Kita Gourmet Club, Kita Shuji. Teacher Kita, how did you know? Mitsui Tomijin immediately replied. I was at the scene. The details of this incident should be written in the news tomorrow. I didn't expect that Gourmet was so well informed. After Kita Shuji confirmed, the accuracy of this news was also confirmed. But many people thought of other things in their hearts. After the change of the Supreme Commander of Totsuki Academy, what impact will it have on the Japanese culinary world? It is estimated that it will be revealed soon. The next morning, Polaris Dormitory. Yoshino Yuaki stretched her body and came to the mailbox outside the Polaris Dormitory as usual. She took out the morning newspaper. After taking a casual look, she rubbed her eyes quickly and read the contents of the newspaper again. Senior is Heike, Yang Ming-jun. Yoshino Yuaki rushed into the Polaris dormitory at the fastest speed. What's the matter? Is Heike Hui, who was wearing a loincloth, put down the teacup and looked at Yoshino Yuaki, who seemed anxious. The newspaper said that the commander-in-chief has been changed. Is it true? Yoshino Yuaki asked anxiously. It's true. When I heard the news, I was also shocked. After all, the matter of changing the commander-in-chief was too incredible no matter how you look at it. But Nakiri Tsuki persuaded more than half of the 10 heroes, and then he suddenly became the commander-in-chief. Is Heike Hui spread his hands, smiling with a sense of powerlessness. But, the sudden change of the commander is too chaotic. There is no preparation at all. There is no problem with the procedure. After all, it has been recognized by the 6 top 10. Is Heike Hui was powerless to complain about this result, and could only express his feelings by giving up. The commander-in-chief of Totsuki Academy has always been the head of the Nakiri family. Sakaki Ryoko said worriedly. In this case, there is nothing we can do. However, even if the commander is changed, it has nothing to do with ordinary students like us, right? Yoshino Yuaki narrowed her eyes. Is Heike Hui narrowed his eyes? Of course, he has heard some rumors now, and from Irina's expression last night, he can judge that this change of commander is not as simple as imagined. In the end, fortunately Yang Ming gave up in time to help Irina down. But why did Yang Ming give up? Does he know something inside? Is Heike Hui fell into deep thought. Senior, today is the last day of the Eclipse Festival, we have to work hard too. Yoshino Yuaki clenched her fists. By the way, it's almost time. Is Heike Hui suddenly remembered something? What is it? Sakaki Ryoko asked curiously. The press conference for the new commander-in-chief, it should have started now. Is Heike Hui said casually. Chapter 1188. Senior, today is the last day of the Eclipse Festival, we have to work hard too. Yoshino Yuaki clenched her fists. By the way, it's almost time. Is Heike Hui suddenly remembered something? What is it? Sakaki Ryoko asked curiously. The press conference for the new commander-in-chief, it should have started now. Is Heike Hui said casually. By the way, senior is Heike, why didn't I see Yang Ming-jun? Yukihiro looked around. Even mommy came down from the building, but Yang Ming was nowhere to be seen. Him? He called me yesterday and won't be back at night. He has to prepare for today's game. Is Heike Hui said casually. Today? Do you mean that he will also participate in the lunar eclipse festival today? Yukihira said in surprise. Yes, he is different from us. After all, his dishes have been sold out in advance. Hui said softly. In fact, from Yang Ming's performance yesterday and his failure to attend the new Commander-in-Chief's press conference today, we can basically see his attitude towards the new Commander-in-Chief. As for the reason, we can only ask him after he comes back. Hui and his group came to the playground and noticed that the press conference had begun. Many reporters surrounded the entire playground tightly. There was no place close to the podium, so the Polar Star dormitory people could only stand in the corner. In the center of the high platform, a man in a dark suit stood and talked freely. Soma Yukihiro looked at the platform. When he first entered school, the person standing in this position was Nikiri Senseiman, but now everything is different. I am Nikiri Tsuki. I have accepted a commission from the 10 great masters of Totsuki and now serve as the new Commander-in-Chief of Totsuki Academy. The previous Commander-in-Chief, Senseiman, has made great contributions to the development of the Academy. Is this the new Commander-in-Chief? He looks so young. Yoshino Yuaki looked at Nikiri Tsuki and felt a little excited. In terms of image, Nikiri Tsuki's appearance is much better than Nikiri Senseiman. And he seems to be very confident. Sakaki Ryoko said. Senior Hui, why did you abstain from voting yesterday? Yoshino Yuaki asked. This. Just ask Yang Ming when you come back. I don't know much. Hui shrugged helplessly. Nikiri Tsuki had not looked for him before, so he didn't know what Nikiri Tsuki's plan was. Yang Ming in the restaurant was concentrating on making soup. Kyogoku Nada, who did not go home last night, looked at the door anxiously, and had the urge to rush out of the restaurant. Such a major event as the replacement of the head coach of Totsuki Academy only happens once in a long time. In fact, in Kyogoku Nada's memory, he never knew that Totsuki Academy had changed its head coach, so this time, he really wanted to see the press conference of the new head coach with his own eyes. If you want to go and see it. There is nothing else here. Yang Ming said casually. But... Kyogoku Nada glanced at Iway Yuji who was sitting at a round table, and hesitated to speak. Why are you looking at me? Did I stop you? Iway Yuji said dissatisfiedly. No. I don't want to go myself. Kyogoku Nada shook his head repeatedly. Okay, go. Yang Ming waved his hand. I don't need so many people here, and I don't need you to film the dishes I'm going to make today. Kyogoku Nada glanced at Iway Yuji, but saw that he waved his hand and Kyogoku Nada ran out immediately. You're not going. Yang Ming looked at Iway Yuji. No, a colleague has already gone. I don't care too much about who the new Commander-in-Chief is. By the way, Mr. Yang, all 10 guests today are confirmed to come. Iway Yuji turned his head and looked at Yang Ming, however, because there is a banquet in the evening, they may have to come 2 hours in advance. So, I understand. 2 hours in advance means that we should be able to close before 6 o'clock in the evening today, and we can also relax a little. Mr. Yang, I support you. Iway Yuji hesitated for a long time and suddenly said. Ah? Support me for what? Yang Ming looked at Iway Yuji puzzled. I know you are very dissatisfied with the new Commander-in-Chief. Iway Yuji said. How do you know? Yang Ming asked curiously. The new Commander-in-Chief held a press conference, but you, as one of the 10 greatest of Totsuki, stayed here and continued to run the simulation store. Isn't this abnormal in itself? Iway Yuji asked. These customers have already ordered meals, and I don't have any reason to abandon them. Yang Ming retorted. But if I explain the situation, I think they will understand, right? Iway Yuji continued to ask. Iway. Totsuki Academy is the Totsuki Academy of the Nikiri family. From my point of view, it doesn't matter who is the Commander-in-Chief, because I have no power to influence the future of Totsuki Academy. Yang Ming waved his hand, so, I'm not as angry as you think. I'm not going because I hate Mr. Nikiri, but the customers have already decided on the dishes, and I don't want to disappoint them. But, won't you offend Nikiri Tsuki by doing this? Your place in the 10 greatests may be taken away. Iway Yuji became anxious. Well, I also feel that there is such a possibility. However, the seats of the top 10 are of no use to me now. They will not listen to my advice at all. Similarly, they don't need to ask for my opinion on the things they have agreed on. Then, I just need to obey them like a puppet's command. What do you think is the meaning of such a group of 10 heroes? Yang Ming asked Iwei Yuji. Iwei Yuji opened his mouth and looked at Yang Ming's calm face. He could tell that Yang Ming was not okay with the new commander-in-chief, but had a lot of opinions about him. But what can he do? In the face of absolute power, the power of an individual is too small, even if this person is one of the 10 heroes of Totsuki. Hey! Just as Iwei Yuji was thinking about Yang Ming's attitude, he suddenly heard a gasp. He hurriedly looked outside the door, but saw Kobayashi Ryodan standing at the door panting. Yang Ming looked up and glanced at Kobayashi Ryodan. Senior sister, why did you come here by yourself? Didn't you call me? Kobayashi Ryodan asked. Yes, I just wanted to ask you where Kyuga Teraki went. Yang Ming narrowed his eyes. In the evening, when Yang Ming returned to Polar Star Dormitory, the others were already sitting at the dining table and started eating. Mrs. Wengsu, can you give me a dinner? After Yang Ming washed his face, he entered the kitchen. I thought you weren't coming back tonight. Omido Fumio handed the food to Yang Ming. How could that be? Yang Ming said with a smile. Arriving at the dining table, Yang Ming looked around at the people present, but didn't see Yukihira, so he asked curiously, where is Soma-kun? Chapter 1189. Mrs. Wengsu, can you give me a dinner? After Yang Ming washed his face, he entered the kitchen. I thought you weren't coming back tonight. Omido Fumio handed the food to Yang Ming. How could that be? Yang Ming said with a smile. Arriving at the dining table, Yang Ming looked around at the people present, but didn't see Yukihira, so he asked curiously, where is Soma-kun? General Nakiri went out with him. Yoshino Yuaki said. Hey? Nakiri Tsuki? Yang Ming asked in surprise. No. It's the former commander-in-chief, Lord Nakiri Senseiman. Is Haiki-Hue explained. Oh, that's how it is. Yang Ming took a bite of rice and his brows relaxed. Mrs. Fumio, the rice is delicious. Smelly boy, when has the rice I cooked not been delicious? Mrs. Omido Fumio said in a feigned anger. Yang Ming laughed twice and unexpectedly found that as Haiki-Hue had been looking at him. Is there something on my face? Yang Ming subconsciously touched the corner of his mouth, and there was no rice. You know the commander-in-chief Nakiri, right? Is Haiki-Hue suddenly asked. Yang Ming's expression froze and he nodded. It's not really true to say that I know him, right? I have met him 2 or 3 times. But if you have only met him 2 or 3 times, why would you resist him? Ishiki-Hue narrowed his eyes and asked, General Nakiri Azuchi has not contacted me, so I don't know this new general who suddenly appeared. Last night, I didn't know how to make a decision on the vote of the 10 elites. However, Senior Nakijima voted against it, and he should know something about it, and you chose to abstain, which means you should know him well, right? I want to hear why you oppose him. The others present were stunned immediately. They thought it was a normal replacement of the general, but now it seems that it is not the case. There seems to be something hidden. Senior, may I ask, what is going on? Yoshino Yuaki asked curiously, do you know the new general? What kind of person is he? Him. Yang Ming rubbed his chin, you don't know anything, and you dare to abstain. I don't believe you. Ishiki-Hue chuckled. Yang Ming nodded and put the chopsticks on the table. The others immediately became alert and stared at Ishiki-Hue. I have met the new commander-in-chief twice. To be exact, he came to me. As for the reason, I couldn't guess it at the time, but now it seems that he wants to pull down old man Nakiri. Why did he do this? Ishiki-Hue asked. I think it's more appropriate for you to ask the old man about this question. How do I know what grudges and hatreds there are between them? Yang Ming asked Ishiki-Hue in return. Ishiki-Hue touched his nose. This question really shouldn't be asked to Yang Ming. As for the cooking concept, I have heard him say it. He thinks that many Japanese cuisines are rubbish now, so he plans to overturn Japanese cuisine and start over. Ah! Tanaka-Hue covered her mouth in surprise, but, how is he going to do it? Generally speaking, it should be to find a group of people with good cooking skills, such as the 10 great masters of Totsuki, and then let them teach some apprentices. After the apprentices graduate, a group of chefs will be eliminated because of their excellent cooking skills, and the chef rotation will be completed accordingly. Yang Ming said everything he knew. The people present immediately fell silent. This will indeed improve the level of Japanese cuisine. Senior, why don't you support it? Yoshino Yuaki asked. The biggest drawback of this plan is that what will happen to the eliminated chefs? Yang Ming asked back. Tadakuro Megami opened her mouth. Her family was running a restaurant in called Zhuanghuiwen. If what Yang Ming said is true, the appointment of Nakaritsuki will definitely have an impact on Zhuanghuiwen. Of course, the real situation is not as bad as it seems. There are so many chefs in Japan. It is not realistic to replace them all. At most, they will be replaced in major cities, right? Yang Ming saw the worry of Tanaka Hui and explained quickly. Tanaka Hui was slightly relieved. But I don't know how the new commander-in-chief will operate. I can only wait and see for the time being. Yang Ming shrugged his shoulders. The others looked depressed. If they didn't know this, they might feel much better, but after listening to Yang Ming's words, everyone's heart seemed to be blocked by a stone, and they all frowned. By the way, Ishaiki-kun, I may have to go out tomorrow. If there is something at school, you can help me. Of course, even if there is something, the new commander-in-chief will not look for me. Yang Ming picked up a piece of sari and put it on the rice. Well. Are you okay? Ishaiki Hui said worriedly. I'm fine, but I want to go look for Kyuga Teraki. Yang Ming said worriedly. Kyuga? What happened to him? Ishaiki Hui was stunned and quickly slapped the table, almost forgetting that Kyuga Teraki had lost his place in the top 10. Do you know where he is? Well, I asked Senior Kobayashi, and she said Kyuga Teraki went home. Yang Ming shoveled rice in his mouth. Go home? It's a bit unlike him. What if you find him? Ishaiki Hui asked. What else can I do? Pull him back. But let's wait until I go there tomorrow to talk about it. Yang Ming sighed. Yang Ming felt irritated and rubbed his face. How should he persuade Kyuga Teraki when he saw him tomorrow? Yang Ming, who didn't rest much last night, quickly climbed into bed and fell asleep. Faintly, it seemed to be raining outside, and there was also a lot of fun downstairs, but Yang Ming no longer had the energy to think about these. The next morning, Yang Ming got up early, but unexpectedly saw Naoto Hisako preparing breakfast in the restaurant. Secretary, why are you here? Yang Ming looked at Naoto Hisako in surprise. Me? Hisako blushed, and didn't know how to explain for a moment. Forget it, let's talk about it when I come back. I have other things to do today. Yang Ming took 2 pieces of cooked toast from the operating table and rushed out of Polaris dormitory quickly. Hey! Naoto Hisako raised his hand and wanted to call Yang Ming, but found that Yang Ming had already walked away. Really, as long as you give him a chance to explain, right? Hisako thought depressedly. Yang Ming came to school and asked for leave. Then at the specified time, he waited for the car sent by Irina at the school gate. The driver and Yang Ming were old acquaintances, and they often picked up and dropped off Yang Ming before. This time, he smiled when he saw Yang Ming. Chef Yang, where are we going this time? Yang Ming handed the address given by Xiaolin Longdan to the driver. The driver looked at the paper and frowned. Oh, so far. Uncle, is it far? Yang Ming had never been to this place before, and asked in confusion. Chapter 1190. The driver and Yang Ming were old acquaintances, and often picked up Yang Ming before. This time, he smiled when he saw Yang Ming. Chef Yang, where are we going this time? Yang Ming handed the address given by Xiaolin Longdan to the driver. The driver looked at the paper and frowned. Oh, so far. Uncle, is it far? Yang Ming had never been to this place before, and asked in confusion. Yes, about 2 hours. Chef Yang, please sit down. As soon as the voice fell, the driver had already started the car. It was only when we really got on the road that Yang Ming realized what the driver meant. Starting from the suburbs where Totsuki Academy is located, it is indeed not a short journey to the suburbs on the other side. Fortunately, he was an old master, so he didn't get lost. Finally, on a hillside, Yang Ming found Kyuga Teraki's residence. Seeing the villa in front of him, Yang Ming shook his head with a wry smile. This is a typical Western-style villa, with an area roughly equivalent to a Polaris dormitory. I didn't expect the Kyuga family to be so rich. After pressing the doorbell, he waited for more than half a minute, and a young maid opened the door of the villa. Hello, who are you looking for? Is it Kyuga's house? Yang Ming asked. Yes. I'm looking for Kyuga-kun, I'm his classmate at Totsuki Academy. Yang Ming said to the maid. Master's classmate? Please wait. The maid bowed slightly and quickly disappeared from Yang Ming's sight. Yang Ming roughly looked around the villa and sighed. It must be said that there are still more rich students in Totsuki Academy. Not long after, the maid returned to the door and said to Yang Ming, I'm sorry, the young master has a cold now and can't see you. Really? I'm not afraid of a bad cold, let me see him. Yang Ming said. No, the young master said he won't see anyone. The maid shook her head repeatedly. You're not lying to me, are you? Yang Ming looked at the maid suspiciously. No, no. The young master really has a bad cold and won't see anyone. The maid shook her head again. I'm one of the 10 greatest students of Totsuki, and the school sent me to visit him. Yang Ming didn't give up and continued to persuade. The maid was about to cry, the young master really can't see anyone, he has a bad cold, and the doctor told him to be careful. Well, it seems that there is no hope. Yang Ming shrugged his shoulders helplessly. He also knew the maid's difficulties, so he didn't make things difficult for her. He turned around and said to the driver, Master, let's go. The maid saw Yang Ming leaving in a car, breathed a sigh of relief, trotted into the villa, climbed up to the 2nd floor, and came to the door of a bedroom. Young master. Hey? Are you leaving? A person with a strong nasal voice came from inside. Yes. That person didn't insist and just left. Said the maid. It's good to leave, Aichu. What does that person look like? Asked Kyuga Teraki. Compared to the young master's height. Stop talking. Go. Aichu. Kyuga Teraki took out another piece of tissue paper, wiped his nose, and threw the tissue paper into the trash can in frustration. This damn maid, can't you stop mentioning height in front of me? Kyuga Teraki said angrily in his heart. Among the 10 greatests of Totsuki, except Akane Kubomomo, no one is shorter than him. But he is a boy, no, I must forget this. After losing the food battle, Kyuga Teraki was so angry that he didn't sleep all night and stayed on the roof all night. As a result, he accidentally caught a cold the next morning. Losing his place in the 10 greatests and catching a severe cold, Kyuga Teraki really felt that he was the most unlucky person in the world, so he wanted to be quiet. Top 10? Humph, those bastards must have come to see me laugh. I won't be fooled. Especially Aiyama Ezuya, who actually took the seat of the top 10 from me. It's really hateful. I must take the seat of the top 10. Kyuga Teraki clenched his fists tightly, and then couldn't help sneezing again. I have a cold, it's really uncomfortable. Kyuga Teraki pulled the quilt on his body, his brain was groggy, and he soon fell asleep. Kyuga Teraki, you coward, you dare not face failure, your self-confidence is as high as your stature. Losing is not terrible, what's terrible is giving up on yourself, Kyuga Teraki, you don't deserve to be a man. Kyuga Teraki, come out quickly, let me see if you have the courage. These words were like nightmares, tightly grasping his body, trying to pull him down. He tried his best to resist and wanted to get rid of this bondage, but his body was firmly imprisoned, making him unable to move. I'm not a coward. No. Kyuga Teraki opened his eyes, sweating profusely, it was a dream. Kyuga Teraki, you are a guy who dares not see anyone after losing a game, you are considered one of the top 10? How shameful. Kyuga Teraki heard this and immediately stood up from the bed. Damn, it's not a dream, someone really scolded me. Kyuga Teraki quickly came to the window, opened the curtains, and looked out the window, only to see Yang Ming holding a loudspeaker and shouting loudly at the car outside the gate. The maid was on the ground, but she was powerless to stop him. This bastard. Yang Ming also saw Kyuga Teraki standing behind the window, and showed a smug smile, little Kyuga, are you okay? In the end, Kyuga Teraki did not go down to pick up Yang Ming, but asked the maid to bring Yang Ming up. Master, why did you come to see me? Kyuga Teraki looked at Yang Ming with dissatisfaction, are you here to laugh at me? I don't have the time to laugh at you, I just came to see if you are still alive. Oh, you really have a cold. Yang Ming looked at Kyuga Teraki with a red and swollen nose, and felt a little sympathetic to him. This may be the so-called misfortunes never come alone? Nonsense, is there anyone pretending to be sick? Kyuga Teraki was so angry that he put the trash can on Yang Ming. Okay, no more jokes. Yang Ming pulled a chair over and sat on the bed. Tell me, why did you agree to this food battle? Do you really want to go to Tohogakuin so much? Yes, I really want to go. Kyuga Teraki took a deep breath and held the tissue tightly in his hand. I really want to go. Before, I just knew about this school, but I didn't know much about it. On the third day of the Lunar Eclipse Festival, Eshin Ezu also found me and said he wanted to have a food battle with me. At that time, I officially checked the information related to Tohogakuin and saw that many well-known Sichuan chefs came from there, so. Yang Ming nodded. Seeing that many famous Sichuan chefs came from the same school, if he was in Kyuga Teraki's position, he would also be willing to fight. No 119 Chapter 1. Yes, I really want to go. Kyuga Teraki took a deep breath, holding the tissue tightly in his hand. I really want to go. Before, I just knew about this school, but I didn't know much about it. On the third day of the Lunar Eclipse Festival, Eshin Ezu also found me and said he wanted to have a food battle with me. At that time, I officially checked the information related to Tohogakuin and saw that many well-known Sichuan chefs came from there, so. Yang Ming nodded. Seeing that many famous Sichuan chefs came from the same school, if he was in Kyuga Teraki's position, he would also be willing to fight. But these are not the main reasons. I don't want to be further and further away from the people in front of me. Kyuga Teraki raised his head. Even if I lose this food battle, I won't regret it, I just don't accept it. I have a chance to win. No, if it is a suitable topic, I will definitely win the final time. Yang Ming raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Kyuga Teraki in confusion. What do you mean? Did Ruishin use some shady means? That's not the case, it's just that luck is not on my side. Because it is a competition to determine the top 10 seats, the topics and materials of the competition are very particular. In the end, we decided to write 5 ingredients and 5 topics respectively, and then draw lots. If I'm lucky, maybe I have a chance to win the game. Kyuga Teraki frowned and looked depressed. Yang Ming rubbed his chin. This was the first time he heard of such a food battle. What is your topic? Yang Ming asked. He drew flounder. Kyuga Teraki said while fingering his fingers. The ingredients are pretty good. They can cook both Western and Chinese dishes. What about the topic? Yang Ming asked Teraki Kyuga. The topic I drew is Western food. Teraki Kyuga sighed. It's the worst of the 5 topics. It's well known that Teraki Kyuga is good at Sichuan cuisine, but that doesn't mean that Teraki Kyuga is not good at other types of dishes. In fact, those who can become the top 10 have decent cooking skills in other areas. Take Akane Kubo Momo as an example. She is the strongest pastry chef in the entire Totsuki Academy. There is no doubt about that, but that doesn't mean that her other dishes are a mess, otherwise she wouldn't be able to become one of the top 10. However, for people like Teraki Kyuga and Akane Kubo Momo, their other types of cooking are only better than most chefs. Once they meet opponents of the same level, the topic becomes very critical. This is the case with Teraki Kyuga and Aiyama Ezu. If the type of cuisine is not restricted, Teraki Kyuga has an absolute advantage. Once it is not the Sichuan cuisine he is familiar with, his strength will definitely decline. In fact, Aiyama Ezu's cooking style is similar to that of Nakiri Arena. He can cook any kind of food, but he doesn't have his own killer moves like the other 10 masters. In terms of comprehensive strength, Aiyama Ezu is not weak. If that's the case, you didn't lose. Yang Ming rubbed his chin. Hey, master, can you say something nice? Kyuga Teraki said depressedly. The question is that I'm telling the truth. Yang Ming spread his hands with an innocent look. What are you going to do now? First get rid of the cold. Kyuga Teraki said weakly. That's right. In any case, health is the most important. Next, find Aiyama Ezu for a food battle. I will definitely win the next food battle. Kyuga Teraki said confidently. The question is why he wants to have a food battle with you. Yang Ming asked a question that Kyuga Teraki couldn't answer. After the room was quiet for 5 or 6 minutes, Yang Ming was the first to break the silence because he couldn't stand the depressing atmosphere. I feel relieved to see you alive. If you are fine, I will go back first. I look forward to seeing you at school. Yang Ming stood up from the chair and was about to return to school when Kyuga Teraki suddenly called Yang Ming. Master, wait. Is there anything else? Yang Ming looked back at Kyuga Teraki. Can you make me a dish? Kyuga Teraki looked at Yang Ming expectantly. Hey! Yang Ming didn't know what Kyuga Teraki was thinking. I haven't eaten for a day and I don't have much appetite. I think if it's the food you make, I might have an appetite. Kyuga Teraki said with a wry smile. Yang Ming, who wanted to refuse, sighed, okay. Can I order food? Kyuga Teraki asked hurriedly. Go to hell. Yang Ming chose to leave after Kyuga Teraki made a boiled beef dish. He also made this dish when he was competing with Si Yingshi, and it is also Yang Ming's must-try dish. Today, Yang Ming just made boiled beef casually, but after more than half a year of training, Yang Ming's strength has improved a lot compared to before, so even if he does it seriously, the quality of the dish is not low. Placing the boiled beef on the table at the head of the bed, Yang Ming said, okay, this dish is here. Get well soon. Got it. Kyuga Teraki said unhappily. After Yang Ming left the room, Kyuga Teraki picked up the chopsticks and picked up a piece of beef. After chewing the fragrant beef, the rich gravy flowed around the mouth. The burning chili and the numbing pepper danced on the tongue, and the tongue seemed to be burning. The burning chili stimulated every nerve in the body, and together with the deliciousness of the beef, it impacted the cerebral cortex. There was also a rolling heat wave that continuously escaped from the body, and sweat quickly soaked the clothes on the body. An indescribable refreshing feeling was transmitted to every part of the body along the nerves. Kyuga Teraki bit his lips tightly and endured the impact of the delicious food. The coldness in his body was gradually dispelled. Sichuan cuisine. Kyuga Teraki looked nervous, holding the chopsticks tightly, looking at the boiled beef in front of him. This strong impact is the Sichuan cuisine I want. I will definitely be able to make it and then take back my seat. When Yang Ming returned to Polar Star Dormitory, it was already afternoon. Pushing open the door of the Polaris dormitory, I saw several people sitting around the dining table with their heads down, but there was no sign of his Heike Hui. What's wrong? Yang Ming asked curiously. They all looked dejected. Bai Tian Rui Shan came here and wanted to abolish the Polaris dormitory. Sakaki Ryoko pouted and said with a sad face. Hey? Why? Yang Ming looked puzzled. Mommy looked worried. Today, Nakaritsuki gave a live speech. Oh, what does this have to do with the demolition of the Polaris dormitory? Yang Ming asked puzzledly. The fact that the whole room was so lifeless means that the content of Nakaritsuki's speech may be very critical. Chapter 1192. Oh, what does this have to do with the demolition of the Polaris dormitory? Yang Ming asked puzzledly. The fact that the whole room was so lifeless means that the content of Nakaritsuki's speech may be very critical. Don't be impatient, listen to me slowly. He said there are two key points. Mommy sighed. All cooking classes, experimental classes, research groups, hobby clubs, and self-operated groups in the academy will be disbanded. Mommy explained. Hey? All disbanded? No, I can understand that you said that self-operated groups should be disbanded, but why should cooking classes and experimental classes be disbanded? If there are no courses, who will teach us cooking? And if there is no research group, everyone should have no place to study cooking, right? Yang Ming was confused. Of course, he knew that new officials should start with 3 fires, but this step was too big, right? Nakaritsuki said that students don't need to study cooking, and new dishes are not allowed to appear. As for teaching courses, Nakaritsuki has set up an organization called the Central Gourmet Agency. It is roughly composed of the decision-making level of the 10 elites of Totsuki Council, and it brings together students selected by Nakaritsuki personally to form an organization. The courses we will learn in the future will be decided by the Central Gourmet Agency. Hearing this, Yang Ming finally understood that the group of cooking elites that Nakaritsuki mentioned refers to the Central Gourmet Agency. But, that means that Polaris Dormitory has also become a target of purge, right? Yang Ming crossed his arms and finally understood. Yes, that's what Aiyama Ezu meant. Asami said. This Aiyama Ezuya. Yang Ming rolled his eyes helplessly, doing things too decisively. However, maximizing profits at the fastest speed is also Aiyama Ezuya's style of doing things. By the way, senior, you have a good relationship with Izan-kun. Can you talk to him and ask him to let Polaris Dormitory go? Yoshino Yuaki asked hurriedly. Well, it's okay for me to explain to him, but do you think it will work? This is the order of Nakaritsuki. Yang Ming sighed. But... Yoshino Yuaki clenched her fists tightly, but did not say anything. At this moment, Marui Zenji hurried into the hall. No. Not good. What's the matter? I'm in a bad mood now. Yoshino Yuaki said dissatisfiedly. Just now, Izan Ezuya and Koyama Tetsuji had a food battle. Marui Zenji said anxiously. In the end, Izan won the game 3:0. Wait, since Izan can beat Senior Kyowo, it is normal for him to beat Senior Koyama, right? Sakaki Ryoko said. The problem is that the judges didn't even taste the food, and they just decided the winner. Marui Zenji wiped the sweat from his forehead. The Uraaki seminar has been disbanded, and Senior Koyama has been expelled from school. Why can the winner be decided without tasting? Yoshino Yuaki asked anxiously. I don't know, but everyone says that the judges and Eshin are on the same side. Marui Zenji grabbed his hair tightly, and the pain in his heart was completely written on his face. Why is this happening? The hearts of everyone in Polaris dormitory were as cold as a piece of ice, and Eshin Ezu also blocked their last way out. For a moment, the air seemed to condense in the air, and almost everyone had only one expression, despair. Yukihira, I want to know, if it were you, what would you do? Yang Ming glanced at Soma Yukihira and found that he looked solemn and silent. During dinner, Sakaki Ryoko suggested to call Arina down. Arina? Is she in Polaris dormitory? Yang Ming asked in surprise. Yes, she came last night, didn't you know? Mommy asked curiously. I went to bed early yesterday, I don't know what happened. By the way, I seemed to see Hisako in the morning. Yang Ming recalled what happened in the morning. Yes, it rained yesterday, so Hisako couldn't go back. Mommy said. But Arina. Running away from home, escaping from the clutches of Nakiri Tsuchiya, how about it, very low, right? Mommy forced a smile. Low is quite low, but for her, this should not be a solution to the problem. Yang Ming said worriedly. Soon, Arina came down from upstairs, went into the kitchen, and brought out her dishes. She knew everything that Tsukiji Nakiri had done, but what could she do? She didn't even have the courage to reject Tsukiji Nakiri now. Alas, this dormitory, will it really be demolished? Yoshino Yuaki sighed. It should be. Aoki Daigo said. I didn't expect that Polaris dormitory would end in our hands. But we can't do anything except sigh. Yoshino Yuaki rubbed her face. Yes, I have lived here for so long, and I have feelings for it. Said Tadakuro Megami. By the way, on the first day of the admission exam, Omido Fumio really scared me. Yoshino Yuaki said, holding her cheek. When it comes to life here, almost everyone opened up. On the first day of moving in, as soon as I entered the door, I met a person wearing only an apron. I was really confused at the time whether I should continue to stay here. It took me 3 months to pass the exam. Tadakuro Megami recalled the past and broke out in a cold sweat. That past was really unbearable to look back on. Yang Ming also thought of every little thing he had experienced in Polaris dormitory, and he found himself reluctant to leave. After all, this was the place where he had lived the longest since he came to this world, and he had some feelings for it. Here, there are many memories, but... Yoshino Yuaki said, her voice choking. The attention of others was focused on Yoshino Yuaki. I still don't want Polaris dormitory to be abolished. I want to cook with everyone, Like a volcano that had been silent for a long time, Yoshino Yuaki burst into tears. Other people in Polaris dormitory, Asami, Sakaki Ryoko, Tensho Megami, Marui Zenji, even Aoki Daigo and Sato Shoji, who were usually quite calm, burst into tears. Yang Ming put down the teacup in his hand, sighed, and walked upstairs. What should he do? Yang Ming sighed, his mind was buzzing, and he had no idea. After a sleepless night, Yang Ming lay in bed, looking at the ceiling. Sometimes it was really strange. Is Heike Hui, that bastard, liked to appear from the ceiling whenever he had nothing to do, but when he hoped that Is Heike Hui would open the ceiling, Is Heike Hui just didn't come out. I don't know what Is Heike is thinking now, but he really can't wait any longer. But, what else can he do now? Perhaps, this is the most difficult time for him to make a decision since he came to this world. Chapter 1193. I don't know what Is Heike is thinking now, but he really can't wait any longer. But, what else can he do now? Perhaps, this is the most difficult time for him to make a decision since he came to this world. When the sky gradually brightened, Yang Ming also sat up from the bed, and at the same time, he made up his mind in his heart that he must meet with Nagarit Tsubomi. When eating breakfast, everyone still had a gloomy face. Yang Ming ate breakfast hastily and left Polaris dormitory. Yang Ming doesn't seem to know what to do. Mommy said worriedly. But, as one of the 10 outstanding students, Yang Ming Jun should be able to say a few words, right? Yoshino Yuaki said anxiously, watching Yang Ming's disappearing back. Maybe he has his own difficulties, right? Sakaki Ryoko sighed. But, shouldn't he and Senior Ishaiki fight for the safety of Polaris dormitory? Yoshino Yuaki complained. Even if they fight, what can they do? It was Tsuki Nagari who made this rule. If things go wrong, he might be deprived of his seat in the 10 outstanding students. Asami shook her head. I know the seat in the 10 outstanding students is important, but Polaris dormitory is also important. At the end, Yoshino Yuaki burst into tears again. Everyone present lowered their heads, looked at the porcelain bowls in their hands, and remained silent. Yang Ming came to the academy and went directly to the door of Tsuki Nagari's office. What are you doing? The 2 security guards standing at the door stopped Yang Ming. I want to see the commander-in-chief. Yang Ming glared at the 2 bodyguards and said. The 10 elites have the right to meet the commander-in-chief directly, but now they are stopped by 2 security guards, which makes Yang Ming very unhappy. Sorry, you need to wait a little longer. The commander-in-chief is talking to someone from the Central Food Agency. One of the bodyguards said sternly. Wait a little longer? Do you really want me to call senior sister Xilan and senior brother Si over? Yang Ming was in no mood to argue with the 2 bodyguards. I'll give you 2 options. First, you tell me that the commander-in-chief will decide whether to see me or not. Second, I'll go in now. You can't force your way in. Wait a minute, I'll ask the commander-in-chief for his opinion. A bodyguard quickly stopped Yang Ming, said a few words to the security guard next to him, and immediately knocked on the office door. What's the matter? The voice of Nagarit Tsukushi came from inside. Commander-in-chief, Yang Ming wants to see you. The bodyguard straightened his body. He wants to see me? Let him wait outside first. The bodyguard listened to what Nagarit Tsuki said, turned around and looked at Yang Ming with contempt. Did you hear that? It's not that I don't allow you to see the commander-in-chief, it's that the commander-in-chief doesn't care about you at all. Yang Ming sneered, it's true, these 2 bodyguards have the potential to be lackeys. At this time, the door of the commander-in-chief's office opened. The 2 security guards immediately moved to both sides, and the people in the room came out. Yang Ming took a rough look and found that they were all people who appeared in the original work, Kusunaki Rentaro, Kyumei Shigemichi, Liang Jingmiya, and Koko Yui, Nagarit Tsuki's loyal followers. When the 4 people saw Yang Ming, they all bowed slightly, and Yang Ming also nodded slightly. Even if Yang Ming is now out of power, he is also one of the 10 great masters of Totsuki, and his status is much higher than theirs. Behind these people, followed Nagarit Tsuki. Oh, we haven't seen each other for a long time since the Lunar Eclipse Festival, right? Mr. Yang. Nagarit Tsuki said sternly. Yes, after all, you just became the commander-in-chief, and you are much busier than an idle person like me. Yang Ming said with a faint smile. Don't say that to me, you should be more idle than me, right? After all, you went on a long trip yesterday. Nagarit Tsuki stared at Yang Ming coldly. Yang Ming frowned. How could this Nagarit Tsuki know so much? Okay, these are all trivial matters. Or tell me why you came to see me. I don't believe that your purpose of seeing me is to chat. Nagarit Tsuki asked. Of course not, there are some things I want to discuss with you in detail. Yang Ming said. Okay. This is not a place to talk. If you have time now, why don't you go to my reception room? Nagarit Tsuki asked. Yang Ming nodded. As long as he came to talk with Nagarit Tsuki, it didn't matter where the place was. When dealing with this old fox in front of you, you must be extremely careful. The general's reception room is next to the office. Nagari entered the room and pointed to the sofa by the window and said, You go first. By the way, what do you want to drink? Tea. Yang Ming said. Young people should not drink such mature things. Do you want a glass of red wine? Nakiri took out a small iron bucket from the wine cabinet. Yang Ming took a look and saw a bottle of red wine that had been decanted. I can't drink it now. Yang Ming explained. That's right, should we change this rule in the future? After all, red wine is also part of the food, right? Nakiri asked with a smile. Yang Ming did not reply. Okay, tell me, what's the matter with you coming to see me? Nakiri sat down and poured himself a glass of red wine. Negotiation. Yang Ming said in a deep voice. Negotiation? Haha, tell me how to negotiate. Nakiri sneered. If you let Polaris Dormitory go and let the food battle return to normal, I can temporarily not resign from the seat of the top 10. It is no exaggeration to say that I should be a name card of the academy now, right? Yang Ming tried his best to keep himself calm. He was betting on Nakiritsuki's judgment. Hey? Did I hear you right? If you said you would resign from the seat of the top 10, maybe I would consider it. Nakiritsuki sipped the red wine and chuckled. Okay, since you said so, I will resign from the seat of the top 10. Let Polaris Dormitory go, and allow students in the Central Food Agency to have food battles. Yang Ming followed Nakiritsuki's words and set it down. Yang Ming. Nakiritsuki said sternly, do you think this is fun? It's boring. But if you like to play, I don't care. Yang Ming did not flinch. I can expel you directly. Nakiritsuki slammed the table. A muffled sound echoed in the air. Yang Ming spread his hands, looking indifferent. As long as I get a high ranking in the diamond cooking competition, I won't worry about my future. Then I will cancel your qualification for the diamond cooking competition. Mikuchi Enka should be a graduate of Totsuki Academy, right? She can get a good ranking, and her help to Totsuki Academy is the same as yours. Nakiritsuki widened his eyes. His expression was a little angry. Haha. Uncle, this is the best joke I've heard this year. Yang Ming's anger from yesterday to today has completely disappeared. What's so funny? Nakiritsuki asked back, but her face became more and more ugly. Chapter 1194. Then I will cancel your qualification for the diamond cooking competition. Mujichi Yuankuo should be a graduate of Totsuki Academy, right? She can get a good ranking, and her help to Totsuki Academy is the same as yours. Nakiritsuki widened her eyes. Her expression was a little angry. Haha. Uncle, this is the best joke I've heard this year. Yang Ming's anger from yesterday to today has completely disappeared. What's so funny? Nakiritsuki asked back, but her face became more and more ugly. Of course. Yang Ming put away his smile and looked at Nakiritsuki very seriously. Uncle, you may have forgotten, but it doesn't matter. Let me remind you that my entry into the diamond cooking competition does not come from Totsuki Academy. The only qualifying spot of Totsuki Academy was wasted by Akane Kubo Momo. Therefore, you have no right to revoke my eligibility to participate. Okay, General, can we negotiate now? Nakiritsuki tightly grasped the wine glass, and with a crisp sound, the wine glass was crushed into pieces. He really forgot about this matter. Okay, since you are so interested, let's start the negotiation. Nakiritsuki said coldly, you are not the only choice. Nakiritsuki did not expect that he would be threatened by Yang Ming one day. So, when Yang Ming asked for another negotiation, although he was very depressed, he could only bear it first. My condition is still the same. Yang Ming poured a cup of tea and drank it slowly. Although Yang Ming looked relaxed, he knew that his situation was only slightly better than before. I object. The conditions on both sides are unfair. Nakiritsuki pulled the collar of his suit and looked at Yang Ming. You just stay in the top 10, and there is no loss for you. Yang Ming thought about it, and Nakiritsuki was right. He used his resignation from the top 10 as a bargaining chip. But the fact is that it is more beneficial for him to keep his seat in the top 10. On the contrary, if he is really removed from the list, Yang Ming will definitely not feel good. Now, in the confrontation between the two, Yang Ming holds the initiative, but the advantage that Nakiritsuki has cannot be changed by a little initiative. Yang Ming is still at a disadvantage, and the disadvantage is very large. His purpose is just to keep the Polar Star Dormitory, so he dare not be too strong. Don't be so nervous, what is negotiation? Isn't it just that everyone puts the conditions on the table and then bargains? I only have this one bargaining chip, and you know my conditions. Yang Ming poured another cup of tea, pretending to be calm, and kicked the ball to Nakaritsuki. Of course you have more than one bargaining chip. Nakaritsuki narrowed his eyes, and was clearly free from the anger just now. Yang Ming secretly said what a pity. He originally wanted to take advantage of Nakaritsuki's unrest to get more benefits, but he didn't expect Nakaritsuki's mentality to adjust so quickly, which was really scary. In fact, if you think about it carefully, since Nakaritsuki was able to pull Nakari-senseiman down from the position of commander-in-chief, he must be very cunning. Do I have other bargaining chips? Yang Ming reminded. Of course not those. You can't interfere in the affairs of me, Arena, and Totsuki Academy anymore. Nakaritsuki said coldly. Oh, so, are you afraid that I will mess up? Yang Ming bit his lip, thinking about Nakaritsuki's conditions. Originally, Yang Ming's energy should be focused on the diamond cooking competition during this period, but suddenly a lot of things happened, which caught him off guard and even a little flustered. Therefore, it is not difficult for Yang Ming to be quiet for a while. If he does not intervene, will Yukihira and the others really be okay? Yang Ming frowned and hesitated. How about it? Haven't decided yet. Nakaritsuki asked back. Yang Ming closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Yukihira, Arena. It really depends on you. Okay, I agree. I remain neutral. The condition is that all students in the school can compete with the Central Food Agency for food battles, and the Polaris dormitory can no longer be demolished. Yang Ming opened his eyes and looked at Nakaritsuki in front of him. Don't worry, I haven't finished speaking yet. This is just one of the conditions I added. The corners of Nakari's mouth curled up, and the smile on his face made Yang Ming feel extremely uncomfortable. What other conditions do you have? Yang Ming continued to ask. Before I solve the noise, please leave Totsuki Academy first. Nakari said coldly. This condition is a bit too much. Yang Ming stared at Nakari. I can't help it. Even if you remain neutral, you may turn against us at any time. At that time, no one can tell what kind of storm it will cause. Since I have come to this point, any possibility that may have an adverse effect on me must be eliminated. Otherwise, if you surrender to me, I will definitely let Polaris dormitory go. Nakari said seriously. Yang Ming frowned. Yang Ming got up, and Nakaritsuki's last words were just that, and since they had already torn their faces, Yang Ming didn't want to have anything to do with Nakaritsuki. If you can't solve these noises, I will never be able to return to Totsuki Academy. Yang Ming directed his spearhead at another problem. No, you can come back at most after the diamond cooking contest is over. The diamond cooking contest is over. Yang Ming looked at Tsukiji Nakari's confident smile, and immediately realized something. He couldn't help but applaud twice, and said sarcastically, okay, haha. You are worthy of being Uncle Nakari. After the diamond cooking contest is over, you should have found someone to replace me. Then, kick me out. It's smart, really smart. Tsukiji Nakari looked at Yang Ming. Who did you think of? Who else could it be? Hatanaka Ei. If I remember correctly, he has been studying with you for 5 years. You should have great expectations for him, right? Yang Ming looked at Tsukiji Nakari calmly. Wait until he wins me in the diamond cooking contest, and then transfers to Totsuki Academy, making him the business card of Totsuki Academy. No, maybe now, you have already started to handle his admission procedures. What do you think? Yang Ming frowned slightly, looking at Tsukiji Nakari, whose smile was restrained. I was asked to leave Totsuki Academy to make room for him, right? After all, one student with appeal is enough. Hatanaka Ei's score in the Diamond Cooking Tokyo competition was higher than that of Kikuchi Sango, and his strength should not be underestimated. During the time when Yang Ming was away from Totsuki Academy, Nakaritsuki could completely use the strength of Totsuki Academy to package Hatanaka Ei. If he can achieve good results in the diamond cooking competition again and surpass himself, there will be no problem. Chapter 1195. Hatanaka Ei's score in the diamond cooking Tokyo competition was higher than that of Kikuchi Sango, and his strength should not be underestimated. During the time when Yang Ming was away from Totsuki Academy, Nakaritsuki could completely use the strength of Totsuki Academy to package Hatanaka Ei. If he can achieve good results in the diamond cooking competition again and surpass himself, there will be no problem. Compared with Hatano, Yang Ming's advantage is that he is a player from Totsuki Academy, and to some extent, he can represent the strength of Totsuki Academy. Hatano's advantage is that his teacher is Nakaritsuki, who can represent the future development trend of Totsuki Academy. Moreover, more importantly, he is of Japanese descent, and the Japanese people are more accepting of him than himself. Sweat fell on Yang Ming's forehead. He just cared about the chips in his hand, but now he realized that his chips were not the only ones. Nakaritsuki showed a slightly regretful smile on his face. What's so funny? Yang Ming asked. Are you Chinese? Nakaritsuki asked. Yes and no. Is there any problem? Yang Ming asked back. No, I've been to China a few times. It would have been great if I had met you 2 years earlier. In the colorful leaves garden, I heard Kawaguchi Kyotake mention you, but later on, Eshin Ezuia's performance was even more amazing. It wasn't until you made your mark in the diamond cooking competition that I really paid attention to you. At this time, if I wanted to pull you in, it would have been too late, right? Yang Ming remained silent. The past could not be forever, and he was not very interested in what happened at that time. Keep your place in the top 10, but please leave Totsuki Academy before the diamond cooking competition. In addition, I will not cancel the order to demolish the Polar Star Dormitory, because demolishing these groups was originally my goal. If you want to keep it, let me see the strength of the Polar Star Dormitory. Of course, I will allow others to challenge the Central Gourmet Agency in the most fair way. Nakaritsuki spoke out the content of the negotiation between the two. This is very unfair to me. Yang Ming frowned and looked at Nakaritsuki coldly. I left a way out for Polaris Dormitory, you should be grateful. Nakaritsuki got up from the sofa and adjusted his collar. You are now indeed useful for the promotion of Totsuki Academy, but it will only last for a month. How about it? You will not suffer any loss in such an exchange. Although I don't want to do this, I must minimize the risk. If the rebels fail, their fate will be very tragic, so Nakaritsuki must eliminate all uncertainties. Yang Ming closed his eyes and thought about whether this content was reasonable or not. Although it was a bit uncomfortable to leave Totsuki Academy during this period, it was not a bad thing for Yang Ming. At least for a while, he could prepare for the diamond cooking competition with peace of mind. Now there are only about 20 days left before the final competition, which is very tight. But Yukihira, Irina, Alice, Kurakaiba, can they really do it? Yang Ming's hands were covered with sweat. For him, this choice was really too difficult. How is it? Have you made up your mind? Nakiri asked again. Okay. Yang Ming opened his eyes and suddenly felt his throat dry. I agree. Although it is unfair to me, I don't seem to have any choice. Just as I thought, you are very smart. Nakiri narrowed his eyes. I wish you a happy life and Diamond achieve good results in the cooking competition. The condition given by Nakaritsuki was that Yang Ming would leave Totsuki Academy immediately, so after negotiating with Nakaritsuki, Yang Ming returned to Polaris Dormitory without stopping. In Polaris Dormitory, Mommy, Yukihira, Irina, and others stared at Yang Ming intently after seeing him come back, which made Yang Ming feel a little embarrassed. What are you doing? Is there anything dirty on my face? Yang Ming touched his face. General Nakiri just issued an order, and now the Central Gourmet Agency has officially begun to accept food battles. Mommy said. Really? Is this a good thing? Yang Ming forced a smile. It seems that he has to leave quickly. Yang Ming-jun, do you want to have a food battle with them? With your current strength, if the opponent is not Senior Kobayashi and Senior SI, the chance of winning should be very high, right? It should be easy to win against Eshima Ezuia. Yoshino Yuaki looked at Yang Ming expectantly. I also want to compete with Senior SI. But there are many things that I can't control alone. Now, most of the 10 outstanding people stand with Nakaritsuki, whether it's me, is Heiki Hawaii, or Senior Nakijima, it's really too difficult to change anything. If it's not done well, it may even have a counterproductive effect. Yang Ming sighed to the sky, besides, it's almost 20 days? I'm going to France, so I'm powerless to do many things. But, have you really given up Polaris Dormitory? Yoshino Yuaki asked. I'm sorry. What I can do now, is really limited. Yang Ming nodded slightly, sighed, and walked upstairs. I may have to go out during this period of time. Senior, are you really going to watch Polaris Dormitory being demolished? Yoshino Yuaki ran to the stairs and looked at Yang Ming who was climbing the stairs. Yang Ming opened his mouth, but finally turned his head away. Don't beg him. He can't give up his place in the 10 greatest, so he doesn't dare to confront Nikiritsu Kushi Sato. Shoji grabbed Yoshino Yuki's arm. Yukihira Soma's face became extremely calm, looking at the stairs, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Putting the knives and the commonly used chef's clothes into the suitcase, Yang Ming lifted it and it was really heavy. It seems that you really have to leave for a long time. A voice suddenly sounded at the door. Yang Ming turned around and looked at the door, and found that it was Irina in pajamas. Why did you come up? Yang Ming said with a smile. Answer me a question first, have you talked to the new commander-in-chief, my father? Irina looked at Yang Ming. What do you mean? Yang Ming asked back. My father just ordered that we can compete with the Central Gourmet Agency, and you are leaving Totsuki Academy. Do you dare to say that there is no connection between the two? Irina asked. Yes. Yang Ming said. Why don't you say it out? Irina asked back. What's the use of saying it out? If they have a breath in their hearts, maybe they can really beat Eshin Ezuya. Don't you think so? I just created conditions for them. Whether they can keep the Polaris dormitory depends on themselves. Yang Ming replied. Irina opened her mouth and sighed helplessly. Chapter 1196. What's the use of saying it out? If they have a breath in their hearts, maybe they can really beat Eshin Ezuya. Don't you think so? I just created conditions for them. Whether they can keep the Polaris dormitory depends on themselves. Yang Ming replied. Irina opened her mouth and sighed helplessly. After going downstairs, the first-year students watched Yang Ming leave Polaris dormitory, and no one came forward to speak. Mommy opened her mouth and wanted to call Yang Ming, but she didn't know what to say. Leaving now? Omido Fumio said in a low voice at the door. Well, I'm going to be out for a while. Yang Ming narrowed his eyes. Don't forget to come back. Omido Fumio said. I know, I'll be back in a while. Yang Ming narrowed his eyes. After leaving Polaris dormitory, Yang Ming didn't know where to go. Yang Ming just took out his mobile phone, and suddenly the screen lit up. He glanced at the name on the phone, and it turned out to be Shinomiya Kojiro. What is this guy calling? Yang Ming answered the phone, and Shinomiya Kojiro's voice came from the microphone immediately. Hey, Xiao Yang, I heard that you were kicked out of Totsuki Academy. Hey? Yang Ming frowned, and was somewhat uncomfortable with such teasing words. More importantly, Nikiritsuki had warned him not to talk nonsense, so how did Shinomiya Kojiro know? You are well informed. Yang Ming said with a wry smile. Of course I have my own channels. Shinomiya Kojiro chuckled twice. Yang Ming was very upset, and Shinomiya Kojiro was a bit annoying. Is there no place to live for the time being? Shinomiya Kojiro asked. Is it okay? Not too nervous. Yang Ming said casually. Forget it, I don't know yet. You. After saying this, Shigong Kojiro laughed obscenely. When did this guy become like this? Come over. You have nowhere to go anyway, right? Shigong Kojiro said lightly, besides, someone wants to find you. Looking for me? Yang Ming scratched his head, confused. Who would look for him at this time? Just when Yang Ming was thinking about it, Shigong Kojiro said again, you know my address, right? Come here yourself. Then, Shimiya Kojiro hung up the phone. Yang Ming shrugged his shoulders. He had no choice but to deal with such an unreliable senior. He stopped a taxi on the road, told the address, and drove towards Shimiya Kojiro's residence. When he came downstairs of Shimiya Kojiro, Yang Ming called Shimiya Kojiro, and soon, Shimiya Kojiro came downstairs. Senior Shimiya, how do you know I was kicked out? Yang Ming asked this question when he saw Shimiya Kojiro for the first time. Do you want to know? Shimiya Kojiro smiled evilly. I won't tell you, hurry upstairs, the guests will be here soon. Guest? Which guest? Yang Ming scratched his head. Before he could react, he was pushed into the elevator by Shinomiya Kojiro. After opening the door, Yang Ming leaned his suitcase against the window, quickly took out a bottle of pure water from the refrigerator, drank 2 gulps, and then slumped on the sofa. Aren't you going to your restaurant today? I went, but was called back because of you. Shinomiya Kojiro looked at Yang Ming unhappily. For me? Yang Ming was stunned, his brain a little confused. What does this have to do with me? Shinomiya Kojiro sat up straight and was about to explain to Yang Ming when the doorbell rang. Shinomiya Kojiro immediately came to the video doorbell, pressed the button, turned around, and said to Yang Ming, "Wait a moment, tell me that the person who was driven out by Nagari Tsuchiya is here." "Hey? Who could it be?" Deep face Yang Ming frowned, thinking about possible candidates. Soon the doorbell rang again. Shigong Kojiro quickly came to the door again and opened the door. Yang Ming also stood up and looked at the door. The door slowly opened, and a burly man wearing a grey coat and a black hat appeared in his sight. The man took off the hat and hung it and the coat on the hanger. The man's appearance finally appeared in Yang Ming's sight. "Chef Dojima, why is it you?" Yang Ming said in surprise. Dojima-jin nodded slightly with a faint smile on his face. "Long time no see, Yang Ming." "Yes, long time no see. The last time they met should have been in the autumn selection." "Chef Dojima, why are you here?" Yang Ming asked puzzledly. "Of course it's for you that I rushed here from the Totsuki resort." Dojima-jin explained. "Teacher Senseiman asked me to come here to thank you deliberately." "Thank me? I didn't do anything." Yang Ming asked in confusion. "He knows everything about your negotiation with Nagari Tsukushi. That's why he asked me to come here," said Dojima-jin. "The old man knows?" Yang Ming's eyes widened. How did he know? Soon, Yang Ming understood. If nothing unexpected happened, there was someone from Senseiman next to Nagari Tsukushi, or there was something like a bug in the conference room. Of course, the old man would not tell him these things, so Yang Ming could only guess. "Thank you for your concern, Chef Dojima and General Senseiman, but you don't need to come here on purpose, right?" Yang Ming didn't understand Dojima-jin's intention. "Indeed, if it was just to say some words of thanks, I wouldn't have to come here. But you are going to participate in the diamond cooking competition soon, right?" asked Dojima-jin. "Yes, that's right. There are still about 20 days. But because of the time difference, I may have to go there 2 or 3 days in advance." Yang Ming nodded. "I came here for this matter." Dojima-jin's expression became serious. "To be honest, no one is sure how useful your negotiation with Nagari Tsuki will be. But at least it leaves a way out for the students of Totsuki Academy. Of course, the Commander-in-Chief and I also know that this price has caused you a great loss." Yang Ming nodded helplessly. In fact, he was not thinking about how much he had lost, but that there was no stable environment for him to prepare for the next exam. "So, Teacher Senseiman asked me to take you back to Totsuki Palace to help you a little. It can also be regarded as a reward for everything you have done for Totsuki Academy," Dojima-jin said loudly. "Hey? Is this okay?" Yang Ming looked at Dojima-jin in surprise. "Of course, after all, you have paid so much for Totsuki Academy, and the teacher will not let you suffer any grievances." Dojima-jin gave Yang Ming a thumbs up. "Besides, you are still one of the 10 greatest of Totsuki, and your agreement with Nagari Tsuki is also after the diamond cooking competition, so it is absolutely no problem for me to take you to Totsuki Ligong, but, you'd better be mentally prepared, because the next 2 weeks will be very difficult." Chapter 1197. "Hey? Is this okay?" Yang Ming looked at Dojima-jin in surprise. "Of course, after all, you have paid so much for Totsuki Academy, and the teacher will not let you suffer any injustice." Dojima-jin gave Yang Ming a thumbs up. "Besides, you are still one of the 10 elites of Totsuki, and your agreement with Nagari Tsuki is also after the diamond cooking competition, so it is absolutely no problem for me to take you to Totsuki Ligong, but you'd better be mentally prepared, because the next 2 weeks will be very difficult. It's okay to be hard, but I just hope I won't bother you." Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. This may be the best news he has received recently. After Nagari Tsuki announced that the Central Gourmet Agency could accept normal food battles from various clubs, almost every member of the Central Gourmet Agency received a large number of food battles. Who will be the opponent of the next food battle? Ijunya Ijun strode towards the food battle site and asked the subordinates behind him. "The next opponent is Soma Yukihira from Polaris Dormitory." Polaris Dormitory. Ijunya frowned. It was this disgusting name again. "Let's use food battles to destroy you today?" The moment Ijunya stepped into the venue, the audience around him applauded warmly. For most students, being able to graduate smoothly is more important than anything else. As for new cuisine, research clubs, etc., it's good to have them, but it doesn't matter if they don't. Therefore, their disgust for Tsukiji Nakiri and the Central Food Organization is far less than that of Soma Yukihira and others. Next, please welcome the next contestant, Soma Yukihira. Hearing the host's call, Soma Yukihira immediately walked into the venue. All the people in Polaris dormitory looked at the competition venue nervously and prayed for Soma Yukihira. Yang Ming and his Haikihui had all disappeared, so even though Asami knew that she was definitely not a match for Eshin Ezuya, as a senior, she was the only one who could play at this time. As a result, Soma Yukihira issued a challenge to Eshin Ezuya before him, leaving her confused. After Yukihira came back, she scolded him harshly. Now, who else can I rely on except myself? Soma Yukihira retorted. Asami sighed, she knew that Yang Ming's departure had a huge impact on Yukihira. Not only Yukihira, but other people in Polaris dormitory also complained about Yang Ming. There was nothing they could do about it, because the person they wanted to rely on the most suddenly disappeared. Yukihira should be fine, right? Tadakuro Megami crossed her fingers, worried. Even if Yukihira loses, he is still our hero, much better than those bastards who dare not face Nakiri Tsugami. Sato Shoji crossed his arms and said dissatisfiedly. What qualifications do you have to complain here, little brat who knows nothing? It's okay that you don't know how to be grateful, but you are repaying evil with kindness here. Sato Shoji was stunned and turned around quickly, only to see Kyuga Teraki standing behind him in a white chef's uniform. Kyuga-senpai, what are you doing? Tadakuro Megami said in surprise. I just participated in the food battle, and the Academy cancelled the cancellation order for the Chinese and Western Cuisine Research Association. Kyuga Teraki looked at Eshima Ezuya in the arena, with a depressed face. Kyuga-senpai, since you don't know anything, I won't bother with you for the time being. Sato Shoji said depressedly. You are the bastards who don't know anything. Do you think that Nakiri Tsukushi is really kind enough to allow you to have a real food battle? You know nothing, but you are still complaining here, which is really disgusting. Kyuga Teraki looked at Sato Shoji with his eyes rolled. What do you mean? Kyuga-kun, is there something hidden? Asami quickly grabbed Kyuga Teraki's arm. Didn't the master tell you? The reason why so many clubs and research groups in the school can have a normal food battle with the Central Food Agency is that the master temporarily left the school. In other words, he used his future in Totsuki Academy in exchange for a chance for all clubs, including your Polaris dormitory. Kyuga Teraki said sternly. Is it true? Sato Shoji opened his eyes wide, not knowing how to answer. He only felt that all the strength in his body seemed to be drained away. Humph, a bunch of idiots, Kyuga Teraki snorted coldly, and his eyes moved to Aiyama Ezuya again. Tanadori Megami clenched her hands, at a loss. Yoshino Yuaki also covered her face, thinking about what she said yesterday, her face was burning. That's great. Yang Ming hasn't forgotten Polaris dormitory. It's really great. Unconsciously, tears fell from the corners of Mommy's eyes. Senior, Yang Ming will come back, right? Yoshino Yuaki grabbed Kyuga Teraki's sleeves. We still have to apologize to him. Kyuga Teraki shook his head. I don't know, who knows if the master will come to Polaris dormitory in the future. Nakiri Tsuki sat while processing documents at the desk. I suddenly heard someone knocking on the door. Who? Nakiri Tsuki looked up and asked. Teacher Nakiri, it's me. A crisp voice sounded outside the door. Oh, it's Hatanaka, come in. Nakiri Tsuki sat up straight and looked at the door. The door of the Commander-in-Chief's office was pushed open, and a boy entered the room. How is it? Is Totsuki Academy pretty good? Nakiri Tsuki narrowed his eyes. Yes, it's big, much bigger than the schools in Australia. The boy said in a low voice, and the school uniform is also good, I like it very much. I hope you can adapt. Nakiri Tsuki crossed his fingers and placed them in front of him. What are you talking about, teacher? I just went to Australia a few years earlier, and I am also from Japan. Totsuki Academy was so unattainable to me in the past. I didn't expect that I could become a member of Totsuki Academy now, which is really unexpected. Hatanaka Ying narrowed his eyes. Yes, if nothing unexpected happens, you should be the leader of the top 10 by this time next year, so you must keep working hard. Yes, teacher. Hatanaka thought for a moment and asked a question that he was more concerned about. By the way, is Yang Ming in Totsuki Academy? He's out. The next time you see him, he should be at the Diamond Cooking Asia competition, right? Nakiri Tsukushi thought. Ah? That's a pity. Hatanaka shrugged helplessly, I thought I could see him again. Okay. There will be more than a dozen media coming to interview you later, you must show your best condition. Nakiri Tsukushi reminded, there will be a food battle in the afternoon, you go and deal with it. Remember, no matter who the opponent is, you must show your absolute strength and crush the confidence of these rebels. Chapter 1198. Ah? That's a pity. Hatanaka shrugged helplessly, I thought I could see him again. Okay. There will be more than a dozen media coming to interview you later, you must show your best condition. Nakiri Tsukushi reminded, there will be a food battle in the afternoon, you go and deal with it. Remember, no matter who the opponent is, you must show your absolute strength and crush the confidence of these rebels. Teacher, do you think so? No one here is my opponent, including Yang Ming. Hatanaka narrowed his eyes and licked his lips, I will definitely not let you down. Well, that's good. Nakiri Tsuyoshi nodded, I look forward to your performance. Polaris Dormitory. In the food battle with Izun, Soma Yukihira, who won a great victory, entered the restaurant with a smile. We all went to see your food battle. It's great that Polaris Dormitory is saved. Tadakuro Megami smiled, but she was not as happy as Yukihira imagined. Looking at other people, everyone's face, in addition to happiness, also showed a sense of worry in the corner of the eye. What's wrong with you? Is there anything else? Soma Yukihira asked puzzled. We are fine. It's Yang Ming-jun. Tadakuro Megami sighed. Yang Ming-jun. The smile on Yukihira's face froze instantly, what happened to Yang Ming-jun? Yang Ming exchanged conditions with Nakiri Tsukushi. He exchanged a month's absence from school for everyone's chance to compete in food battles. Is Heike Hui, who had not appeared for a long time, narrowed his eyes, this is what Senior Kobayashi told me, it shouldn't be false. Yesterday, when Yang Ming-jun left yesterday, none of us talked to him. I think he hated us to death. Yoshino Yuaki wiped her tears. After hearing the news, she felt guilty for a long time. Until now, she finally let it go. Others also lowered their heads, more or less, showing self-blame. Yukihira Soma opened his mouth and was a little confused. It shouldn't be? Yang Ming is not that kind of person. Is Heike Hui comforted Yoshino Yuaki, what we have to do now is to wait for him to come back, which will only take a month. Yukihira Soma quickly took out his mobile phone and called Yang Ming, but no one answered. No need to call, we have called several times, but no one answered. However, it should not be too serious, Yang Ming should still be preparing for the diamond cooking competition. At this time, Mommy quickly walked down from upstairs. Quick, turn on the TV. Mommy shouted to the people on the first floor. TV. Everyone on the first floor was stunned. After pausing for 2 or 3 seconds, Irina immediately rushed to the TV and turned on the school TV station. It was broadcasting an interview with someone. Judging from the dress, it should be a student of Totsuki Academy, with short hair and delicate features. If it weren't for the boys' school uniform, others would have thought it was a girl. Who is this person? Sakaki Ryoko asked in surprise. The other first-year students also shook their heads, I don't know. But judging from the age, it should be a first-year or second-year student. But there is no such person in the first year. I don't know this person very well. Marui Zenji pushed the middle frame of his glasses and kept searching for this person's appearance in his brain. That's the second-year student. The first-year student looked at Is Heike Hui again. Is Heike scratched his head awkwardly, I'm not very familiar with this person either. I know this person, it seems to be called Hatanaka. Ying, he competed with Senior Kikuchi in the Sakata district of Diamond Cooking, and Senior Kikuchi lost the game 0:3. He seems to be the champion of Sakata. Is Heike-kun, didn't you watch the extra game of the Diamond Cooking competition? Asami explained. Is Heike Hui shook his head, I had something to do that day, so I went to the scene to cheer for Senior Kikuchi. After hearing what Asami said, the others opened their mouths. This boy who looked like a girl actually defeated the second place of the 10 outstanding students of Totsuki, Enka Kikuchi. This strength is too terrifying, right? So, his strength should be about the same as Yang Ming-jun. Sakaki Ryoko quickly looked at the TV, and the reporter was asking questions to Hatanaki. Everyone is familiar with you, probably because you defeated Chef Kikuchi in the Sakata district of diamond cooking. Therefore, you are also known as the new generation of chef star. I think everyone is very curious, what are your tricks? Hatanaki narrowed his eyes and smiled. In fact, 5 years ago, I was just an apprentice. Fortunately, I met Mr. Nakiri. After 5 years of cultivation, I became a qualified chef. Mr. Nakiri, do you mean the new commander-in-chief? The reporter asked. Yes, so after I knew he was the commander-in-chief here, I found him as soon as possible, hoping to enter Totsuki Academy and continue to receive his teachings. Fortunately, Totsuki Academy accepted me. Hatanaki said. Then, everyone is more interested in a question. We know that Yang Ming, the champion of the Tokyo competition, is also one of the top 10 of Totsuki Academy, and his age should be the same as yours. Excuse me, what do you think of contestant Yang Ming? The people in Polaris dormitory immediately focused their attention on the TV. They all wanted to know what kind of person Yang Ming was in Hatanaka's eyes. Very good, but not my opponent. Hatanaka showed a charming smile. For specific performance, please go and watch the Diamond Cooking Asia competition. I believe that if I have the opportunity to compete with him, I will not let you down. The people in Polaris dormitory in front of the TV heard Hatanaka's words, and their faces turned pale. What is there to be proud of? Isn't it just following Nakaritsuki for a few more years? Yang Ming is also very good. Asami was so angry that her face turned red. Now you are a student of Totsuki Academy, what are you going to do next? The reporter continued to ask. Join the Central Gourmet Agency and tear down all those clubs that waste resources. In the next period of time, I will accept everyone's food battle. Are you ready for those research clubs? I will get rid of you personally. Hatanaka stretched out his slender tongue and licked his lips. The people in the Polaris dormitory looked at Hatanaka with a smug look on their faces. Although they were very angry in their hearts, Hatanaka was not at the same level as them. Hey! Hatanaka stood up from his seat, greeted the reporters around him, and came to Nakaritsuki standing behind the camera. Teacher, how was my performance? Hatanaka was serious. I am very happy about your confidence, but I hope you don't be careless. Yang Ming's strength is not weak either. Nakaritsuki reminded. Chapter 1199. Hey! Hatanaka stood up from his seat, greeted the reporters around him, and came to Nakaritsuki standing behind the camera. Teacher, how was my performance? Hatanaka was serious. I am very happy about your confidence, but I hope you don't be careless. Yang Ming's strength is not weak either. Nakaritsuki reminded. Teacher, don't worry, I still understand performance and reality. Hatanaka said. By the way, this is your opponent in the afternoon's food battle. I hope you can win the first food battle. Nakaritsuki handed a document to Hatanaka. First in Cooking Research Society. The captain is Alice Nakiri. Teacher, this is the Nakiri family, should I show mercy? Hatanaka looked at Nakaritsuki in confusion. Purge. All purge if you want to beat Yang Ming in diamond cooking, you must win all the food battles. Although Nakaritsuki was smiling, his eyes were unusually cold. Then leave it to me. Hatanaka said with a smile. Ah! Yang Ming lay weakly on the table, his head buzzing, as if it would explode at any time. On the whiteboard not far in front of Yang Ming, there were many knowledge points. In order to record these knowledge points, he had already written half a notebook. However, Dojimajin's requirement was that he must memorize them all. At first, he thought that this trip to Totsuki Palace should be to help Dojimajin cook the restaurant's dishes, and give him some recipes in his free time. But it turned out to be like school. Dojimajin taught knowledge related to ingredients and Western cuisine. And all these things need to be memorized, so Yang Ming's mind is full of it is all kinds of ingredients and all kinds of knowledge related to cooking. According to Jin Dojima's plan, the first week should be the explanation of knowledge points, and the second week should be the compilation of recipes. With Jin Dojima as a teacher, even the 10 elites of Totsuki may not be able to enjoy such treatment. Just when Yang Ming was daydreaming, the door of the room suddenly opened, and Jin Dojima entered the room carrying a rectangular box covered with black cloth. Chef Dojima. Yang Ming immediately sat up straight. Yang Ming still remembered Jin Dojima's strictness in recent days. Polar Star Dormitory has been preserved. The first sentence Jin Dojima said after seeing Yang Ming eliminated a knot in Yang Ming's heart. Hey! Not bad. Was it Yukihira who did it? Yang Ming asked. How did you know? Jin Dojima asked in surprise. Yang Ming chuckled twice. Now in the Polar Star dormitory, if we don't count as Heiki Hui, the person with the best cooking skills should be Yukihira Soma. However, there is also bad news. Do you want to hear it? Dojima Jin asked. What news? Yang Ming immediately had an ominous premonition in his heart. The news that Dojima Jin identified as bad news means that it is indeed a bit bad. A student named Hayden Akii entered Totsuki Academy. In the just concluded food battle, he defeated Kurikai Barayo with an absolute advantage of 5:0. Kurikai Barayo was asked to drop out. Dojima Jin explained. Yang Ming raised his eyebrows. Hayden Akii entered Totsuki Academy earlier than he thought. Now, even if there is a relatively fair food battle, there is no opponent who can beat Hayden Akii. Putting the box with black cloth on the table, Dojima Jin touched the glasses with black frames. Yang Ming didn't know why Dojima Jin wore glasses, but he did look a little more polite. By the way, Chef Dojima, I have a question. Seeing Dojima Jin hanging his coat on the hanger, Yang Ming knew that Dojima Jin was going to give a class, but before that, Yang Ming had to resolve his doubts. Well, what's the question? Dojima Jin turned around and looked at Yang Ming. What you taught me these days, in addition to knowledge related to ingredients, is the content of Western cuisine. Why don't you teach other knowledge, such as Chinese cuisine? Yang Ming asked curiously. Dojima Jin pushed the middle frame of his glasses. You said it very well. In fact, I do this for my own purpose. You know, the venue of each Diamond Cooking Asia competition is different. Hey, different? I thought they were all in Tokyo. Yang Ming scratched his head. Of course not, it just happens to be held in Tokyo this year. It was also held in Yanjing, China before. Because the judges of each Asian competition are local judges from the host country, whether the contestants advance or not has a lot to do with the judges' preferences. Dojima Jin said in a deep voice. This time, the venue is in Tokyo, but because the national sentiment here is also quite strong, most judges prefer Western food, that is to say, the judges have a preference for Western food. Yang Ming frowned. It's not just a preference. The cuisines of various countries are very different. Eastern cuisine may not be popular in this competition. Even some of the top Chinese chefs will have to reduce their winning rate by 50% when competing with Western chefs. Dojima Jin said seriously. Is the impact so great? Yang Ming asked in surprise. In fact, according to the actual situation, it may be more serious than this. So, Yang Ming, if you don't have to, don't use Chinese cuisine. If you use it, you must be determined to win. Dojima Jin warned. Yang Ming nodded repeatedly. It must be said that what Dojima Jin said shocked Yang Ming. He had considered that Chinese cuisine might not be favored by the judges in Tokyo, but he did not expect it to be so big. In fact, according to your current cooking skills, the most suitable place for your competition is not Tokyo, but China. Whether in Tokyo or in South Korea, the contestants who are good at cooking their own dishes are really amazing. In comparison, the judges in China may be more favorable to you. Dojima Jin sighed. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. If you just rely on the judges' preferences, you won't go far anyway, right? The person who can win the championship in the end still depends on his own strength. By the way, Chef Dojima, what's in this black cloth? Yang Ming asked curiously. Actually this. Dojima Jin lifted the black cloth, and there was a water tank inside. In the water tank, there was a cylindrical fish swimming in the water. The back of this fish is grey, but the lower part is pure white, and with its cylindrical body, it looks very cute. Puffer fish. Yang Ming said in surprise. Yes, it is puffer fish. Dojima Jin nodded. Although I took out this fish, I hope you would not use this ingredient if possible. Yang Ming nodded seriously. I know, to be honest, I don't want to use it either. Chapter 1200. Puffer fish. Yang Ming said in surprise. Yes, it's puffer fish. Jin Dojima nodded. Although I took out this fish, I hope you don't use this ingredient if possible. Yang Ming nodded seriously. I know, to be honest, I don't want to use it either. The puffer fish mentioned here is completely different from the puffer fish you usually see in aquariums. In the culinary world, pufferfish can actually be called pufferfish, a highly poisonous fish. Since the first recorded death in 1900, more than 6,000 people have died so far. So, if you really want to use it as an ingredient, you must be especially careful. By the way, in Japan, if you want to have the qualification to cook pufferfish, you must pass 3 exams and pass all of them before you can get a license. Yang Ming listened to Jindojima's speech and secretly stuck out his tongue. If possible, he really didn't want to touch such ingredients. But, in addition to being highly poisonous, pufferfish meat is very delicious. Because it does not contain fat, it is very suitable for soup. By the way, another way to cook it is sashimi. Sashimi made from pufferfish meat is a very high-end delicacy. Yang Ming quickly wrote it down in his notes. There are 38 species of pufferfish along the coast of Japan, and only 22 species of pufferfish are edible. Different pufferfish have different edible parts. Therefore, it is a very troublesome ingredient. Dojima-jin said seriously. Yang Ming nodded, but Chef Dojima, since it is so dangerous and I don't have a license, why should I review this ingredient? Indeed, even with your current level, it is difficult to accurately master the cooking method of pufferfish without training for a month or 2. However, there is an ingredient called dried fish. Simply put, it is the fish meat left after the poisonous internal organs of pufferfish are removed, and then dried to form an ingredient. Of course, it is impossible to prepare sashimi with this ingredient. But if it can be prepared into soup, the quality of the dish should be very good. The muscles on Yang Ming's face twitched twice. It turned out that there was such an operation. Of course, if you encounter a more demanding question, you may still have to handle the pufferfish by hand. At this time, you must remember that once the internal organs are broken, the juice inside will flow out, which may cause the fish meat to be infected with toxins. So when handling it, you must be extra careful. By the way, a pufferfish costs about 150,000 yen. Even if you are allowed to train by yourself later, it is impossible to provide you with a large amount of ingredients. Therefore, you have to be careful with every pufferfish. Got it? Jindojima reminded. Got it. I didn't expect such a small fish to be so expensive. Yang Ming frowned and sighed. No way, who makes the fish meat of this fish so delicious? When I have time, I will cook it for you once, and you will know its taste. Jindojima explained. Really? That's great. By the way, Chef Dojima, I want to ask, do you have a license? Yang Ming asked curiously. No. Jindojima nodded very seriously. Hey? No. This is unscientific? The chef of the Tatsuki resort does not have a license to handle pufferfish. I don't have time to go, please ask, is there any problem? Jindojima adjusted his glasses and looked at Yang Ming with dissatisfaction. Ahem, no. Yang Ming swore in his heart that he must wait until Jindojima tasted the food himself before he picked up his chopsticks. The first week was for memorizing knowledge points, which was particularly boring. Some things had already been taught in school, so Jindojima would pass quickly when explaining. But if it was content that Yang Ming had less contact with, he would explain it in more detail. Among these contents, what Yang Ming was more interested in was the art of Western cooking performance. This kind of cooking is more common in Western cuisine, but it is indeed rarely seen in Chinese cuisine. The ultimate reason is probably because of the problem of oil smoke. However, there is a form of cooking method that should be more common in China. There will be some open-air stalls in the snack street. If the diners like it, they can watch the chef cook in front of the chef. The two should still be different, right? Yang Ming rubbed his forehead, and the cooking performance instantly became less cute. The art of culinary performance, to put it simply, is to process and cook food for customers in front of them. Let diners feel how food is transformed from ingredients into exquisite food on the spot. If you want to run a star-rated restaurant in the future, or want to increase the popularity of the restaurant, you must know this kind of cooking style. Dojima-jin reminded. Well, I know. Yang Ming nodded first, and then seemed to suddenly understand something. No, Chef Dojima, do you think there will be such a question in the competition? You even made hot pot, is it too much to have such a question? Dojima-jin asked back. No problem. Yang Ming shook his head again and again. Remember, the diamond cooking master, after such a long competition, most of the questions have been asked before, and they will definitely come up with some questions you have never heard of. If you can't review them well, you will probably lose miserably. Dojimajin said loudly. Yes, I know. Yang Ming also echoed loudly. A week later, Yang Ming's knowledge manual had been recorded in a thick book. When he started to practice, Yang Ming still had to spend a lot of time every day to recite. The practical operation was relatively simple. Although Yang Ming already knew some things in advance, because the opponents he had to face were cooking masters from all over the world, Yang Ming reviewed these contents again. Then, Dojimajin handed Yang Ming another thick recipe book. Senior, I may not be able to memorize this thing. Yang Ming said with a frown. He didn't have Doraemon's memory bread, so how could he remember so many recipes? I don't ask you to memorize, but you must be familiar with the recipes on it. Maybe there will be a chance to use it. If there are a few days of rest between each round of competition, you can also find inspiration from it. Dojimajin pushed the middle frame of his glasses and said confidently. Is there such an operation? Yang Ming suddenly felt that this thick cookbook became unusually cute. It would be better if this cookbook was thicker. But you'd better not copy the dishes above, because if the referee has eaten this dish before, it may affect your score. Dojimajin finally reminded.